Russ isn't here as Mayor Pro Tem. Let's get rolling. Russ is going to be a few minutes late. Tom's not here either.
He's here.
All right, so as soon as Tom returns as Mayor Pro Tem, let's call this. Russ has texted and said he's going to be a little late. So rather than holding this up and keeping everybody here, let's start moving. You're up, Mr. Haddon. Hey, Tom, Russ is going to be a little late, so as Mayor Pro Tem, let's get going.
All right. Good morning, everybody. This is the 2026 version of our budget meeting, and it's on YouTube, so people can, part of our transparency efforts, it's live and in color right now. And it'll also be recorded so people can take a look at it later. Just a couple of housekeeping things. I'm not going to have a long speech up here because we want to get the departments up here. I could tell you the budget process is a year-long process. It's not just we start in the late summer for the working with the departments. However, we're always constantly working how to get better and work harder and get lean. So I will introduce the budget team: Chris Hamlet, Tim Stiles from Finance, Jamie Lutzring, and Laura Revelis from CMO, and myself, Megan Thole from HR, and then of course the team really is all the department directors and their teams and the city council, because we have regular meetings and subcommittees with the city council, so they're pretty much in touch and tune with these things constantly. We're not asking for any additional people. Matter of fact, we're down 4.5 FTEs, and that's by design. As we continue to go forward, and we wait for the latest changes from the legislature and the governor, we will have to react and address those appropriately. So that's one of our major things that we have to do. So I want to get started. What we will do, the budget team will comment. You can ask some questions. If it gets deep and you have a big question, we won't put it in the parking lot, and we'll bring it back for more deep discussion or for a council or subcommittee, whatever we so choose. So with that, I want to thank Juanita for helping us. Our assistant, Molly's had a death in the family, and the finance, Caitlin, she's on her honeymoon. So people step up, and we appreciate that. And we got the IT crew here, got to spend the day with us. I know they're looking forward to that. And so here we go. We're going to get started, and we're going to go with IT, Information Technologies.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Joe, how are you?
Good morning. Good morning. Doing well. All right. Everybody get enough breakfast? Oh, I know. This is new territory. Yeah, I can't shake this feeling that when I saw us going first, I thought, am I being pranked? Am I still being pranked? Okay, I'm not. Okay. Okay, so yeah, I just have a few things to cover. Gonna kind of walk through the budget for the year, some of the wins, our mission statement, some KPIs, accomplishments, and we'll be on our way. So something I feel like is always worth highlighting is that our mission statement is to maximize the value of technology. It's really easy to get focused on security or even customer service or one thing, but it starts and ends with maximizing the value. Let's see, if you go to the next page here, there's some KPIs in there. The tickets, it can be kind of challenging to get real hard KPIs. Probably half of what we do is a lot of tickets and break fix and, hey, my name changed, or hires or terminations. That's one component. We have usually several dozen projects in the pipeline at any given time. That might be, take any software, hardware, anything somebody needs for their department. That's kind of our bread and butter. So the tickets we take very seriously. You might notice that the tickets actually dropped the last couple of years. That's because we had a system where people would report phishing alerts. Hey, I got a suspicious email. I may or may not have clicked the link. Okay, we want to know about that. Well, we're actually transitioning that off where we don't get tickets from that. So the last couple of years, that's dropped off. That's why. And then actually those tickets are fairly quick responses, which is why our kind of percentage resolution dropped. All right, so let's continue to the accomplishments here. Really, our headline accomplishment by far is reducing our staffing levels by 5 positions. I think from a full-time employee perspective, it counted as 3 full-time positions. I'm going to go ahead and go with 5 because we had 23 who went to 18. A few of those were consultant positions, so that's kind of why there's a difference there. If you add up the full comp and benefits of those positions or the consulting dollars it offset, it's $750,000. Again, we're pretty proud of that. Lots of role and responsibility and kind of workflow changes in our team, and really that's how we operate. We take a lot of pride in tough decisions and being willing to adjust and be flexible and nimble. And we had some opportunity with some departures, and that kind of manifested that way. Next item here, I'm not going to cover all 15 or 20 here, but next item, time clock savings in partnership with the budget team. We reduced the number of time clocks from 24 to 17. That saved about 35 grand. If you're doing the math, that's about 5 grand per time clock. Yes, that is not a typo. That's what those cost. Another focus here, city-wise, has been online self-service, or the ability to engage the city online or kind of do things yourself. So there's a number of self-service permitting options that were deployed here via Dev Services, in partnership with Dev Services and City Clerk. I won't read through them, but some of those are things that people might commonly come into City Hall for. They can do this online now. Last high-level accomplishment here, we repurposed 16 Recplex PCs. So again, we're always looking to stretch city dollars, maximize value. So the esports gaming area has been transitioning out at the Recplex. The Westcom dispatch needed higher performance PCs. We moved 16 of those for the Westcom operations. Gave them kind of a shot in the arm as far as performance-wise. That also helps decrease certain aspects of public safety risk in terms of how fast things pop up on dispatcher screens. So just kind of a nice partnership, Parks, Westcom, IT, and kind of making that happen. So those are the accomplishments. Going forward here, I'll just cover a few of those. So the UKG AD Connect might seem like a little bit of Greek here. That's basically just an automation. So anytime we have new employees start or terminations or any changes to someone's account, especially the hires and terminations, it's fairly time consuming to set all that stuff up. So if we can automate that, it's very complex to automate it, but if we can just have it where a system creates all the permissions and deploys the apps they need and basically ensures they're set up in the system, that can be a big time savings for us, and we've began to really get some good traction on that. So more to come there, but that's been encouraging. Obviously, the Recplex expansion and eventual Station 13 construction, those would be big initiatives for us, especially the Recplex. There's anticipated to be roughly 100 cameras. It kind of speaks to the size of just that expansion. Obviously, there's a full technology solutioning involved in that. And then another thing, last kind of key effort here is we bought the on-prem storage here for file storage back in 2020. That's nearing its end of life. We have 500 terabytes times 2, so we need to start replacing that. So we're going to replace half of that. That's in this upcoming budget, and then half the next year. So that's kind of the go forward. I guess just a couple supplemental request items here is the council AV needs replaced. So yes, yep. Yeah, really more kind of the brains back there where Wes and Toby are. There's a whole rack space of different components. Actually, the mics and cameras are good. Those are fairly new, but it's really the kind of the processing of it. So we've got that budgeted. This system is about 10 or 11 years old. This year we've had a couple more significant issues. We had a hardware failure, which kind of impacted our ability to switch cameras and inputs. So we got that resolved, but we've had some flakiness, and certainly in the technology life cycle, pushing 10 years is doing pretty well for that. And then the other thing is just SharePoint cloud backup. So when we have information in the cloud in SharePoint, one would assume that it's backed up just because it's in the cloud. It's not. So that's really to ensure that happens. So we've had some cases where maybe an employee has accidentally deleted something, and if they catch that soon enough, we can help them. But if they don't catch it within, after 30 days, then it's just gone. So this helps kind of mitigate that risk. Yeah, that's really the kind of the summary of what I have. What questions do you have for me?
If you do backup, how often will you do? When you do backup, how often will you do replication of all that? Like once a month, or?
That's kind of what we're looking at. We're having some discussions here with the different departments of what they need. I think we tend to have kind of a culture in the city to keep stuff as long as possible, and so we're trying to define that sweet spot. But I would anticipate it'd probably be 30 to 90 days, something like that.
Thanks, Joe. And I know we emailed in the last couple of weeks. You'd sent some materials over and appreciated your outline of all the different things you're doing, from fire inspections with iPads and other ways to streamline activity and make it more efficient. Two things stood out to me. One, I'm sure you're aware of the ongoing conversations with Westcom, and Tom, I appreciate the work you're doing there. I just highlighted in your document that, upcoming activity with Westcom. I don't know where that goes, but, I'm not interested in the double taxation that currently exists in our community. And so I'd refrain, at least for me, from putting a lot of resources into Westcom when we're trying to have a conversation as to how we best go forward with Westcom. So that's just one item I'd flag. And the second is, as you go through this replacement of the on-prem that you just outlined there, will you go through an RFP on that?
That's something where we have an existing system, Matt. So it would basically be replacing components of that system. We can use different aspects of it yet, but we need to just replace parts of it. So it's we're not going to replace the entire system. It would just be the physical storage versus basically the chassis. And
You're talking about just like hard drives or something?
Basically, yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Well, I continue to believe that there are efficiencies that can be gained by utilizing cloud infrastructure as opposed to on-prem and the risks of that. I know there are outages. Your email talked about outages that exist with AWS and Azure and whatever. I think we also have outages, for on-prem things that happen. So I just continue to encourage, exploring all options. I know you are, but, I think to the extent we can go to seek, whether it's an RFI to see what the capabilities are in the marketplace, or an RFP asking people to competitively price, projects, I'm all for it. So
Absolutely. Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Joe, for the presentation. Appreciate it. And welcome to everybody here. Everybody's here on this Saturday, and here we go. Joe, a couple questions. First off, I'm looking at performance measures, and I'm looking back before you started as the IT director here in 2018. It had 1,100 annual service requests. That's ballooned up to 4,000 over the last 7 years. What do you think it was that made the number of annual service requests increase so much? I'm thinking like over the longitudinal time of 7 years.
Yeah, it's a few factors. So it's no secret, kind of before I started, there's kind of a lack of trust or confidence in IT.
Yep.
That was kind of
Absolutely.
strained. So I think people felt as though they needed to corner the IT person, or, hey, I need to call them. And so one component is the work wasn't very visible and centralized. So I'm pretty big on ensuring there's a centralized workflow, because I don't really have a good way of tracking how many phone calls we receive, or how often people are grabbing in the hall. So there's that. And I think also as that confidence has grown, I mean, this is going back a little ways, but people feel a lot more comfortable. Oh, I didn't know you could help me with that. Or, oh, hey, this system, this is a pain point for us, that we're really process people as much as we are technology people. So I think just seeing that we can help with a variety of things. I think one example here is that I'll kind of spotlight that you wouldn't expect IT to be involved in, but we had our agreement with Mediacom terminated, and they basically said, hey, you know what, we can't run service to your buildings without charging you a lot. It was thousands to just run lines to the buildings. So we got a request from PD, hey, we still would like to have channels. So one of my folks said, hey, how'd you feel if we put a big TV antenna on your building roof and amplified it through your building? Not something you'd really think of IT doing, but we've kind of expanded that where people are like, oh, I didn't know you could help with that. And so I think there's different components of that too, or certainly an expansion of scope. And so,
Sure.
but it all boils down to trust.
No, that's amazing. Remind me your exact start date as the IT director.
Yes, March of 18.
March of 18. So it seems like you took over, and then we started to see an expansion of that trust. So I just want to say congratulations and thank you for that. That's important. And the number of suspicious emails reported has gone quite a bit up, and I assume that does help with fending off attacks from the dark web or whoever it might be. So I thank you for that. I do want to say that the number of annual service requests has gone up over the last 7 years, but I also see the percentage closed within 5 days has also gone way up. So I can see a notable jump after like 2019, 2020. And then I think as you establish more trust, also as you establish your team and logistics. So I want to say thank you for that. My last question was, I was curious about communications logistics across departments. And I'm going to use your example of the Recplex and the computers there. So in the esports room, we have these 16 computers. So that's in the Parks and Recreation Department. And then there's you in IT. And then there's Westcom that wants those computers. Can you kind of put it together? Like, how did that communication take place? Because that strikes me as a success. And it means that we're not silos of our own departments. And I appreciate that. Can you tell me why that worked, how that worked, logistics?
Yeah, I'm not completely sure behind the scenes, but I believe Parks had offered them up here as an option, and I believe Westcom leadership, Rob Dennert, was aware of that being an opportunity. So, but then communication-wise, Greg, we always have quarterly relationship manager meetings, we call them. So IT meets with every department at least quarterly to, usually leadership to leadership of, hey, what are your pain points? What projects do you have? What opportunities do you have? And so things like that just naturally, hopefully, come out. But that item in particular, I think, was more just folks being aware and Parks being willing to offer them up.
I think that
So
was a support services meeting. We were talking about the timeline of the construction of that project, and you were running through, looking over how many cameras and access points they were adding for the, and I think that's where we were discussing it.
sure.
The directors who comprise the support services cluster, if you will, or affinity group, meet monthly and just review projects and areas of overlap. So I think that's where that topic came up.
Sure. Oh, I just have to give my compliments to that process because I think it's so important that we communicate. And I know you're doing that, but I think that's an excellent example of that happening. And that's just such an example of good efficiency, good communication, and making a difference for different departments that need different things at different times. Oh, we have this, and I think that's wonderful. So I was just curious because it strikes me that probably a lot of organizations don't do that. And it seems like we're doing that well here. So Joe, thank you for your leadership. And this concludes my questions.
All right, are we done with IT? All right, thanks, Joe. Moving
Wait,
on.
I got to add one thing.
Go ahead.
Matt, we're talking about Westcom for some time. Matt and I have discussed this. Now it's gotten a broader discussion. I'm going to encourage a workshop in the very near future. Did you get Jamie Lutzring's? I forwarded her white paper. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. If you lost it in all your email, I'll resend it because Jamie spent a tremendous amount of time trying to explain all the complexities. Now we got legislation that says, you have one PSAP per county. We're in 4 counties. And then most of Westcom's in 2 counties. We're the 7th largest PSAP in the state. And we're saying, so we're working really hard to get there. And then when legislation's introduced and they're thinking it's all simple, one size fits all, you just do it by county, it makes it all complicated. But I think it'd be worth it, Matt, to go and council and mayor to have that in the near future and have Craig Liu and our staff involved and everybody, Joe and Jamie. And so I just want you to know that we're going to have to schedule that. Okay, thank you.
No, you're good. All right, let's bring Ryan up. You could probably sit there and do it if you wanted to.
Yeah, it feels weird to be on this side, but I'll play along. For the clerk's office budget, no significant changes.
Please give us your name and address for the record. 5 minutes or less.
Of course, how could I forget?
Be respectful.
Ryan Jacobson, City Clerk. Clerk's office budget, no significant changes. We're still a small budget, but you get a good bang for your buck out of us, I'd say.
Small but mighty.
That's right. That's what I like to say. Some of our numbers, licenses and permits, a lot of them are holding pretty steady. One I'd point out that increased significantly. Mobile vendor permits for food trucks almost doubled from last year, 26 to 51 this year, which that's kind of one of our bigger fee items because I think we get like $380 per license. So that's a significant amount of money. And a big reason why that went up so much is because thanks to Parks and Rec, they hosted Food Truck Fridays this last year. And we worked with them to say, if you're bringing out, signing food trucks to these days, make sure that they get their license. And they were diligent about that. And so it kind of incentivized all these food trucks to get a license. So that was a good thing this year. As Joe mentioned, we've gone live now with pretty much all the licenses and permits online, thanks to IT, specifically Chris Davis for his work on getting us live with that. Our last one was special event permits this last fall, which is live now. We also went live with a board and commission application online, so that makes that easier for people to apply for boards and commissions. That went live in November. And then continuing with Ion Wave for online bidding. That's now been about 2 years, which we've kind of just been expanding that since we implemented it 2 years ago. Started off with just engineering and parks for their CIP projects. But then since then, we've brought several other departments, gotten them on board with using it for their bids and RFPs, and that's gone well. Went from 48 bids and RFPs online in 2024 to 66 in 2025. And the number of vendors that are registered has been going up, almost doubling each of the 2 years. We're now up to, as of January, over 700 vendors registered in our system. Another thing I was going to talk about this next year, there's no city elections scheduled. We're kind of getting election
Thank God.
fatigue around here.
Thank God.
But one thing that we are looking at doing is an ordinance to change us to a Chapter 45 city so we can avoid a potential runoff election in the future, because that is significant costs to do that, and so we could have potential savings in the future.
Do we know what
Future elections.
the election costs us?
So I know that our share of the 2025 election, which was a city school election, so we paid half of it, was $22,381. So I haven't received any invoices for this last special election, but since we're on the hook entirely, I'm anticipating it's going to be in the 30,000s, maybe 40,000. And so then we'll be paying that again for the runoff. So it's probably $35,000, $40,000 just the fact that we're a runoff city.
We shouldn't even pay for the Dallas County portion, because I'll tell you what, they're doing a bang-up job. They changed the precincts last election. Now they've changed them again this coming runoff election. Like, are they trying to make people not know where to vote or not vote? I mean, it is unbelievable. But anyway, just a comment.
I agree with the mayor, actually. This past election, it was very disappointing on what happened. Do you have relationships with folks in Dallas County, and just let them know that there were people who were arriving at the wrong place? I know there were people who arrived at the Recplex. There were people who arrived at the Methodist Church out west on Ashworth, west of the interstate, because those were the normal places, and they went to one place and it told you one thing. Went to another place. I don't know what we can do before March 17th to make this better, but Ryan, anything that you could do to help out, because it was a mess, and the turnout in Dallas County, it showed.
Hopefully they will leave them where they were this last time.
No.
So
One
they're
move.
not.
They're not. They've got three
because-
sites again.
Yeah.
They've got 3 sites again, but it's a different,
One of them changed.
one of them changed. So-
St. Francis, they wanted to use it for the first one, but because that was the day before Ash Wednesday, the church declined to allow that to happen there. So that's why that one was different for the first election, but now for this one, it will be at St. Francis. So there's still 3 polling places, just one is.
But was it Dallas County that didn't inform the Secretary of State? And therefore, when people went to the Secretary of State, put in their address, it sent to the wrong place?
That's where, yeah, we've updated our communication that's going out on this time, because when you look at the Secretary of State website, you see your precinct and your regular polling place. Voters should also take an additional step forward, especially in special elections, runoff elections, because those kind of things can change, to look up on their county website. This time around, Dallas County, I didn't receive any communication from them prior to the election as far as what they were doing with polling places. So everyone was operating under the assumption that it was normal polling places. I believe it was on their website, but people didn't think to check that.
That's
And this
like
is
making it
uncommon.
hard.
And this is rare. What, Doug? I'm sorry.
I'm like making it hard.
Right.
And it doesn't happen that often. So I don't know the last time we had a special election. It's been a minute, right?
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah.
But, well, okay. Prior to that, it was, 2013 was when
Right.
John Michelson was elected. So
Okay.
that's been a while.
So I don't know if maybe we reach out to Dallas County somewhere around March, I guess March 1st is tomorrow, I suppose, but just to see if they've got all their ducks in a row, because got many calls. I know Russ got many calls too. And I think Polk County had their stuff together. It just doesn't feel like Dallas County was as organized as they could have been.
Well, here's what's funny. I got the call, I called you, and you called Shane Radcliffe and told him, hey, get a sign up on the door at the Mid-American Energy Company Recplex.
Shane had already had one up there. Shane and Ryan had already worked
Yeah.
together to do that, so thank
Which
you
was
for that.
amazing. And then I got a complaint that there wasn't a sign on every single door in the Recplex. I'm like, I mean, it's, people were hot, and Dallas County, I'm sorry, they always do a bang-up job on these elections. I mean, Polk County gets the results in at like 8:05.
Yeah.
Dallas County, we sit there till like 9:30. They gotta get their stuff in order. I can't even believe how bad they are. Anyway, enough with dogging on Dallas County.
Yes, thank you, Ryan,
So-
for your city clerk's report.
Yeah, so yeah, hopefully we can get that changed so that we can avoid the cost of runoff elections going forward. One last thing I was going to mention that could potentially be cost savings in the future. I know that I've been hearing for years about the legislature looking at newspaper publication requirements. Because we spend out of the city clerk's office budget between 40 and 50,000 every year just on publishing our notices and minutes and ordinances in the paper, which I don't think we're getting a lot of value out of that money we're spending, because I don't think people are really going to the paper for that information. So I'm not really, every year I hear about that, that the legislature's looking at it. I don't really follow it that closely, because it feels like every year it's talked about and then
It sounds like this year they're actually gonna do something to stop that.
that's.
I just heard somebody talking about that the other day.
Yeah, so for those of you that are there, I guess, anything, just so you're aware. And there's other expenses too that other departments pay out of their budget, but the clerk's office is the big one, 40 to 50,000, so.
Ryan, I got one question. You talk about that as the city continues to grow, the workload is going to increase in your office. Do you anticipate next year, as in 27, 28, that you're going to need to add even a half-time employee, like council packets and different things like that? Or do you think you're going to be able to continue with your staff you've got?
I don't anticipate any increases that we would request that soon. I mean, as we grow, I'd say that'd be something that, what demands may, warrant that. But at this point, I think we're doing well with what we have, and we're finding ways to be more efficient with the staff we have. And so, yeah,
All right,
I'm
excellent.
not
Thank you.
that concerned at this point.
Ryan, always appreciate your approach here. Consistent, thorough. It just always keeps everything on track. So thank you for all that you do for us. I think I'm curious. I agree with your analysis that I don't think very many folks go to the paper to look up whatever. I do know that there are additional tools that are becoming more prevalent or available in the marketplace for folks to be able to have notices almost pushed to them. I don't think we have anything like that here in the community, and maybe it's a little early for something like that. But regardless of what the legislature does, maybe they do something, maybe they don't. We'll see. But I am curious, maybe down the road, exploring what other tools may exist so that our residents may be able to get better notification of what's going on. And I guess on that note, I do want to say thank you to Tom and all the staff and the IT folks that are here today to make sure that this is accessible online. I think, in the spirit of helping folks understand what's going on through the newspaper or through electronic notices, having these budget hearings being streamed but also available online is a really good step towards greater transparency and good governance. So I just first thank you for that, and just something maybe to think about as you understand what tools are available to help folks better understand what's happening in city government.
Well, and I think we do have push notification for a number of things that we do, right? People have to
There's
sign up.
text notifications.
You get text notifications, like I'm signed up for when we have a parking ban due to snow. I
Sure.
get that.
Yeah.
You can sign up for construction updates and you name it. So there are, and I want to take this time just to say thank you so much to staff. We did a push years ago to try to automate everything so that people could do business with the city from the comfort of their own home and have everything done online. We have really gone a long way to getting that done. It's just like little by little, we're moving the ball further and further down the field. And it's so encouraging to hear all of the things that now are available online so that people don't have to come in here. I'm kind of curious, maybe we ought to have a workshop at one point in time to figure out where exactly we are and how much more we have to go until we're fully there. I know the last push of this for me is going to be going to places like the Recplex, all of our places where we have snack bars and whatnot, and be able to make an order off your phone so that we don't have staff taking orders and handling cash, and they basically just show up and they get their food. I think that's going to be more difficult to do. And then I'd love to, at some point in time, I know we were talking to Google for a while, put an AI bot on there for the most common things that people are asking for so that they can go on there and put it in and it can just come back to them and say, would you like to apply for whatever, an application for, boards and commissions, and comes right up. So, but I think we've done such a phenomenal job. I'm extremely impressed with how staff has taken this and run with it. So thank you so much for all that. All right, any other questions for Ryan? Ryan, do you have any more? Or are you
That
good?
was it for my
Okay,
report.
any other questions for Ryan? All right, thanks for all you do for us, Ryan. Really appreciate it. All right, let's move on to the next one. And I think that's Human Resources with Megan.
All right, good morning, everyone. Human Resources, I know we're not super exciting in terms of accomplishments or metrics that you see in the budget book for some of the other year-end reports. But some things that we have been proud of and some of our accomplishments over this past year. I think if you look at our list, we really tried to revise and refresh a lot of the documents and access points for employees, potential employees, whether that's our internal website, external website, employee handbook. With your support, the civil service proceedings that we did last spring, just trying to make sure that we are, running in 2026. So a refresh, revision, we're still working on that, but I think that that's been a great accomplishment. Also trying to find efficiencies. I know that we talk about that a lot, but how can we do that in HR, again, for the employee perspective and the applicant perspective, and just making sure that we're not having extra hoops for people to jump through just because that's something that we had done before. With that efficiencies, we do use vendors within Human Resources, but trying to examine when it is appropriate to use a vendor and when we can bring some of that work back in-house. And as you go through our budget, I think that's where you see some of our cost savings and the reduction because our overall budget is reduced in both personnel and supplies. And that's taking a look at that. Where do we have vendors that maybe we were underutilizing them? And so when we got those utilization reports, we saw that, we had this product for employees, it wasn't being used, right? And then making sure that we went through the appropriate steps to decide with our stakeholders that were using those programs, whether or not we continue those or not. And then the other thing for accomplishments, I think, is just continuing to build on and create more positive relationships. Again, with departments, with employees across the board, and with applicants, and just community members who call and maybe ask questions and things like that for us. So I think that's kind of where we see some of the HR accomplishments. I think we have a number of other ones too that that we hold maybe a little bit closer to the vest in terms of discipline or some of our work comp, injuries, and, how we're making sure that we're supporting accident investigations and not having that same injury occur again and again. So some different metrics that I think, don't necessarily show up here in an end of year budget report. Some goals and objectives for us. This is both created by input from our HR team, as well as some feedback that we've received from directors and departments. And then when we did our employee engagement survey to find out, what are employees looking for and what can we do better? And so that first bullet under goals and objectives is how do we offer more robust professional learning? Some of that is going to be HR led. Some of it clearly is at the department level. But what are we doing to make sure that we've got strong programming and training for our employees, specifically supervisors too? How do we make sure that that first line of managers and subsequent managers, have the skills and the confidence to be able to do some of the HR related tasks that as supervisors we're all asked to do. So we're trying to build that. We did some programming and professional learning in 2025, and we've already done 2 trainings in 2026 and got to have a plan for a lot more going forward. Talent strategy, we want to make sure that we have a strong talent strategy, that we have strong systems and plans for succession planning, because we know some areas where we're going to be recruiting some high-level positions, and we want to make sure that we've got a strong plan for that. So that's another one. Next on here, improve performance management. We want to make sure that that is kind of an ongoing process, rather than once a year you get your evaluation, and it maybe doesn't mean anything and it feels like a compliance activity. So we want to build some more time in making sure we have a strong evaluation tool, as well as we're building in coaching cycles as well. So as these things all relate to our budget, you can see we do have approximately 11% drop in personnel and supplies and services. Some of those supplies and services I just mentioned. Some of our drops are because we also don't do certain programming every single year. So we had higher budget allocations for that were coming off of our McGrath compensation study for consulting services. Well, as we get a little bit further away from that, we want to maintain a budget for questions as needed, but we don't need the same level of budget. Employee engagement survey for human resources, that's a big spend at anywhere between about $20,000 to $25,000, but we don't do that every year. So that comes off of our budget from the previous year. The other thing with supplies and services, just making sure that we were budgeting as close to actual spend trends versus here's what we think some of these things might cost. And so that, I think, also brought our budget a little bit tighter. In terms of personnel, we did not backfill 2 HR business partner roles. Those have been vacant for approximately a year and a half. And we feel that we are still able to provide the services that we need. And some of that partnering with those other departments and that cross-department collaboration is what I just mentioned in terms of training. How are we supporting other departments so that they feel empowered to do some of the entry-level HR, right? To have a difficult conversation versus saying, I've got somebody, can I pass them to you for a difficult conversation, right? So how do we do some of those partnerships as well? And I think that we have, from the human resources side of things, I think that we have still been successful with that reduction of 2 FTEs. And then one thing that is new for us this year is that we will be holding a citywide pool of funds, so approximately $50,000 of funds for citywide staff training, the internal and external, and that's just a pool in the event that departments need to go outside of what is budgeted for them specifically. They could come to us, and then we would have a pool of funds if needed. But that's a citywide. That's not HR specific. So, yeah. Any questions?
I quickly want to add one thing. The new police chief is sitting in back row there, Craig Bellamy, and our recruitment was internalized, and so that's a significant savings of probably $100,000 that our staff did, and under Megan's leadership. So I just wanted to give her kudos for that.
That's amazing. Great job. Okay, any questions for Megan? All right.
Yeah, Megan, thank you for sharing. I know you've been working on updating processes, even the process of, say, the city attorney evaluation process or the city manager evaluation process. Those updates have been long overdue, so thank you for looking at those and pushing for those too. It was nice to see that my fellow millennials are doing really, really well in terms of the percent of the city staff. That's great. Millennials crushing it. Me and you, McKinney. All right, we're crushing it.
Pick up some slides.
Absolutely.
You young guys, well, you don't know anything.
Yeah.
The elder
Baby boomers
millennials.
like
we are.
me were a dying breed.
I'm kidding. Staff development. So I was looking at the 30% increase or so, the 26% increase of staff development. And you mentioned earlier, can you get in some details, like what is a good example of staff development that's done for different departments? Can you give me a specific example of what we're looking at?
That HR is providing to different departments?
Yeah, because last year was 138,000, this year it's 175,000. So what's an example of that?
I'd want to double check. That could be the additional 50,000 that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
But for the most part, in terms of HR providing specific trainings to departments, that's as needed or asked. So, and it might be, most recently in this past week, for example, a member of our team went and provided support to a department about how they can go into UKG, which is our HRIS system, and how do they really understand everything they can do. How can they customize that to see different compensation things, leave accruals, even on the recruitment side of things, how are they making sure that they could customize so when they've got an applicant pool, they can see exactly what they want to versus having to pull up every single resume one by one by one when you have 117 applicants. How do you make filters and create it like that? So that's one example of a department-specific training. What we have done and been offering to all supervisors, one has been in 2025, we did the performance management training. So far in 2026, we've done one regarding investigations and discipline. What does that look like when you're a supervisor? We most recently did one for new supervisors, something that we'd want to be able to offer very regularly when we have new supervisors come on board. And that's kind of the A to Z of what it basically an HR intro class now that you're a supervisor and you have to manage employees. We'll have a new performance management training coming up. I think we'll have some very specific ones related to public safety and investigations and what do public safety investigations look like. So again, that would be more tailored to those departments.
And so with those particular professional development, staff development, that would not be under the category of full-time employees who are doing that. That would be under the category of staff development funds that are being used for that?
Yeah.
Okay. And those funds are going to maybe outside, like professional development resources that are being used?
Correct.
Okay.
And we've had some higher allocations for, again, some of the different vendored services that we have as well. So we do, I'm not going to, predictive index, we call it PI. I was pausing there for a second. But that's kind of a assessment of skills, aptitudes, those types of things. But we also created a larger budget for potential professional learning. Again, budgeting that closer to actual spend because we had a pretty healthy budget to say, hey, we assume this company, this individual comes out and does the training, but we weren't actually using nearly what we thought we were using there too.
And something like that would be under the category of staff development, not contractual services.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to just determine the difference between staff development and contractual services, because both of those balances are using outside resources outside the city, but contractual service would be a little more formal versus staff resources would be.
Contractual services, we're going back to McGrath.
McGrath.
We might consult with a law firm to create a training on X that we want them to provide versus us. We've done that a few times too.
So contractual services would include things like when we do get hours or something like that, or a different law firm to look at maybe our contracts, whether it be union or non-union contracts. Is that under contractual services?
That's not under my budget. That's
It's
under
not
the
under your-
legal budget
Okay, so when.
for that specifically.
Okay.
So my example of using the law firm to create a training, that's when we're saying, hey,
Okay.
we want you to come in and deliver on Title VII, right? Because we want you to give that training.
Sure.
Like, I think we used Julie Bittner, right, to bring her in to do like.
That's the example.
Sexual harassment prevention training
Yeah.
and, you know.
Hi, Tim. So there's a lot of overlapping, but this particular budget, this budget item would have been under legal instead of HR. Okay, even though obviously there's overlap. Thank you. Tim.
The issue with those mics is you got to push it once, give it a second to turn on, and then you're good.
HR is a little different when it comes to staff development. The rest of the departments that you'll see throughout the day, staff development is mostly just their own training, and if they're doing any conferences or classes type of work. HR has an additional component of staff development in that they administer things across the city, like you mentioned Julie Bittner when she came, several different things that HR does. And also part of that is that what Megan was talking about earlier, the $50,000 that's available, for other things is now in HR. So contractual services are mostly for every department. It's outside things that we're doing. That's where you'll see contractual services.
Okay.
HR is just a little bit different.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it, Megan. Sorry for the confusing questions. I didn't say it right.
I really appreciate your focus on providing training for new supervisors or managers, because you know what? I remember when I was a new supervisor, new manager, and I was literally looking for stuff like that just to see kind of what the fundamentals need to be, things I need to be doing, things I need to be documenting, how I need to be doing them. Couldn't find anything. And that, I think, is maybe one of the most difficult things for new managers, is making sure that they're dotting their I's, they're crossing their T's, they're documenting things. I mean, things even like, an employee does something great and you document that and put it aside so that when you're going to do their performance review, you've got a list of things that you've kept going, throughout the year that you can mention specifically that you think they did great. And, it's not easy to do, but a lot of people just don't know, what the fundamentals of being a manager are. And so to have that kind of stuff, I think is so important. All right, any other questions for Megan before we move on?
Thank you, Megan.
Thanks for all you do, Megan. Appreciate it.
We're a little ahead of schedule, so I'd like the public services to come on up, come on down. The workshop for Westcom is now scheduled for the second meeting in March. That's how we work here,
Unbelievable. Wow,
You're welcome.
you're fast.
That's the 17th.
23rd.
All right, Gary, do it to it.
Good morning. Gary Rank, Public Services Director. Achievements, basically, ours are probably going to sound a little different. Frankly, we didn't have any windstorms this year. We didn't have any major snow events yet. So I guess the easiest way to describe our achievements is we've maintained all the city services that we've needed to maintain, and without any major issues. Kind of highlights, 818 square yards of concrete for patching was put down. We showed a 50% increase in the amount of sanitary sewers cleaned this year, and that total is 342,602 feet. We also planted 350 trees in city parks and right-of-way. We also distributed 400 shade trees to the Shade Crusade. We have some issues as far as collaboration with other departments. When I say issues, it's just the training that we have done. We've had tabletop exercise with engineering and fire, and that was over flood control for all of our major flood systems as far as levees, gates, and so on. And I'm just going to give you a brief overview of key metrics of some of the following infrastructure. We have 930 miles of street that we maintain yearly, and that number keeps growing. It grew by 3% last year. Storm sewers, 266 miles. And if you take our storm and sanitary and put them together, you could pretty much have a sewer line that goes from International Falls to here. So it's 548 miles of sewers that we maintain. Manhole or sewer entry points, 6,259 entries. And kind of one of the key things with that is last year you guys budgeted for us a sewer inspection camera. And normally we would have a firm come in and they do 40 manholes at the cost of $1,000 a piece. We have did, I believe, 130 ourselves this year. So it's helping us diminish those contractual costs. Parks mowing, we showed another increase, again, after the year we had with all the rain, so on and so forth. We're still maintaining 590 acres of mowable park. Cost savings, we did reduce our operation by one position, and estimate on that would have been an $84,175 expense. And basically, we removed that, but we did add one seasonal forestry position for $28,000 to keep us ahead as far as where we are right now. Total savings on that was $64,000 plus dollars. We also received a $30,000 grant for fall tree planting for facilities in Parks property. Also received a $5,000 Mid-American Energy grant to continue planting trees down in the VJ area. Contracts for cost savings. For a long time, we were just doing the July to July contracts. We found it advantageous for us to bid them off-season, and so we're bidding those in the off-season. It's showing substantial savings for us, whether it's buying rebar or concrete pricing. Horticulture's contract. This is again the same thing, but we're only bidding it out for the services we truly need, and we're customizing that every year based upon what we plant. We're also watering more of our own stuff. Before we were using a contract to help us water because of the amount of watering we have to do, VJ and all city planners. The other issue, I shouldn't say issue, but expenditures. We're asking this year, we have 3 items. They're very small in expense. A grapple bucket. Inevitably, we will have another wind event where we're going to need that debris bucket to pick up brush, trees, limbs. It does expedite our service. And we're also buying a sickle mower that goes on a skid loader so we can mow retention areas in storm areas. And we're starting to see a lot of bioswales in our parks that we use it for. And that just eliminates a ton of hand weeder use. It gives us, ability to restructure and put those folks somewhere else. If I start to lose my voice, I've got a little bit of a cold going on here. We also bought a rotary mower that we can use to mow our easement areas, storm sewers off the beaten path, such as down in the Commerce area where we have our main sewer lines that go up through there by the rail track. We really don't have a piece of equipment that you can navigate down through there because of the tightness, railroad right-of-way, and the skid loader with that mower helps us keep that cleaned up. I'm going to let Paul talk for a minute on a couple of these items. I think you'll find them important.
All right.
Hi, Paul Tauke, Deputy Director. One of the things that I want to talk about is some streamlining efforts that we're doing. One of those is in the community compliance program. We're working with a company proposing to do an AI project where there would be data collection units mounted on a truck. And that would, as it drives the city, would collect data that would be fed back into a system that could be reviewed in the office for potential violations. That system will also allow us to generate what we call a courtesy letter to people, saying that they may have a potential violation. This is what it would be, and if they have questions, get a hold of us. Trying to have a little bit of a soft touch before they get hit with the notice of violation, which has to have code language in it that always sounds a little more threatening than maybe what we would like it to. But that's the way it
So
has
what
to
is
be.
this, Paul? Is it like a camera or something? You drive
Yeah,
around and it
it's
looks and.
cameras on
That's what I
a
wondered.
truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one data collection unit is 2 cameras, and as it drives up and down the streets, we can either put it on a route, or even if they're just if the compliance specialist is just out driving, it'll collect data, then we can review to be more proactive. Communities that we've talked to, Scottsdale, Arizona, they've installed this system, and it's increased voluntary compliance by 70 to 80%. And so that's kind of what we're looking at to get some increased efficiency in community compliance, which we know has been a concern of the council. We're looking at, right now, legal's reviewing a contract, and we're going to present to the AI team. Assuming we get approvals there, we will move forward. Hopefully, if it happens, we could have the units installed in late April or early May. There'll be a calibration period. These things can also help us detect cracks in sidewalks, which is also a concern because of some of the changes in the sidewalk liability laws. So contract would be, we're doing a 1-year contract with an option to extend that contract if it works as well as advertised. But it also doesn't tie us into a long-term contract if we find out it's not working as well as we hoped it would. 1 year, $70,000 for 1 data collection unit. If it works well, we can expand that to 2 data collection units. So it'd be 4 cameras on 2 vehicles, $90,000. If we looked at the cost of adding a community compliance specialist, salary and benefits would be around $116,000. So if we can use technology to avoid having to add a position, it's going to give us long-term savings in the long run. And again, what we're looking for is increased efficiency. We're looking for voluntary compliance and hoping to see some things before people feel like they got to turn in their neighbor. So hopefully that'll help neighbor-to-neighbor relationships in neighborhoods as well. So doing that as opposed to hiring somebody, we're looking at $46,000 savings if we do 1 unit, $26,000 if we do 2. Other streamlining things, this year with Shade Crusade, our partnership with Microsoft, they're providing $60,000 for trees, so they've upped their investment. But because of that, we're going to move to back to a pre-COVID model for distribution. Pre-COVID, we did a pickup. People would come and pick up their trees. We're going to move back to that primarily because with the increased investment, we're doing like 465 trees. With staff time, that's going to take our staff, one of the positions, the full-time positions that we lost was in forestry, but it would take staff about a week to deliver those, maybe 5 to 6 days, and that's primary tree planting season. So we'd like to have more of an event atmosphere, bring people in. We'll do it Friday, May 7th, I think, and we'll do it from 1 to 4, and then Saturday morning from 9 to 1. So we'll give people 2 opportunities to pick up. And if there's some people that absolutely can't make those days work, we'll work with them, to provide the customer service that y'all come to expect from us.
Paul, is that one of the reasons why the forestry budget dropped a little bit for this year?
Was that, yeah.
Because I see it about $100,000 drop from last year's budget.
Well, there's two factors. One is the ops specialist position, and the other was we had the Inflation Reduction Act tree planting grant through the Arbor Day Foundation, and that got, before that grant could be totally completed, it got nixed by the Doge committee. So we didn't get that one, but we do have a $30,000 DNR tree planting grant that Gary mentioned that we'll be doing in the fall. And then the $5,000 Mid-Am grant, which will continue our efforts planting 7th and 8th Street down there. So,
Sure.
do you want me to do the cross-department collaboration?
Most certainly.
Okay, so we also wanted to highlight some of the things we're doing with other departments because we're kind of the Swiss Army knife of departments. Parks and Rec, we meet regularly with the supervisors, continually going over projects where they might need some assistance. For example, there's going to need to be a culvert put in at Southwoods at the disc golf course to facilitate people getting across a little ravine safely. Parks is buying the culvert. We're installing it sometime this spring. We work with Recplex to remove the ice sheets as necessary and to take care of that. We also assist with a lot of construction projects. We did tree removal for the Athene Bridge project. Also, the trees that were planted there by a contractor, they did not have deer protection, so we caged those to protect them from deer. The First Street boat ramp, we did tree removals down there. We had a trail drainage issue at J.C. Park that our staff fixed. We had a homeowner there that was unhappy and met with Ryan and Gary and our team, and we took care of that. General pool maintenance at the 2 aquatic centers, we've been assisting with that for the last couple of years. And then last year, if you recall, there was that flood that kind of came over the top at the aquatic center at Holiday Park, dumped a bunch of mud in the pool. We had staff there working kind of around the clock to get that cleaned up and back online as fast as possible for Parks and Rec. And then, yeah, so that's kind of some stuff we've done with Parks and Rec. We also do some event stuff. We do Parkapalooza. In May, we're going to be doing Touch a Truck event with the Children's Museum. And we also do those in conjunction with the school districts. Mentioned our Shade Crusade partnership with Parks and Rec and Microsoft. And we did some partnerships with engineering. They had a project at Mill Civic between 35th Street and PD for traffic safety reasons that median need to be shaved down. And rather than having a contractor do it, they asked us if we would help out. And so our staff took care of that and cleaned that up and saved them a bunch of money that they would have had to spend with contracting. So we also assist human services as needed with food pickup, which, is very helpful for Audrey and her team. And then our facility is available at 560 for police training, and our parking lots at 8850 Grand are used for fire and police driving trainings because there's more space there. So, and also working with other communities, we of course have the street sweeping contract 2080 agreement with Windsor Heights. So we do their street sweeping, and they pay us for that. That's probably about $30,000, $40,000 contract with them. We assisted with the Clive presidential visit. We do a lot of training with other communities for spot training and rodeo training. And we also participate with other communities in salt contract to get better prices on salt. So anything you want to add, Gary, to close it out?
And believe it or not, we get calls usually every snow event from Waukee, Clive, Urbandale. They ask what we're going to do for snow removal efforts. And we all kind of work together on whether we're putting in a snow ban. And let's put it this way, I don't call them, they call us. And we tell them what our application rates are going to be, and we all try to mimic each other, so there's not a great discrepancy between the agencies. We're still involved in the salt contract. It's Central Iowa Salt Group, and West Des Moines is still ordering salt for those groups because we get an advantageous price by doing so. I think there's 20-some agencies still kind of involved in that. So we reach a lot of places. And I would also say even on our facility side, which it's kind of the behind the scenes thing. There's not a building in the city that we don't touch through public services. And as those buildings continue to grow, maintenance costs sometimes seem to jump because of age of buildings, but I think they're also doing a great job in trying to keep everything moving forward. And really, that's kind of the end of our presentation, folks. If you have something for us.
All right, questions for Gary?
Quick reminder of about 10 years ago, we took the parks used to have their own operation and maintenance group, and we put them under the public services, which I think has worked very well. So that was a gain some time ago. And yeah, you guys are the utility fielder of the city of West Des Moines. We call on them all the time.
You guys are absolute workhorses, burning the candle at both ends, doing everything from soup to nuts, as Dick Sosinski used to say. You guys do a ton of stuff.
Yeah, Gary, I just wanted to say, and Paul, you mentioned it too. I just got a text yesterday from a resident over by JC Park who said JC Park looks much better this year than in previous years. These were taken this morning. It's nice to see. Very grateful for the efforts and actions of the city. And then another resident popped in and said it's very cool when local government works with its constituents. So I know that Ryan was out there. I know, Gary, you were out there. And I think that's a great text to get. And I'm glad that things are a little bit better. So thanks to everybody for that. That's a difference maker. And now we have residents who are happier, which we are all happy about.
Yes, for sure.
So thank you for that. I had a couple questions about the budget, but I think you addressed those questions. My last question was, do you still have plenty of room at the Public Works building down at 88th and Grand?
Yes.
Are we still the envy with that building and our department of the other metro area suburbs with our facilities?
I can tell you that this year we've had 4 different folks go through, or cities, municipalities, or governmental entities go through our building and using that to model how they wish to build theirs.
Awesome. I love it. I love the word, they envy the city of West Des Moines. It's great. Words.
It is. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Gary. I always enjoy our public services meetings, just hearing all the activities that you and the entire team are going through. A couple items for you. About a year ago, Tom, I think we did a city school meeting. And reading through your materials, talking about 590 acres of park and other areas that you guys are mowing. I don't know where it would save on the city budget or maybe on the school budget, but I'd love to better understand what collaboration we might be able to undertake with the schools. Obviously, they're engaged in a lot of mowing too. I don't know how many, hundreds of acres, but when we've got a team and they've got a team, and we've got equipment and they've got equipment, and we've got insurance and they've got insurance, it seems like maybe some duplication there, and not necessarily for you, but maybe for us as a community and as we continue the city school partnerships to figure out how we can drive greater efficiencies between the taxing entities in the city of West Des Moines and Waukee. School districts are certainly a part of that. I thank you for your presentation on the community compliance stuff. I know I don't serve on community compliance, despite what I have some of my comments in the past. But it is an issue that has come up, obviously, at Public Services. And I know myself and I think probably everybody else up here has received enough messages and calls and outreach and just monitoring activity to know that it's a growing problem. And you have seen it in objective data that you've shared with us at Public Services as the number of complaints that have gone up. And yeah, last year was a wet year, but it wasn't an anomaly in the sense that it has been a trend over a period of years that we've seen complaints rise. And so thank you for exploring what can be done to remedy that. And like you said, a gentle way, right? Nobody wants to see you had in there, one prosecution, I think 12 violations. Those things do need to happen. What's that?
Just so council's aware,
please.
We had one case that literally took 7 months to work to resolve because of appeal process and going through the Polk County court system. And we finally received resolution, but it's just to let you know that some of those cases take an extreme amount of time. Nothing we can do about that because we're following the due process.
Yeah.
I guess I want to add one more thing and then I'm going to shut up. And that is, I think even if you look at our city survey, probably one of the lowest marks we get is in community compliance. Yeah. And it stands to reason why. whether you're the complainer or you're the complainee, somebody's not going to be happy. And I think those folks do a great job. And I think what we're trying to do now maybe will help enhance our appearance with those folks by sending out the voluntary compliance. Is it going to be the fix-all? No, but I hope that I see those numbers come up. I think they will.
Yeah, and so I wanted to thank you for elevating this issue, for hearing myself, and I know others up here about this is a problem we need to tackle. I know I've come up with alternative ideas, but I think what you've identified here is, yeah, it's going to take a little bit of funding, but it's going to take less funding than it would to fully fund another position. And perhaps, and we're not experimenting. This has happened in another jurisdiction. You talked about Scottsdale, and you've seen 70 to 80% greater compliance through a voluntary soft touch. And I think that sounds like a win-win, right? We're able to do it in a more efficient manner. We're able to drive greater compliance and do it in a way that's not going to result in administrative court hearings and appeals and 8 months worth of, attorney time, et cetera. So I think that is wonderful. And I'm fully supportive of you all moving forward in that direction. I'm really glad you brought it forward. I don't know where Greta's at. Maybe she's online or maybe she's, oh no, she's not here. That's right. Yep. Well, maybe Tom or Jamie, one of the things, and I've talked to Greta about this on something else, but I very much in favor of more efficiency, very much in favor of utilizing technology to become more efficient and deliver a better service. I think as folks continue to talk about cameras and imaging and capturing things as folks are, as maybe city vehicles are driving around, there may be a growing hesitation, a growing suspicion about what are all these cameras doing? And so I think from a city perspective, having some sort of policy that talks about the importance of security, talks about the importance of privacy, and how we are using these technologies to provide protection and enhanced benefits while respecting privacy and security. And I think just getting ahead of that in this community is going to be a good thing, because we have the cameras, as part of the Clean Air Attainment Program. We have the cameras as part of the Flock program. You're talking about them here. I suspect that in the future there may be more. And so I think so long as we can properly protect our residents and visitors in this community, provide them the assurances that what we are doing from a privacy and security standpoint, and why it is we are using them. I think people, if they don't know why we're using them, they're going to, it's the unknown. And when there's an unknown, fears fill the void. And I'd rather be out in front and explain it. So not to stall you out on what you're doing. I think to me, you ought to move forward with it. But I think simultaneously, we ought to have some of those things outlined. And maybe the last thing I'll talk about is the partnership with Mid-American Energy, Microsoft. I think those are fantastic. As I drive through Valley Junction, I see all the trees that are planted in the right-of-way, Paul. As I drive down Grand Avenue and Grand Prairie Parkway and other areas, I can't, it sounds maybe a little corny, but I think about, what's this going to look like 10 years from now and 15 years from now? It's going to be incredible. It's going to be beautiful. And so I am very grateful for the support that Mid-American Energy has provided for that program, for what they've done for the Recplex, for what their leadership has done in this community, as well as so many other partners. So just thank you for continuing to leverage those great partnerships and supporters to put in something that, every year will get better and better throughout our community.
I just want to add to Matt's comments about the automated code compliance. When Gary first talked with me about this, I thought it was a fantastic idea. And at the code compliance meeting, it came up that we can customize this to whatever we want, and we can blur out, right, faces. So yes, if you're walking your dog down the street and the truck drives by, it's going to pick up your body, but your face is blurred out. So unless you've got your name on the back of your shirt, nobody's going to know who you are, okay? So from that aspect, the privacy thing goes away. Granted, the addresses are going to show up, but we can drive down the street and look at an address, right? So I think it's great that you guys found this, and it has been proven in what 2 or 3 different cities that you talked with. They're quite happy with it. So I was all in favor of let's try this thing, see what it does. If we think it's going to do as good as we believe it will, it's going to be phenomenal. It's going to take the place, I think, of probably 3 code enforcement people, because the truck is going to drive by and picking up the stuff as it goes. Nobody has to be looking for anything. And it's also then going to be reviewed by our staff before the letters go out. It's not just an automatic, like the red light cameras in some of the other cities. Camera gets it and right here goes, it's all reviewed by us, and to say, yes, this meets our criteria and it needs a letter sent out.
I think I add just a little bit, and that is knowing that as we automate our call centers, as we automate our contacts with public, it frees up time for some of my staff. And we're going to use that available time to review footage. It's something else that's going to be assigned to that person. So it's not going to go back and still be on the duties of code enforcement. We're going to have some of our staff looking through that and saying, yes, this is a violation, goes back to code enforcement. We have to issue notice, and we do. So it's utilization of all of our staff.
Yeah, there'll be things on there too that, are difficult to pick up with the AI, right? Like if somebody's got a car that the neighbor complains that there's a non-functioning car in the driveway, unless it's up on blocks or something, you're probably not going to see it, So there are going to be some
You're still going to
things
have
you
to
got
have
to
an
look at.
intervention. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
And technically, and I'll just say this, as we did this process, it was eye-opening to how many other communities have the same issue, but staffing levels are so much higher. We looked at it as this, I think, is our advantage opposed to hiring full-time staff. Let's try this, and I think it'll be a win.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love hearing about that. Just one update for everybody. We are still working through the animal control contract for cats with Furry Friends. And Barabi, I think, has gone and drafted up a contract. And now we're going to be sitting down in the very near future with Furry Friends to go through the terms of the contract and to try to figure out how we can get something that we can both agree with. So I'm very hopeful that that's going to work well, and we're going to be able to get that contract in place for cats relatively soon.
I have a comment on back to what Matt was saying about, it's a real interesting paradox we have to deal with now. We have the legislature coming down with probably a 2% cap, it looks like, which will change the dynamics of things significantly. And we're going to have to use technology more and more as we go in the future. So we have this thing, for example, we don't like code enforcement, we don't like cameras on speed, but we want to put a cop when people are going 90 miles an hour on the interstate. I mean, so there's going to have to be some give and take here, and we have to, I agree with you, Matt, we'll go the extra mile there are things we can do with technology also to eliminate that aspect that people are concerned about. But it's going to be coming faster than not. So AI is another thing that's moving forward, and this is part of that. So it's going to be a dynamic situation. It's going to be changing constantly.
I want to echo what Matt said earlier, though. I think if we are going to be utilizing something like this, we've got to have some sort of transparent for the public. This is our regulations. This is what's expected. This is what it's doing, to be as clear as possible, because there's a lot of talk and rumors on Facebook will go miles, hundreds of miles, just like that. And we have to make sure that we're sharing exactly what we're
Talked about
doing.
that at code enforcement.
Kevin and I talk about this a lot.
I bet you do, of course.
Everything from blurring faces to how do we use it to, hey, we need to clean up some of this code that has been passed over the years and years and years and try to make sure that it's clear to people and accessible and whatnot. Like we had a trailer situation, and then people started submitting 50 C-click fixed tickets for every trailer that they see in town, right? And it's like, Okay, so everybody's been working on it, so I think this might be just the first time you guys are hearing about
And
it.
this is the value, I was going to say, of our subcommittee process. You guys have delved way into this, the two
Yes,
of
thank you.
And we really appreciate all the work that you guys have done at that level to bring this forward, so.
And one more thing, what Matt had said about like the cities and schools working together. When Tom and I reinvigorated the city school committee a couple years ago, one example you mentioned was mowing. So let's take where my kids go to school at Brookview. So we got Brookview, the school, and the Brookview Park, that's the schools and a big field. And then right next door, we have Brookview, the park, that's controlled by the city of West Des Moines. So we have different mowing. So we have, is there any combination there? Go over to Maple Grove Park. You have the school and their park area, which has mowing. And then right next door, we have the Maple Grove Park, which is controlled by the city of West Des Moines. You know, we've explored all of these and we are continuing to try, but while there is overlap, it's actually a little bit harder than one would think. But I agree with you wholeheartedly that any efficiency we can find working with the schools, absolutely. And we have looked into a lot of these already.
No, and I was going to say that too. We've looked into this. I think we looked into it for building maintenance and other things like that. And we need to keep doing that, need to keep exploring to try to figure out how we can come up with efficiencies for our.
Because stuff does
taxpayers
pop
that we
up. It's
serve
like,
on.
oh yeah, we
Sure.
could do that.
But a lot of it has been very difficult and hard to figure out how to put in place, right?
There's always more opportunities though. I agree.
And then you end up with accounting issues because somebody's mowing more than somebody else, and it's troubling. I mean, I got a constituent refuses to mow his lawn. Maybe it would help that, but I don't know.
Well, the AI is coming for that.
Yeah.
All right, any other questions for Gary otherwise, or Paul? We're going to move forward. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate all you do. Okay, Tom, what's the plan here? We going to take a break or we
How
going
do
to?
you guys feeling? You need a break? Okay,
All right,
quick break.
Quick break and then we'll come back.
Community Economic
Do,
Development's
yep.
up next. Ryan
Yep.
Moffett.
5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Let's just come back in, I don't know, what do you want, 3-minute break?
Yeah.
You're so realistic.
All right, 5 minutes, 9:27, we're going to come back, 9:27. Oh, yeah, you're looking. It's ridiculous. I will fight. All right, Ryan, are you ready? Let's do it.
Morning, everyone. Ryan Moffett, Community and Economic Development. I'm glad you did get that break in. As these two gentlemen behind me can attest, we do a lot of community presentations together, and brevity's not my strong suit. So good to get that break in now, even though we were ahead of schedule.
Hey, and as
So,
Tim Stiles said, there's still food out there. It's just gonna go to waste, so go eat the food, please, if you can. All right, go ahead.
all right, so we'll cover some accomplishments in 2025. A lot of work last year on both renewing the development agreements for the Grand Experience project. That took up a significant time in the summer and the fall. And then Valley West Mall, even though we didn't get the development agreement approved at this point in time yet, and we've had a little bit of a slowdown there. There was still a lot of good work to help us prep for when the time is right for the development agreement to come forward in the future. We assisted Merchants Bonding Company with their significant and very visible expansion that's underway right now. We launched the Newmark Economic Development Strategic Plan. That got underway essentially in roughly about June. We are on the downhill slide to get that wrapped up. We do anticipate that in April or May of this year is basically when they'll come back and present to council the recommendations and findings, and then afterwards, after we kind of do some cleanup with the document, we'll get that approved. So I think we've booked the April
That thing's
20th
taken forever.
council workshop. April 20th council workshop is when the consultant's going to be here to present their findings. We did host 2 site selectors in the fall for their annual FAM tour visit, so we continue to remain engaged with the site selector community. We attend conferences, just get them familiar with what we have to offer here, put a face to the name, and get to meet those folks that basically are the key to bringing large prospects into communities. Hopefully you've noticed, but we've had a very much more active social media campaign on the Community and Economic Development social media pages. Jan and her team have been a big help with getting that going, so we're building that. I know the city manager's office has done a lot of good things with their outreach on social media, and we'll kind of play in tandem with one another on that front to help get our successes out there a little bit further as well. We did finish up the development project showcase, so it is something that's ongoing and updated, but basically if you went to the Go West website and looked at development projects, you could find all the larger projects that are underway throughout the city, not just things that we're working on. Some of them are municipal projects like the new Fire Station 13, Legacy Woods, things of that nature. And then we received a Bravo grant this year for public art projects in Valley Junction. So in conjunction with some funding that Microsoft's put forward, that is going to get underway later this year. There's a subcommittee that's working on getting some art on some blank building walls down there. On the housing side, the 3 new homes that were built at 12th and Locust, that was a really good success story for us. 3 new families basically on those properties. I know many of you were active, whether it was actually out there doing the kind of the construction of it or celebrating the families that did move into those homes. And then when it comes to the Historic West Des Moines Housing Fund, the pilot project, this is the final year for it. So we are kind of on the downhill slide of wrapping up that pilot. This year, we actually had more users with the down payment assistance than we've had for the other 2 years of program combined. So we had 5 that took advantage of that this year. And then there were 13 houses over the last year that went through the home improvement program piece of that funding. So I'll come back to that here in just a little bit in terms of where we're going from a direction. In terms of cross-department collaboration and some streamlining, I think the biggest thing that I'd mention is our CDBG funding. We've put that to good use in working with some other departments basically to get public improvement projects and LMI census tracts built. So we're working with engineering on the 12th and Vine stormwater basin. There's a wetlands project at Legacy Woods that we're assisting with, and I know we're in early discussions now with our incoming CDBG allocation about maybe looking at a project with Human Services at their campus in Valley Junction as well. We do work with the legal departments quite often. I know one of the things that we've worked on is as their office is staffed up, not being as reliant on Allers to do all of the work related to development activity. Allers still would touch any of the development agreements that are urban renewal or TIF related, but some of the things like PIF and RCF are just kind of some of the one-offs that we do. We've brought that in-house to offer a little bit of a cost savings there. We have had a vacant position that's been open since last September. We are in the hiring process for that right now. We did one process. Unfortunately, that didn't yield a candidate that was preferred, so we're going back out again, and hopefully would have someone in place maybe as soon as late April. Some goals for 2026. I think a big piece of what we're going to be working on is implementation, both for the outcomes of what's in the Newmark study, as well as what we've got on the 2040 plan. The 2040 plan is very housing and community development focused. So a lot of things to work on there in terms of implementation in the next few years. One of my big priorities is to revamp our website content. In some cases, it really hasn't been touched for some time. Our Go West website, really, we kind of use that as the marketing and economic development arm for the city. So is there content that we can migrate over there? We've got a lot more flexibility with what we can do with that website than the city website. So that's just, it's time to enhance and pull some content over there and update some content as well. We've got a good thing going right now with developers. Basically, they're proposing a lot of rooftops in West Des Moines, whether that be in the Warren County portion of the city or on the Dallas County side. And I think that kind of had a good success story with us assisting with the construction of major arterial streets to get a lot of rooftops built. Oftentimes that's an impediment that developers talk about from a cost perspective, to have to build widened streets that, you know, people beyond just who will live in this subdivision would utilize someday. We've got several active projects right now where that's something that we're assisting with. When we do bring our new hire on, there's just going to be some integration and some training. I would mention too that we've renamed that position. Was previously Business Development Coordinator. I've worked with HR and I come up with a new title that maybe gets the word economic development out there more. So we're calling that Economic Development Specialist now. I'm hopeful that that maybe leads to more candidates that would apply for this time around, knowing that it's focused on economic development. I think the old title really didn't tell you what the job really consisted of. So we hope to wrap up work on the Historic West Des Moines Master Plan and the PUD. I know that's been lingering out there for some time, so we are actively engaged again with our consultant to make sure that we can get that across the finish line, hopefully in 2026. We do have our business retention program, so every year we try to get out to at least 25 companies across the city of all different sizes, all different industry types. That remains a priority for us. And then on the annexation front, just from a staffing perspective alone, we've kind of had to put some of that on the back burner a little bit, but we are still actively engaged right now in working with the Napa Valley Homeowners Association. They've come to us. It's not that we're coming after them, but there's a lot of dynamics to that agreement that we would put forward from an annexation standpoint. We've had some good positive conversations there as well. As far as other things coming up on the housing side that we're working towards, I think it's going to be an opportune time to have discussions with the mayor and you all in terms of where we go with the Historic West Des Moines Housing Fund. Do we aspire to continue that program? I think it's been a tremendous success. I know there's conversations about whether we grow that area or not and kind of take that into the next wave of neighborhoods that might have been built out in the 40s through the 60s that might have some of those same kind of needs that Valley Junction's done. Obviously, that was a public-private partnership. So from a fundraising perspective, we would need to go out and engage the private sector community in Polk County as well. And then, I think just continuing to find innovative uses of our LMI housing fund. Woodland Hills is, it's got sunset in the last year, basically. So we do have a couple of other projects out there right now that are in housing tips that will start generating more revenue for the LMI account. And we do have some uses out there that we're looking at currently. We've got a wait list right now for our home improvement or home rehab programs in the city. One of our ideas would be to go ahead and kind of clear that log jam and knock through some of those. I know there's a proposal that you're going to be hearing about soon too for some supportive housing that could also be a target for some of that funding as well. As far as our supplemental budget request, we did have two this year. One was for a housing needs assessment. The other was for the next round of PIF and RCF. And working with the budget committee, it looks like the recommendation was to not fund either of those, and it's fine. I get that. It's a challenging budget year, but we probably would sharpen our pencils and come back and make a request in the future if it's not funded for these same projects, because we do feel that they would be needed in the future. So I think that's all I've got for you. I'd be happy to take any questions you might have.
All right, questions for Ryan?
I have one comment, and it's not aimed at Ryan here. Since this is a budget meeting, and I'm looking at Ryan's team, then I started looking through other teams. And as we're thinking about budget, if we have a manager with one direct report, that's a waste. We should work to remedy that across. We should flatten ourselves out. Private sector, typically your span of control needs to be 8 to 12. I don't know what we feel it should be here, but I know 1-to-1 is not good. So something we need to think about.
All right, other questions, comments for Ryan?
Yeah, Ryan, it was probably a year or two ago when the site selectors came, and I think we've always been pretty proud of the future, proud of the potential future that the I-5 corridor has. And I think the site selectors a year or two ago, I can't remember who they were, but she was like, look, you have potential infrastructure, you have potential for great economic development on the I-5 corridor, but you may think it's shovel ready. And I don't think we really thought it was shovel ready, but I thought we were on our way. And I think she, in her comments, took us back a step and said, you are not ready as you think you are. So I guess based on those comments, what is the status of the I-5 corridor? I saw it was mentioned in there. Where are we on that?
Yeah, and I think that's been a reoccurring theme is, whether it's been through Newmark, who has their own site selectors that have visited the community through the course of our planning process, or through these familiarization tours every year. Kind of the sentiment is we've got land, we've got available land options for them, but you really don't have sites. And what they mean by that basically is we're in competition with communities that have certified sites where all the due diligence has been done basically to say that this really could be shovel ready. Here we've got what I would refer to as a lot of pocket listings. We've got good contacts with these people that do own a lot of land, but then we've got to go through a pretty large process before we could ever really be competitive to land a prospect on that site still. So I think that in my conversations with Newmark, that's going to be a tremendously huge focus going forward, is how do we get better on site readiness and probably be more targeted about it. We wouldn't shotgun it out to 15 or 20 different sites out there. Let's hear what they think our top 5 sites are, and let's get serious with these property owners about what we need to do to be more competitive on these sites.
Yeah, and there was a story came out, last week, I guess it was, where Vermeer is going to, was it Bondurant?
Bondurant, yep.
And I sent that to Tom and Russ, and Ryan said, we should have had this in West Des Moines. And I think it goes back to what you said is that, there's land out there. It's just not, shovel ready, or the landowners aren't, they're wanting, 10 times what it's worth. So
Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, we came in second on a $100 million prospect last year that's going to end up going to Huxley now. And that was the biggest feedback that we got, was they can go up there, and this isn't a fair comparison between the metro area and Huxley, but they could go up there and pay $2.30 a square foot, or they can pay $5.50 here in West Des Moines. And that was a factor that led them to their decision. But on the prospect last week that just got announced in Bondurant, I mean, that's on a certified site. That city has gone all in when it comes to actually paying for a lot of the due diligence cost for a property owner. I don't know if I'd propose that. I think what I do is a cost share, so there's still property owner that has some skin in the game of this, but those are the kind of things that we might want to take a look out for, because it's paid off for Norwalk, it's paid off for Bondurant.
I'd just say thank you, Ryan. The economic development is going to be the lifeblood of what we're able to do in our community. If we're able to grow and drive growth and jobs, and as a result, tax revenue, we're going to be able to continue to do the quality of life amenities and maybe put in this bathroom out here at the city amphitheater. If we don't, we're going to be really struggling, right? And so, I appreciate the work you're doing. I think in addition to that, part of that also means that looking at it not just in 2026, not just in 2027, but what is our long game? How do we ensure that we don't get cut off by other communities in our ability to grow the geographic footprint of the community, particularly to the south and southwest? Obviously, we can't go north, east, or very much, very few other directions. So I think, to the extent you and your team can continue to build relationships with landowners and folks in the path of opportunities of development, that serves us not, like I said, in 26 or 27, but perhaps 2030 and beyond. Mm-hmm. And the other thing I'd outline is I talked to some folks in the development community, and I understand that there is a lot of interest in this metropolitan area of outside investors, private equity, and others that are buying up multifamily projects, right? And that's fine, and I'm glad to see that that's happening because in many instances where that's happened, they have reinvested in those multifamily buildings. As we've talked about in the past, I have concern. I mean, when you go out and spend a lot of time knocking doors and talking to folks, you walk up upon pretty run-down multifamily projects across our community in West Des Moines. And I'd like to figure out a way, and I know we've talked about this and we continue to maybe explore it, but building a program to help incentivize some of these local folks to reinvest, whether it's investing for purposes of fire protection, having, making sure that the water's not leaking into the building and deteriorating and creating health and other, problems that are a drag on our community. So I don't know how we can do that, and I know we've talked about it, but I'd certainly encourage you and your team to explore ways that we as a community can try to incentivize folks to reinvest, because if we don't, they're going to continue to deteriorate. They're going to continue to attract folks that, unfortunately, it's going to require Chief Bellamy to spend more time in those areas, right? And I don't think anybody wants that. So.
Yep, happy to talk about that further. I think, one of the challenges we talked about was the funding source. I mean, our LMI account right now with our major breadwinner that funded that account, with that being sunset now, there's not immediate light at the end of the tunnel about how that gets replenished. It takes time to ramp up these new housing TIF areas. Got about 1.8 million in that account right now. Again, we've got some ideas for how we can program some of that, but we might need a different funding source, because if you think of the size of some of these apartment projects and the scale of what it would cost for a significant rehab or to fire sprinkler something that maybe isn't, I don't know if that funding source would go very far. We might be able to tackle a couple of the bigger apartment complexes, but.
Yeah, and maybe it's a conversation with some of these developers and folks that own some of these facilities, like what would it take, right? I have no interest in giving anything just for the heck of it, right? Mm-hmm. I want to make sure that if we're going to do something, we maximize our dollar, maximize the leverage. So if we're going to give, I want to give as very little as possible to get as maximum of a benefit as we can for our community. And I don't know what that is without maybe talking to some folks in the marketplace, talk with other communities about how they've tackled this problem. But it is a problem. And talking with Chief Scott, our former police chief, he tells me that he was very concerned about the continued deterioration of some of these facilities. All right? And we have a lot of them, as Councilman Hudson talked about. I think we have more multifamily housing projects in the city of West Des Moines than any other community in the area.
We have a smaller owner-occupied housing percentage than Des Moines or anyone else in the metropolitan area. So yes, I agree, Mr. McKinney.
Yeah. So that to me is a concern. Again, it's not a 2026 concern. This is really looking out. But how can we perhaps get ahead of it and try to avoid some of the things that Chief Scott has shared, I think, not just with me, with some others.
Yeah, I think it will be helpful to engage the owners just to see how we can help them.
Yeah. Well, I've come up with something I think that can help this, and it's basically we're going to have another housing TIF at some point in time, and I think we need to dedicate some of those revenues to this, but I think it needs to be a cost share program. I mean, if they have to invest themselves, so, it needs to be like a 1-to-1 or a 2-to-1 or something like that, but I think we need to work on doing that. I think we're going to have the funds in the near future to be able to do that. But I think we also need to, engage Keith Denner, who now has sold his apartment building. He's got some time. He was very passionate about the program that he's involved in. I can't remember the name of it specifically off the top of my head now.
About the police department.
Yeah, and he gets these reports. It's a great program. He thinks the world of it. I think we need to engage Keith, bring him in, have him contact other apartment owners and talk to them about this program, how it's a great program, and get more of our apartment owners engaged in this program. I think that's going to be a huge, huge help, combined with, again, doing another housing TIF and dedicating some of those revenues to kind of a matching program to help these people with the apartments. But like the Valley Junction programs, and what you said, Ryan, it's going to be very, if we have $1 million to give to a project, they match $1 million, $2 million goes into the project, how much does that buy us? I mean, we're going to have to do a lot of the exterior things probably also, not as much of the interior things, but there's a lot of exteriors out there of these apartment buildings that are really getting old and kind of falling into disrepair, that it could go a long way kind of sprucing those up and getting new roofs and siding and different things like that.
But isn't part of our code that you have to have a property in good repair? Dennis, is that correct?
Correct.
So if it already is in the code that says a property has to be in good repair, I think we need to be contacting those property owners, whether it's single family or apartments, and tell them your property is not in good repair. You're in violation of the code. And you need to get it fixed. I don't think we need to come up with another program at this point. We just need to put them on notice that get it fixed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, why do we have the ordinance on record?
I don't disagree with you. I think we need to do that. And I think if there's a way that we can provide some kind of an incentive and a cost share program, I think we do it. And I think the way to do it, I mean, a big focus for me over the next 4 years is going to be adding all kinds of more housing, particularly single family housing. And, you know, we've got some projects where people are looking at taking down hundreds of acres to do housing projects. And there's some that are going on down south of the river. We're trying to get some in the West Des Moines Community School District to help with enrollment and all kinds of things. We had Hubble looking for a property there. They couldn't find a willing seller in the West Des Moines Community School District, but we have not given up on that yet. And, you know, I know we're doing, I think with Hubble and, is it John?
John Larson.
Yeah, we're doing a very creative, and I'd like to see us do more of this, where I think we're providing a third of the infrastructure cost, and each of them are providing a third. I think that makes a ton of sense. I think that's going to help to incentivize and add more housing. I think we need that. I think we need to grow the population, help support our businesses, help support our schools. So,
But if you're talking about spending money, taxpayer money to incentivize, I think we're better off taking that 1.8 and incentivizing owner-occupied properties rather than a commercial, well, I guess it's residential now by tax purposes, but a for-profit, put it that way, apartment complex. Why would we incentivize them? You know, if they've let it deteriorate and all they're doing is putting the rent money in their pocket, I think we're better off putting, you know, taking the taxpayer money and putting it into owner-occupied housing first.
well, you could have said the same thing about Valley Junction and some of the buildings getting in disrepair there, and the PIF and the RCF. But the reality of the matter is that these properties have gotten in disrepair. They needed some TLC. They needed an incentive to get going. And the programs that we did, where we provided funding in that regard, led to like a 7-to-1 leverage of public to private dollars. And so it's been a great thing. But you're always going to have people. Why are we going to reward people that let their building get disrepair? The reality of the matter is that we can cite the code and everything else. If they don't have the money to do it, they're not going to do it. And then we have to take the next step, whatever that is. I don't know, shutting them down and having hundreds of people have to find a new home. Plus, a lot of that's affordable housing. So you got to be careful too.
I understand that, but I still got to believe that if you've got an apartment building, you're in it to make money, and you're probably doing the bare minimum just to keep people in it, rather than trying to keep it up. And again, I think it needs to go to single family first.
I would have thought the same thing about many properties in Valley Junction, but when I took a tour this summer and I realized that some folks down there haven't invested in a way that, and frankly, there's mold growing in them. There's one right at the corner of 5th, and I think it's Maple, and it's sitting vacant when we've got a list of 25 or 30 other businesses that are looking to go in there. People just, unfortunately, they haven't invested, and then what happens? You end up with 122 5th, and then it comes down.
Right, but if you're going to do this and do a 1-to-1, if they're not putting money into
I'm not
today,
saying
they're not going to put money into it tomorrow, even though you're giving them money.
I'm not saying 1-to-1, but what I am saying is, you know, I think it's worth exploring, because otherwise we're going to end up in a situation where we got deterioration, we got health and safety concerns, and we've got other public safety issues that are.
But on apartments, you've got the rental certificates that they get inspected. So again,
Can I add something here? One of the reasons we didn't go ahead with put the $200,000, whatever that cost for the home study or the study.
150,000.
Okay, 150,000 is because of this discussion. I hate to go pay a consultant to say, you need this, and we have a council, and they'll say, well, that's not what we want. So we need to do some internal work on a number of levels. You know, we're also talking about how can we get the fire department and development services working together on inspections? How can we what's our level that we can be more aggressive legally? We want to find those limits. And then we probably need a facilitated workshop with this discussion, because we have lot of different opinions here at the table and try to get something coalesce so we can go forward. But that's why we delayed that study, because I could see it coming back, well, you should add more apartments, or go, well, we're not liking apartments right now. So that, I just wanted to give a heads up, and we are going to spend more time on it. So just.
I think some more time, because as I read this, it occurred to me, there's a lot being asked of your group. It's sort of all over the place. And then I was looking at, and this is what spurred my comment earlier too, is like, do we have the right staff? Not as in the right people, but are they in the right roles? Do we need to, like, if we have 3 strategies as a city, I don't know what they are. I have an opinion, but like, then do we have the right staff to support those things? I'm not saying fire anybody. I'm saying let's redefine roles and realign those roles to what the 3 strategies of the city need to be. And I'm not seeing that here. And maybe we're relying on Newmark to help with that. I don't know. But like, I think there's a lot of strategic thought that's got to be done here that the council's got to help with. But I'd like you to try to lead that and propose some things. So we can't be everything to everyone. Housing is hard, even at the federal level. How much impact can we have? Like, I would sure like my kids to move back to West Des Moines someday, but maybe they won't be able, I don't know. But like, I don't know that we've got a good grasp of the strategic things that we need to do for economic development. And one of those strategic things might be saying, look, we're not going to do that anymore. We're going to focus on this. In my mind, my focus is on bringing businesses to town. If good jobs come to town, everything else takes care of itself to some degree.
And I agree with you, Doug, and what we're going to have to be doing as part of that, really good comments, is we're going to probably have to we may realign some departments and structures of the city to be able to work what we're trying to accomplish. So it's going to have to happen.
I agree.
Do keep in mind this, if we had a program that was able to reinvest in some of these apartment buildings that are getting run down, not only would it help these apartment buildings to look nicer, to be safer, to cut down on crime and different things like that, but any city money that goes into this with a match from the developer would also help keep the rent down. Because let's be honest here, if you've got an apartment building where they go and they do a whole bunch of improvements to the apartment building, well, guess how they're going to try to pay for that one? Mm-hmm. They're going to raise everybody's rent. Right? So money from us going into that is money well spent, in my opinion. And I think we've got a way to do that, and it's through our housing TIFs and setting aside some of that money. Of course, these apartment buildings will have to be, a lot of LMI in there to be able to spend it in that way.
Yeah, I was going to make that point too.
And you don't think, though, that if we incentivize an apartment landlord and they fix up their apartments and make it look like new, they're not going to raise their rents, because now you're living in a, fully remodeled apartment? You don't think they're going to raise their rents? They're not going to cut the rents.
No, they're not going to cut the rents.
They're not going to keep them the same. They're going to raise them up.
But they're going to raise them a lot. They're going to raise them a lot less than they otherwise would have if they put the $2 million in instead of $1 million, and we put $1 million in. And some of the things that we need to do to these buildings, it's the outside, it's the roof, it's the siding, it's the maybe the wood. Balconies that are off of some of these things. I can think of an apartment that I drive by right there near on the way to Dairy Queen on Grand Avenue that, my God, I don't know if I'd stand on some of those decks. I'm sure that they're structurally sound, but they don't look very good.
Well, they got to be structurally sound if they got a rental certificate.
Right, absolutely. But they don't look good. And so it's going to be a lot of things that are going to be external improvements and whatnot. Those things aren't sexy. They're not going to necessarily improve the value of that apartment. But with the city money in, they're going to have to raise rent a lot less than if we don't have any money in at all. So
it's a good conversation. Ryan, I appreciate your thoughts. And I know that your team is always working hard to look at different options for not just economic development, but I think we forget the community in there. And that's when housing does come into it. Thank you for your point about LMI. I think we were all kind of making that point too. I noticed that our good friend Laura has put on the parking lot multifamily repair. And I think it's a great conversation to continue on.
You want to add to that single family repair as well?
Yeah.
Because it's not just Valley Junction. I want everybody to know that.
Yes.
We've got LMI homeowners throughout West Des Moines. It's not just Valley Junction. So get that out of your head.
Absolutely.
Our LMI areas have grown in number too. So.
But I will say this. You talked about, do we want to take our bag of goodies and go somewhere else around the city? My answer to that is no. I want to focus on Valley Junction. And the reason for that is that I want to see a big bang for the buck. And I think in that area, historic West Des Moines, if we continue to focus our resources down there, I think we can really help preserve our affordable housing stock, beautify the neighborhoods, and you're going to see a big bang for the buck. Whereas if we get into a bigger area of the city, you're not going to notice it.
I think
Okay, but you brought up the apartments up by Dairy Queen. That is not Valley Junction.
That's a different story.
I'm just saying that. So
that goes to Matt's multifamily deal.
You know, and I think Historic West Des Moines really is geared for the rehab piece of this. It's geared towards owner occupied today. I think a fair question would be, are we worked over at this point? Have we leveraged most of the improvements that we're going to see in this neighborhood after this 3-year pilot project, or is there a lot more out there?
Sure.
So
I will say I have gotten people reaching out, different restaurant owners and whatnot that need to make improvements to their place. They're not in the Valley Junction area, and they're wondering if we can take PIF and RCF and bring it to other older parts of the city where they've got restaurants and bars and whatnot, specifically along Grand Avenue there. One of our historic restaurants, Maxie's, I think, has some improvements they'd like to make, and they'd like to have us take a look at kind of expanding those two programs. I know we don't have funding in this budget for it, but when we
are
come back.
actively working on that. I mean, that's a proposal that we would have. I mean, again, this program's not going to make sense to tackle the Valley West Mall area, right? Those buildings are too large, but so this is really geared for smaller buildings, small businesses, things like that. But I think that we would prefer to stretch that out to beyond just the commercial district of Valley Junction, to include Grand Avenue, go up 8th Street again.
Grand, that area needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
So, all right, any other questions? We need to move on here unless we have a couple last questions. Good?
Let's go.
Okay, let's move on. Thank you, Ryan, for all you do. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ryan.
All right, Brian Hemeseth.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hey, Brian. Good morning. Happy Engineers Week. It always falls on Engineers Week, so it's kind of exciting.
It's starting or ending?
Yeah.
We're all warmed up for you here, Brian.
Yeah.
We're hot
We'll bring it back down a notch or two.
At the next break, Trevor and I are going to arm wrestle at the next break.
I'm already 25 seconds into my time.
Arm wrestle.
Wow,
That's going to be
all right. I'm going to tell you what engineering's mission is, to plan, design, construct, and manage infrastructure systems that achieve the level of service expected by our community and its visitors. So what I'm going to talk to you about now is how I feel like we've achieved that in the last year. I think one of the biggest things that we did this year was we got the digital enterprise project completed. Now, it'll never really end, but we got service to all of the original addresses that we had planned to get to. So we're very excited about that. Added another 400 or so addresses, another 5.5 miles of conduit. So very exciting. I did want to touch on a couple of safety and performance things on some projects that we've done in the past so that you can kind of see the fruits of the labor that we did. The first one's 8th Street, and we all know that we went through a lot of pain and suffering on 8th Street, getting people to the businesses and that sort of thing. But some good news is from before the reconstruction happened, average per year, we had 21 crashes in that section of 8th Street, and 7 average resulted in injuries. In 2024, it dropped to 11 and 2 injury accidents. And just this last year, we are down to 2 with 0 injuries reported. So I can't even stress how, I mean, that is incredible. And I'm so proud of our group that got that done. And I know it was a lot of pain and suffering of trying to, or for all the businesses that were there, but we have a lot safer road out in front of their building now, which is great. I'm going to touch on Grand Avenue too, because we did that a few years back. It's a little smaller section, so the numbers aren't as big, but we had 9 crashes per year before the construction, 5 were injury accidents. And then essentially from 2022 on, we've been around 4 crashes a year. That's cutting them in half, or more than in half. And then 1 to 2 injury accidents per year versus 5. So
Where to where?
First to fourth.
First to fourth.
Yep. And if you remember how it was before, there was driveways everywhere. So it was just kind of a free for all. So very excited about those two things. So moving on, I'm going to talk about some of the cost savings things that engineering's been working on. So getting back to the digital enterprise, designing the digital enterprise for these new sections is a lot, it's a lot less cumbersome than doing a road design or a sewer design. So what we decided is we would keep the design and the inspection of those in-house, which saves us a significant amount of money, 10 or so percent on the design, 10 or so percent on the construction side. So that's one thing that we're trying to do with the resources we currently have. It's making it a little tougher on our employees and working a few more hours or extra hours to get this stuff done, but we're getting it done and we're saving a considerable amount of money. That's an enterprise fund. And you know, my operating budget is not very robust. It's basically our employees' salaries and benefits. So some of the stuff I'm talking about are a little bit outside of that, but the ways that we can really make an impact are in some of these things. So also the way that projects have been coming in recently, we've been trying to strategically place order construction and awards at certain times a year to get that best bang for the buck. And I feel like we've really been doing that well recently. Projects have been coming in, and I get a lot of grief for coming in under the engineer's estimate, because the engineers could put the estimate wherever they want. We're actually coming in under budget on almost all of our projects. So it's very, very exciting for us to be able to let you guys know that these last couple of years have just been fantastic. Now, could the worm turn? You bet. But we're not seeing that turn yet. So we'll keep that up. We did a little bit of reassignment of duties. So being down our CIP, senior engineering tech, if you remember Clint Carpenter, who left us a couple years ago, that forced us to shuffle duties around a little bit. So we took inspectors that were previously on subdivision work and driveway inspections and sidewalk inspections, and we have them doing some things on our maintenance projects that Clint used to do. And we're trying to make it so that it's in the right zone of the city, so they're not having to drive all over. But it's really helped us, and they've really taken to it very well. They really enjoy that extra work. They kind of can see what's going on, not only on the subdivision side, but on the CIP side. So it's been a real big success for us. And now that we have this new person in there, that person can then hit the ground running, and then eventually they will be supervising these technicians on all these projects, rather than having Ben McAllister do it. It doesn't really make a lot of sense for Ben to be doing it. It really should be this person. So we're going to start making those kind of shifts too. So like you kind of mentioned with, management and that kind of thing, we're trying to shift things around to get the most efficient use out of the people that we have. And also we did January of last year, Bob Fernandez retired. We did not refill Bob Fernandez's position. So that is one FTE that we've eliminated from engineering. We plan to eliminate another FTE as retirements occur. It'll probably be in the 3 to 4 year range once those are completed. But another way we're trying to save some money on the budget side. I want to talk about how we have worked with other departments, kind of cross-department collaborations. This year I had a little blurb in it in our end of year report, but we did a tabletop exercise for our flood preparedness. And since it basically hasn't rained except for this summer, it hadn't rained in about 7 years, we really weren't up to date on actually getting out there and doing it, because we'd get a flood every couple of years. We'd have to go out and exercise gates. So this has really helped. And public services, engineering, and fire all work together on that. And then just some other places that parks, we were working with them on the Recplex expansion, the Athene pedestrian bridge, bicycle master plan, public services. They mentioned some things earlier where they went out and helped us on the grading over here on Mill Civic Parkway, the tree cutting. Where that's really important is, and you probably heard me talk about this, is when you have to cut trees down at a certain time of year, and you have to get, because of the bats, and you have to get a project out before the rest of the project. Sometimes you can't get that project out, so we go to public service and say, hey, can you just drop these trees for us? And they're happy to do it. So that saves us some money. It saves us on a lot of time, because we'd lose that whole construction season because we can't drop those trees then until fall. So it's a good partnership, and we appreciate them. We do a lot of work with CED, the infrastructure incentives, and then legal. They help us a lot with right-of-way acquisition, condemnations, and that sort of thing. So upcoming strategies for next fiscal year, we do have one I would consider a small supplemental request for $1,200 for an annual subscription for streetlight software. You might think, why would we be doing this? Because the consultants do that for the developers. But what happens is Bob Gordon and Ben McAllister do that review. And it's really a finessing type of a design. Things have got to be just right. And what happens is there's a lot of back and forth. And if we had this software and we could just pull in their design right away, we could eliminate a lot of that back and forth. So I think it's going to decrease the amount of time. $1,000, that's probably, 10, 12 hours of a person's time, and we'll save way more than that in these back and forth. So,
And just so you guys know, the streetlight software basically tracks people's travel patterns and whatnot, right?
nope, this is actually our streetlights.
Oh,
and how they meet our standards for lighting the street.
really?
That's what it is. Yes.
So how does the software?
It looks at right underneath the light, it's a little more bright, and then it kind of expands out. And then, like, as you're driving down the street and you're under a light and then you're not under a light, that going from one light to the other there's got to be a certain amount of spacing between them, and it can't get too bright and too dark. There's a lot more to it than one might think, and we look at all that stuff when they send those things into us. So it's really hard for us to do that we're basically a little handicapped on that because we don't have that software. So that's what we're looking to do there. Let's see what we got here. Something that we bought a few years ago on a supplemental was our building asset software. And one of the things we haven't been able to do is get the assets in our buildings into that software. We are hiring somebody to do that now. That's all in the budget. We've talked about that previously. And now we have a new person, he's got an architect background, David Abler. He is amazing. He will take this and run with it. And we're going to see a lot of benefits from this software so we can get ahead of the building issues before they're falling apart, before we have leaks in the roof, before we have a boiler go out or a heater go out or an air conditioner go out. We'll be on top of it, and it'll save us money. We're not doing all these emergency repairs and things like that. So,
Brian, could I just add that that's not an add to staff?
No.
It's a replacement.
Yeah,
That
it's
was
a
vacant
replacement.
for quite some time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. It's so Clint and Josh Clayworth both left us around the same time. That was vacant for almost 2. Both of those were vacant for almost 2 years. David is just replacing Josh Clayworth. So, and that's really all I have. I have a bunch of other stuff, but I don't want to keep going on too long. So, be happy to answer any questions.
All right, any questions for Brian?
No, Brian, just as always, I always love it when we're doing more stuff in-house. And it sounds like we're doing a lot more stuff in-house. How is the morale? Because that might be a lot more work, and it might be a lot more tedious work that maybe we farmed out before. So I guess, how is your team?
They're good. I'm not going to lie. They're good.
All right.
I wouldn't say everybody's great.
All right.
So yeah, especially the salaried employees, they're working a lot of extra hours, and especially Jason through that time when we were trying to recruit for those two positions, he put in a lot of hours.
Sure.
And I tried to help him whenever I could and take stuff off of his plate. But yeah, we're good.
Now, when you were awarded the Iowa Concrete Paving Association Excellence in Concrete Award, like you were in 2024, is there a big gala for that? Does everybody get to go and dress
I
up?
wish there was. We should do more of that. We should have more ribbon cuttings on our new streets and sewers. I don't know how you do a ribbon cutting on a sewer, but we could figure it out. But yeah, and we're actually.
And congratulations, that is awesome.
And Eric Peterson is the one that does a lot of that stuff for us, and he's very good at writing those to make. I mean, he tells the truth, but he tells it in a way that it makes it sound like it's a pretty awesome thing, and he just, and it is.
Yeah.
And he just does a good job of that. And he's got a couple more in the hopper here that I'll be able to tell you about probably next year.
Well, thank you to you and your team, because it's always good to see all the stuff that you all are doing, because sometimes it goes unthanked. So I'll say thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, anything else for Brian?
Yeah, just, so Brian, I don't know the whole light software thing. Maybe you could send me something on it just so I could better understand what it is. I am curious, and I appreciate what Gary and Paul talked about earlier in terms of the technology that you're using to help identify street cracks or sidewalk cracks and other compliance related issues. And hopefully that does, helps all departments, right? With respect to the clean air attainment program and the traffic, adaptive traffic signals that we've got, are there any updates to any of that to help drive greater, traffic flow throughout our community? I know we've had it for years, and I just see so many advancements. Everything's moving obviously at a very quick pace as it comes to some of that. Are we continuing to explore that, because it is an issue, traffic flow, right?
Oh yeah, I mean we have a lot of data on that, and what kind of things we're saving, and the sitting at the lights and the emissions and that sort of thing. So I know we've got that data. I just don't have it at my fingertips
And I
today.
can tell you this, so Jim Dickinson was great at applying for all of those grants, and it seems like other communities didn't know of these grants out there, but we got a whole ton of them. I think at one point in time, I don't know how many intersections we have, but I want to say it's like 114 intersections were all signalized with adaptive traffic signals. So I think they did all the intersections, and then there is
Software.
a new, like 2.0 software or whatever. And I think then he started applying to update all of that.
So we're always upgrading the detection software as well, and where we usually had a bunch of cameras, and then there was maybe some loops in the pavement.
Right.
Now they have a camera that'll look at one camera looking at the entire intersection, and it's a lot more reliable.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, and I don't know how much, defer to you, but for me, one of the things that would be very helpful, and I know this is part of the program, is like as this light turns green and the next light is red, how can we make sure that things are, synced in a way that flow is just is enhanced and as efficient as possible. And I'm sure that that's going to continue to improve over the years. And so we know when we get our surveys back that traffic congestion and flow is one of the things. And to the extent we can leverage our existing infrastructure with enhanced software or AI or whatever it may be to take advantage and improve upon that, I'd love to see it.
Yeah. And it's always computer software doesn't work all the time, and sometimes there's issues.
Yep.
And and having the C-click fix, we get a lot of those in. Hey, this signal isn't doing something quite right. Yeah, there's a stuck detector. We can go in. I think you might have sent one. Yeah, just the other day. So those are the types of things that are really, people have the ability to let us know of things, because we can't be out at we have 130 signal intersections, so we can't be out at every one all the time. So it's good to get that feedback. Jim hates it when I call him, because I've always got I
call Jim sometimes when I'm door knocking. I call Jim all the time. This person, look at this intersection, look at that. But I know he's on to the next, the next level, the 2.0, whatever the newest update is.
He keeps up on it.
He does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've contacted Jim multiple times, either by phone or email, and just let him know that, hey, this
got an intersection.
date, time, and intersection, here's what was going on. And he told me, he says he really appreciates to know the time of it, because then he can go back on the recordings and look at it and see what was going on. So, yeah, he's on top of stuff when you get a hold of him and gets it corrected.
The other thing I'd add here, Brian, we brought this up, or I brought this up at the MPO, more from a regional perspective, is just all the advances that are happening with transportation and robo-taxis and self-driving vehicles, right? Not saying that the city of West Des Moines needs to spend a bunch of our resources on it, but I do believe that the MPO is going to be looking at it. And to the extent that we can participate, and I know you and your team do, I think that that could be an opportunity for us down the road to be ahead on that.
Yeah, and Jamie will attest, when we did all the digital enterprise work, that was something that we looked at too, is having all this conduit, having the ability to have fiber in all these places, especially on the arterial streets. That's going to help when it comes to that, the moving to that automated vehicle, robo-taxi, that type of stuff, to have that connectivity throughout our whole city and have it there, and all we got to do is pull fiber.
And some people talk, that's going to be 15, 20 years down the road. I mean, it's live now in Austin and San Francisco, and they're talking about, in Phoenix, and rolling that out very broadly through 2026, and I wouldn't be surprised to see something in Iowa not too far down the road. But the last thing I'll talk about is, as you've listed on here, work with development services on the zoning code update. I'm excited to get that in place. I think we're 3+ years running since we adopted the comprehensive plan, and still waiting for the zoning ordinance to go into effect. So I'd love to get that done as soon as possible.
Yeah, we'll work together with them to make sure that everything that we're doing coincides with that too. So,
Brian, are you suggesting, like Matt did just a second ago, that when it comes to those cities like Phoenix and San Francisco that have like Waymo, are you suggesting that a lot of that technology is based on something like a conduit network that exists rather than like small cells up on light poles? I don't know where that technology comes from, but I'm saying if we have future-proofed that in a way, I think that's really cool. And I learned something. Is that how it works?
Not the actual Waymo taxis themselves. Those actually work on cameras and actually looking at the street pavement and like people, and that it's mainly built on camera and LiDAR. But when you start getting into the advanced stuff, they need to have the ability to connect to the internet in more locations and have that communication in more locations, and we're set up for that.
Okay.
That's more of what that is.
That makes sense. Thank you.
One quick question. Does the engineering department give any thought to the council members' comments about, some of these robo-taxis and whatnot? And then we've talked at council meetings about road diets. And have we given any thought to traffic patterns 20 years from now and what that might do to our CIP budgets and all those kinds of things? What's your opinion?
My opinion is I think people like their cars too much, and I think people like to drive too much, and especially the people that live in suburbs. West Des Moines is a suburb. They like to drive. They like to drive to where they're going. We're keeping our finger on the pulse of that, but we're not going to get too crazy with narrowing lanes up and doing all these things for these robo taxis and things. I was kind of gung ho on it about 5-6 years ago. I haven't really seen a ton of progress in that 5 or 6 years as much as I thought I would. And unless AI really starts making it go faster, I don't know. But we're keeping our finger on the pulse of it, I guess is what I'm saying. I don't feel like it's going to be super quick. So.
All right. Let's bring on the next one. Thank you, Brian.
You bet.
All right, development services.
Oh, they had front row seats for you guys. So Brian mentioned this is engineering week. Linda wanted me to point out that the architects get a whole month to celebrate them. So don't know what that says.
We're too busy working. We don't have time to celebrate.
Veterans Day. We only get a day. But the conversation on the adaptive signals and traffic flow, go drive Ames and you will so much appreciate being down here because I'll tell you what, maybe it's just me.
No.
Well, that's
Go through one light, stop at the next.
Or
Go
Hickman
through one.
Road. I mean, just go down Hickman.
Oh, yeah.
It's just
That's
crazy
what kills me, because I have our residents that will be, I mean, they're really picky on some of this stuff, and
Yeah.
I get calls all the time about, hey, look at the intersection of this and that. And I'm like, you don't understand, we are the leader
Yeah.
in this. We have all of our intersections with adaptive traffic signals. No other city in this metro has that. We are the best in the metro at traffic flow. And, oh, well, I don't know about that. You know, it's like,
Yeah.
I do. So we'll look at the intersection, but,
I always ask, have you driven in Ankeny at 5 o'clock?
Yeah.
oh, man,
No doubt.
terrible.
And it should be noted that a lot
You
of
know,
that.
same thing with rush hour traffic. Go to a city that actually has rush
Oh,
hour
yeah.
traffic.
Yeah, you don't
Then
have-
you'll come back here and go, this is nothing. What are you
Nothing.
talking about?
I call it rush minute.
And Brian, if I'm not mistaken, a lot of this traffic technology, some of it came from grants. Is that correct?
A lot of it came from,
Yeah, I thought
Most of
like
it.
a really good portion of it came from grants, which is also awesome. So wanted to
Yeah.
say that.
yeah, it was the Iowa Clean Air Attainment Program.
Yeah.
So, all right.
All righty, jumping into development services. Our mission with responsive customer service, we strive to effectively guide safe, predictable, and high-quality development. So we are one of the departments that very much works with the external customers, but also internal customers are very critical to what we do as well. This past year is the first year that we really had CAP, which is the City Access Portal, or the online electronic submittal process, really up and running. All of the development applications are done through CAP. All of the single-family building permit applications, including the sub-permits, can be done through CAP. The commercial is all set up. Brian Palmer has been working with IT, and we have them all set up. They need to be, there's some refinements that we have to do to get from what used to be the paper packet for an application, getting some of those documents up to date, and then doing some testing. But we talking to Brian yesterday, end of the second quarter, we should have all of the commercial permits also on CAP. So any customers, developers, residents, everybody will be able to do everything online through that portal. That portal, like I said, it really has enhanced citizen and staff interactions. It just has made it so much easier from that standpoint. Interdepartment collaboration has been advanced with CAP. We have an e-review component that, you know, literally we mark up drawings electronically. The clients can see them. They know exactly what we're talking about. There's some glitches in it because it's a third party right now. It's Bluebeam trying to integrate into EnerGov, and it doesn't speak the best. There's a DigiPlan is coming down the pipeline. IT is doing some work with Tyler Technologies to try to negotiate that one. So the sooner we can get that, just because it's more integrated, it'll help solve a lot of our problems, make it easier for our customers, internal and external. Overall, those tools, you know, they've simplified routing. We don't have to push paper around. We don't get emails or handwritten notes back from the different departments. Everything's much easier with that CAP process. So that's very much a big initiative for us, is just to continue to push out the CAP and using it to its maximum capabilities as things get done. From a streamlining standpoint or a cost-saving standpoint, we are just now trying to get two of our planner positions that have been sitting vacant since really last June. One of them was January, one of them was June. We just went through a recruitment. We only had 4 applicants, 2 of them passed. One of them passed on the job that we offered to go to a smaller community. They just felt it was a better fit. The other one I have will start in late April, so we'll kind of restart that process a little bit, see if we can't modify it enough to get some more better applicants or a better pool for that. So
Why do you feel the application level is low?
one, it probably was a little bit, we were really trying to find somebody that had that site plan experience, and a lot of these are coming out of school. And we know Iowa State does not do a good job of actually municipal, what do you do if you go to a city and start working? They don't really have that site plan experience, but because it's such a big piece of what my planners do, we wanted somebody who could at least show that I can read the rules and I can look at a drawing and I can pretty much make some, you know, assumptions and figure it out. We kind of think that piece maybe hurt a few people, that they weren't, it's just not something they'd ever seen. They didn't know how to respond to it. So we think that kicked out quite a few of the the people. We only had 23 applicants total, but we think that was a big piece of maybe what kicked some of them out. Some of them just didn't answer some of the questions that they had to answer and submit right off the bat. So attention to detail and site plans, so.
Can I just say,
Applications were qualified and just, or is it like, are some of them, the person is a host at a fast food restaurant and they're now trying to be a city planner? Was it that, or was it just not broad enough, specific enough?
Well, we kind of restructured the planner position and just took away the years of experience to try to widen that pool. So I think some of it is I've never done this, it sounds cool, I'm gonna go ahead and apply, and they really don't have the background or the skill sets to be able to kind of score high enough to get your foot in the door to begin with. And then the other one is when you are scoring them, it's very much geared towards planning. So I had a civil engineer that actually applied, never has had a planning background, was able to get to the oral boards, but then by the scoring mechanism, we couldn't get him high enough to even keep him on the list. Probably could have done the job because he was demonstrating everything else, that he had that skill set, that intelligence to be able to do it. So I think we need to look a little bit at what our recruitment process is, what are some of those questions we're asking and how we're scoring them to see if we can't be a little bit more forgiving, get people in front of us in a seat to talk to us rather than trying to go strictly out.
So go ahead.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So we're still going down the path of civil service, right?
That's what I was gonna say. too.
Where are we at with getting rid of civil service on some of this stuff? To me, the only thing we need civil service for is emergency services. That's it. Where are we at with that? I mean, I've been talking about this for 2 years or more.
Yeah.
I don't know, I mean, if it's prohibiting us, and if this guy was qualified, but he just didn't score high enough, I think we lost a good employee possibly, so.
Possibly, but that was really, I mean, that was on us by the questions we had and the scoring mechanism.
I understand that, but again.
Civil service, I don't have to hire off that list is really the only difference with the civil service right now from the way we have it. I don't know, I mean, other than it's a timing process, and I don't know that we lost anyone really to another job because, well, I know one. We had 5 applicants, 1 took a job before we ever got to the oral boards. So I don't know if it's really so much the civil services hurting us as we maybe need to look a little bit more at
What are our criteria that we put in the?
what's the skill set
Yeah.
that we're looking for rather than strictly relating it to a planning department or anything like that. So kind of getting a little bit more personality, I guess, if you, for lack of a skill set.
All right, well, I appreciate that, but again, where do we sit with getting rid of civil service? Because we don't have to have
We
civil.
can't get rid of it.
Can't get rid
I'll
of
let
it.
Megan
And for
address
emergency,
it.
except for emergency services.
You can get rid of the list, but you can't, you're not getting rid of civil service. You're getting rid of the list.
Right.
Yeah. Just push it once and give it a second.
that could be a good parking lot thing if we want to talk about that at a different time.
Civil service, the problem with it is that when you write the job description, you've got certain boxes that need to be checked, and if the person doesn't check those boxes, they don't move on. So you got to be careful on how you write the job description, what you're looking for, how much experience you're looking for, because if they don't meet that, you can't move them forward.
I think give a quick response.
Yes, we can't get rid of civil service based on Iowa code and the size of our city as of 1980. So that's why we can't make the change. The change we made last year with council was to get rid of the list to speed the process along. So some cities are only public safety, and that's because of their city size. But unfortunately, where we were in 1980, we can't make that change.
We've done what we can, you all have done what you can to make it easier to hire, but it's not possible to dispense with it totally, isn't it?
Okay, it was my understanding that we didn't have to be civil service.
It was
All right.
just a list. It
All
was
right.
just a list.
Okay,
State loves the 1980s, by the way.
yeah.
Well, and
Boss,
what's
too.
funny about that is that there are cities that we are competing against that in 1980, their population didn't qualify for it. They do now.
Right.
But you go back to 1980.
So how do we?
We can't, they won't update it. We've had this conversation. They won't do it.
But Lynn, when it comes to qualifications though, I mean, you have to be able to understand city code, you have to understand state code, you have to understand all the implications of that. So I, for one, am glad that you have standards. Now, could those be flexible at times? Can you look at a candidate and say, I bet we can train them a little more in-house, but I don't want the entire development planning service department to be in charge of training new person because they still need training wheels.
Right.
So I appreciate the fact that you are drawing the line. Did it need to be flexible for that one candidate you just mentioned? Maybe, but I for one am glad you have some standards.
Yeah, we
And
don't want
I
to,
think a lot of the departments are finding, there's an 80% mark that most of us use as that you have to score 80% to move on to the next. Maybe 80% is a little high. Maybe it needs to be a 75 or a 70%, maybe even lower than that. So I think there are a lot of things we could look at in that process to kind of say, okay, how do we keep the door more open, get them in front of us and really let them, express themselves and convince us that they can do that job. Because you can only do so much on paper and trying to evaluate.
You can, but having high standards, like the implications are enormous for the city in so many different ways. So
Yeah, I completely agree, because we've had candidates where we've brought them on thinking they're going to do a great job, and a year later, we're still struggling to get them to really be able to do what we need them to do. We have rock stars, and then we have the ones that you're going, okay, I need more like this and less like this.
Lynn, you'd mentioned that Iowa State doesn't either do a good job or doesn't at all for what they're going to entails in a city environment. Has there been any discussion with Iowa State to do something like that?
Right,
I mean, we can't be the only ones that fall into that.
Yeah, especially coming out of this last one, we've talked internally that I probably need to call Iowa State and go, you need to put in a site planning, a few site planning courses, a few courses on what are you going to do if you go to a city government. It's totally different than going to the private sector or going to a consulting firm. Iowa State is very much theory-based. So they tell you all the things, but they don't exactly show you how to apply them in a lot of ways. So there's a little bit of a deficiency there, and it wouldn't hurt for us to send that
because
message
I
to
got to
them.
believe that, the instructors just probably haven't even thought about that, right? And you being an alumni
Yeah.
and having the city experience, maybe they'll listen to you. So
So, point taken, and we've talked about that maybe I need to reach out to them and say, we'll offer to help you
you can be an
figure it
adjunct
out.
professor.
Yeah, there we go.
all right, moving on. Moving on.
Is that the bachelor or the master's program that you're thinking about right now?
It really needs to be in the bachelor's. The master's, what we find for especially Iowa State, you come out, you're a transportation planner, or you're a environmental planner. They very much seem to pigeonhole you once you get into the master's, whereas that undergrad really needs to be probably that bigger experience of what's out there.
Thank you.
So, okay, some streamlining that we'd like to do. We're always going to look for ways to streamline it, especially as CAP comes on, where you keep going through our processes and our SOPs and making sure everything aligns. And if there's steps that we can drop out of there, we're going to drop out of them. Like I said, that's going to be just a continual process, because as we keep learning more and more about CAP and workflows, we're figuring out better ways to use them. And we're trying to take the approach that instead of trying to build CAP to do it the way we've always done it, try to use the program that was set up for how they look to do it and see if there's merit in trying to change what we're doing versus forcing our way into that system. One of the key things we're going to look to, and it really dovetails into the West One 2040, is streamlining the approval process. Right now, we see them as redundant approvals. We get a site plan, we get a preliminary plat in, we go through it, everything complies to code, but I still got to take it to P&Z and council for you to go, yep, it meets code. Why? What is the benefit? So we're going to propose to you in the very near future of saying, okay, any application, site plan, preliminary plats. Now, public hearing items will have to stay coming to P&Z and council. That's a state code. Final plats we'll still bring to you because there's so many legal documents that come with the final plat. We are going to make a proposal to you, though, that we take the preliminary plats, the site plans that meet code and do not have any atypical conditions of approval, something weird that we need to talk about, and just let us approve those administratively. That's about a 3-week savings to the client. We don't have to wait for a next meeting to get them on an agenda. We don't have to go 2 weeks for P&Z and then council. So we're going to push that and see if you'll be comfortable with that. I did some quick look for Tom last year of 2025. Of the 112 things that we brought to council, taking away second and third readings, about 70 of them would still come to you, but there'd be about 30 or 40. As we get more and more site plans coming through, or as we get more and more preliminary plats, we were very heavy in zone changes last year. We had a lot of public hearings. So that's going to be one thing that we'd like to have you consider that we'll bring forward as a proposal.
I love that idea. I love that idea.
Great. The other one that we just recently kind of threw out to the city manager's office and city clerks was redefining the staff reports. I know development services staff reports are text heavy. We're writing dissertations for everything. And so we're kind of look at a different format for that. Maybe it's more of a bullet list, maybe it's a table. We're just filling out kind of the essential information you need to make your decision. And anything else that we need to know, we'll just do it as a notes to our file kind of situation rather than, we spend a lot of time drafting them. There's 4 sets of eyes that look over those that are then reviewing them, and then we get into grammar and we get into everything else, and it takes a lot of time. So that's another one that we're going to look to streamline and just make it easier. Now, that's obviously an internal thing. If we do that in combination with not having to bring some of them to you, we can save quite a bit of staff time just in the staff report standpoint.
So I'll make another comment on that. When I read my packets or I read different reports that land on my desk, I don't read the legal stuff. I assume the lawyers are doing their job. I assume you guys are doing your job. What I need is data. So when I looked at this, there's some data that really stood out to me that I want to ask you questions about, and then that's the opportunity to engage, because I'm not interested in the legal mumbo jumbo in any way.
Yeah, and that's one thing we want to come to you and say, what are those pieces of information that you are looking at that you need to have?
Yeah.
And let us focus on that, and like I said, the other stuff that just needs to happen, we'll do it the way we need to do it. So that's another piece that we'll be bringing forward to you.
Have you looked at using AI to help you with these reports? I mean, that could be huge.
We'll explore it. If we can simplify them, I don't know that AI would help us that much, especially if it's more just a filling in the blank kind of approach to it. I don't know, by the time you tell AI the details, you kind of, because you're trying to take a drawing then with AI and say, okay, apply all these rules and tell me what's not there. I think AI may become more beneficial to us in those first reviews. And there are programs out there that are now starting to do that, where they'll take your city code and they'll dump it in, and then that AI can look at it and say, okay, these are the things we're already seeing that don't apply. That DigiPlan that I talked about, that has a feature in it when you go from submittal 1 to submittal 2, AI will look at it and it'll highlight every single change that happens on that drawing. So then you only have to focus on the things that are changing instead of spending your time going, okay, what else did they do that I don't know that they did, kind of thing. So there are some benefits for AI. We use it a lot for research right now, trying to gather information on other communities and different ways to do things. We use it a lot to try to take more technical language down to more the average citizen language. So there are a lot of benefits to it that we will continue to use. As you know, a lot of us, some of you know, we put pirate speak in our budget document about 2 years ago. And that really was just an example of taking that budget document and saying, okay, put it in this language, put it in this. And it was so, it's just done like that. So we can be using that better, I think, for the citizens to try to take our codes and make them a little bit more explainable. On that note, one of the kind of strategies or things that we're going to look to do this coming year is really leaning into that 2040 plan. We have about 10 action items that we've identified coming out of that 2040 that we think we can be doing that will help facilitate that. Most of our things obviously land in the 2 goals of thriving city of homes or the bold laboratory for economic innovation. But some of the things that we want to do is, Matt, you mentioned the zoning code. I've been telling Tom what we're going to do is we're going to take an incremental approach to that. I think all of you are sitting up here when the consultant that we had hired came in and they did a presentation, and the feedback I got is everybody's going, this sounds a heck of a lot more difficult. I don't get what they're doing. And quite honestly, we have over 100 years of planning experience sitting in the room and reading that going, I don't get it. What is this? We were baffled by this code, so we were like, there's no way we can push this out to just the general public and the consultants and have them just pick up on it. So we've been spending a lot of times, we kind of said, okay, let's take a step back. Let's take an incremental approach to it, and let's hit our pain points and our biggest bang for the buck items. And let's bring this code together piece by piece to you by hitting those items. The first one that we're going to bring to you in probably the next month or so is we've taken a look at the residential section. So single family and multifamily. How can we simplify it? How can we maximize what people can do with their property? How do we get things to make sure they're staying in a context for the areas, that transitioning from one to the other, so protecting the single family, which was a very big component of the comp plan. How do we do those things and just let more housing happen the way housing wants to happen? One of the things we'll look at doing is taking away density caps, taking away minimum lot sizes, reducing the setbacks, which increases the buildable envelope for their property. You know, if I got a shed in the backyard that could be 20 feet tall and 1,000 square feet, why am I saying you have to have 35 feet of a rear yard? I can put a shed in it and take it up. Can I put my house throughout that whole thing? So we plan to do a workshop coming up to kind of talk to you, what are those things that we'd like to see do differently? But like I said, it's really with the goal of simplifying and making it much more, let's maximize what people can do with their property. So we'll be doing that one. Got my notes here. That housing update, just especially the residential, should open up a lot more housing options. We're going to propose to you what we're calling right now is blended residential, which is and this will only be greenfield development at this point, but it literally and very intentionally is saying along a street, we want a mix of single family homes and multifamily. But that multifamily needs to stay in the same basically massing or sizing as that single family. So when I'm driving down the street, I'm not encountering big apartment buildings, I'm encountering a fourplex. And there'll probably even be rules that say you can only have 2 doors visible from that street. So those are things we want to do. By doing that, you can increase the number of dwellings they're getting, which then gives them a way to spread that cost out a little bit better, which in theory should help drive down some of the housing prices. So those are kind of some of the things we're going to bring to you as we move that forward. Like I already talked about the redundant approvals, we're going to kind of take that. That will take a couple code amendments to
Lynn, that
do.
last point you just made, would that look like something that we just approved on the border with Cumming down there? Because on that border, on the southeast corner, what we have is those detached townhomes, which is medium zoning, but then you keep on going up and you see single family? Or is that not exactly what we're talking
Not
about?
exactly, because that development is really turning its back on the street, and it becomes just an internal little multifamily complex there. This is literally saying, as I'm driving down the street, this is kind of the Beaverdale and the, you know, where around Drake, where they've converted houses into fourplexes. But they look like single-family homes. It is literally still trying to do that. I'm driving down the neighborhood. I may or may not even realize it's a multifamily house.
I see.
But it does open up that door for ages and stages.
And that's
I can
what our
move in when
mixed
I'm young.
residential, I mean, that's what our mixed residential is. I mean, right, we can do
That's-
that right now. So you can have single-family home, duplex, single-family home, triplex, you know, and.
No, we do not have a way to do that by code today.
Well,
That's what
I thought with,
the
maybe not by
comp, the
code, but
comp
comp
plan,
plan.
the comp plan has a mixed residential district.
Yeah.
Which is just saying we're gonna be more open to single family next to multifamily. But it literally, at that time, it was still thinking one development next to one development.
So you
This
can't,
is
with the
taking
mixed
it and saying
residential,
one in that one development.
with the mixed residential, you can't have a mix up and down the street?
Not by code,
that's
not
what
by
I
our
thought.
zoning code today. So that's a piece of the zoning code that needs to come in to help facilitate that.
But that's what that zoning was meant for. That's what that,
Comp plan was
that
meant
land use
The
was meant
comp
for.
plan was really just trying to say, this is still gonna be all residential.
Yeah,
Instead of it saying it all has to be multifamily in this, so that would have been typically our medium or our high-density district. We said, let it be mixed residential, let the single family come into that area if they want to. By code today, I couldn't do that under medium and high density. So again, we're taking a look at kind of the way we've had things in the past and trying to really open them up and be a little bit more flexible.
I love
We
that.
still have to have rules to kind of to protect one from the next, but trying to be truly much more open and let them do just what market wants to do. We'll continue to look at building and fire codes. How can we make things more flexible without compromising safety? We're going to put together, Linda and Karen have already put together a design strategies packet, which would just kind of explain how do you look at the context, how do you see what's going down the neighborhood, what is good design versus not so good design, and really it kind of just helps set that expectation for people. So ideally we get better plans the first submittal. It's not, well, here I designed it, and we're going, well, you didn't look at anything to design this, did you, kind of thing, and try to alleviate some of that. So that should help us get through that process faster and not have kind of butting of heads. And then again, just continuing to maximize the CAP portal. how that'll help streamline, help improve how fast we can get people from submitting to us to actually breaking ground. That's kind of the key things. We talked a little bit before about the number of residential that we have coming down the pipeline. Ryan Moffett mentioned it. And just looking at some quick numbers, we have about 1,500 single-family lots that are either approved already or in that preliminary plat, final plat process that'll be coming down the line. We have about 550 multifamily projects that are either under construction, approved, or in that process. As we've kind of said in the past with our rental inspection, that 15,000 mark is kind of where we sit and saying that's when we're going to potentially need another inspector. We're at about 14,000 right now. Granted, those 550 are going to take 2 to 3 years to come online, but again, just putting it on your radar as we do most years, that's one of the pieces that we're going to have to continue to watch and then make some decisions of, do we add staff? Do we increase it to a 3-year rental cycle? Can we do a, Keith Denner, you are a great landlord, you can do a self-reporting process versus the ones that we always have problems with. So we're going to just have to watch that one and take a look at that and monitor it.
To that end, when I was looking at the data, one of the things that stood out to me was the drop in valuation from 2024 to 2025, 1.7 billion to 332 million now. On the surface, it seems like, oh, that's because we didn't get a big data center build or two, right? But then you look at the types of permits issued, and I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case. How do we feel about not just staffing, but like how we're encouraging, and I love the streamlining work you're talking about and it's automating some of this stuff. If it fits in the box, just let it flow through, right? Like, to me, I'm concerned, and maybe the legislature's gonna cap our growth anyway, and it won't matter, but I'm looking at I think about from an economic development standpoint, I think commercial businesses will follow where there's people. Mm-hmm. And so how do you feel about all of that?
Well, we've kind of always felt like the biggest deterrent we have to the development is just the ground price. It kills projects before you can ever get them started. Countless people that we hear would love to be in West Des Moines, would love development in West Des Moines, I just can't make it pencil. So until we can solve the whole raw ground price and what people are charging for that ground, it's really hard for us to find a way to actually get them here to do it. Like I said, with the zoning approach, the zoning updates and stuff, we are going to try to do everything we can to simplify it, make it more flexible, make it more friendly for them. But I can only do so much. I can give you the rules, but unless we can get people to actually take the ground and do the next step, get the infrastructure in.
So what I'm hearing is our landowners, we're basically a victim of our own past success, and everybody thinks their property is worth more than what it is.
Yep.
And oh, by the way, interest rates are high, and we're going to have a little bit of a hard time before things get better again.
Honestly, unfortunately, yes. And the tariffs didn't help. We've had several people that told us, yeah, I was ready to go, and then the tariffs hit, now my pro forma doesn't work. I got to sit back and just see what's going to happen here. So there are some things outside of our realm that unfortunately.
I'm trying to talk, but this thing doesn't.
That's okay, go ahead.
Just to put in perspective, 330 million of increased valuation in 1 year. I think the city of Adel is about 400 million, the whole city. So 300 million is not 1.7 billion, right? But compared to, it's still very solid. $200 million before Microsoft came along would have been a really good year for the city. So it is slowing, but it's not stopped the growth, in terms of total permit valuation.
Yeah, it's more the trend that was worrying me, like, whoa, that's a big drop.
I share in your concern, Doug. In fact, and Tom, I know you followed up on it because I had said, hey, we haven't had a development planning meeting in months, right? And Mayor, we've talked about this, and we do see it in these numbers. We see it in the overall number of permits just over the course of time and valuation. So, obviously, we've had some, I think, changes here recently. We've opened up a lot of opportunities south of the river with Grand Prairie Parkway, and now we've seen, as you mentioned earlier, Councilman, the Hubble project, several units down there, and even more. So I think we're doing the things we need to do, but it's certainly something we need to be mindful of. I appreciate this concept you're bringing up, Lynn, on the site plan approvals. I look forward to learning more about that. Maybe it's something we just do, well, let's talk about it maybe at development planning and figure it out. I think my only hesitation would be, what does that mean for residents that might have an interest in, weighing in on something? And maybe it's just something we could do through development planning and not have to bring to the full council. I wouldn't prefer to have, I don't want to have anybody have more work than we need to, and certainly do something that's going to delay the development process or make it more difficult. So we'll look forward to learning from it. I do just want to reemphasize my appreciation. I pulled up your development planning notes from our January meeting, where you and the team had put together the floor area ratios for District 1 and talking about the current average floor area ratio being 0.3. And if we can get it to 1.0, what that means for property tax revenue and valuation. And so this sort of data-driven, really detailed approach was something I loved to see. And I thank you for putting that together. And I think that's really going to help us better understand how, maybe even on the zoning zoning code, like how should we structure these things to maximize some of the analysis you put together here. Just from a very high level, I am curious, I'm glad to hear maybe we're going to move forward with some of the zoning ordinance items. What would be a reasonable expectation in terms of when we would finally be able to adopt a zoning code that would marry up with our comp plan?
Again, we're going to do it incrementally.
Yeah.
So we're going to try to hit those pieces that, residential is first. The next one kind of on our list is we have a multi-use comp plan classification.
Mm-hmm.
What do we need to put in place to make that really work? Our intent is as we figure them out, we're going to go ahead and bring them forward. At the same time, we're starting on the next one and figuring them out. So it's just going to kind of be this rolling thing. I can tell you, we joke in the planning staff, even this this residential one, we have a standing Thursday meeting that we've been using to do these. And we show up to that meeting thinking, okay, we've already hashed out everything. And then we spend the next hour and a half hashing out one piece that we kind of didn't quite think about. So every time you think you're there,
Sure.
we end up thinking about something else that we're trying to make sure we can cover. So it always takes a little bit longer than you really think it will or hope it will.
Okay.
Like I said, we hope the residential one was in the next month or so. I think it needs a workshop in front of the council to ask you some very specific questions on it.
Yeah.
We then have outreach that we're going to do. We're going to get out to the home builders, get with the consultants, the residential developers, and say, does this help? Will it not help? Kind of thing. So, I would hope by first part of summer, that residential one, we can have everything done and be ready to be presenting you with an actual code amendment.
Terrific. I think I'm glad to hear we're moving forward on it. And I'm glad to hear, actually, I'm not surprised, but I am glad to hear that you are reaching out to the home developers, organizations, development groups, whatever, because, the same way that Hubble reached out recently to us on some policy that's being considered related to TIF. I appreciate the fact that they proactively reached out. I think, it's also, they appreciate us proactively reaching out as we, the city, are looking to do something that's going to impact their ability to develop in our community.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to hear
And
that.
Linda is now kind of joining the Home Builders Association, a lot of their meetings.
Okay.
She will go to those and just be there to hear it or to be a resource for them. So we are trying to leverage them quite a bit.
Okay.
It's a little disappointing. We tried to do that with some hey, come talk to us last fall, and
Yeah.
we got 3 of them.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, don't bitch about what you want, and if you're not willing to come talk to us and help us figure out how to get there.
Yep.
So.
And I know you're working on it. I'm going to make a statement that, Tom, I don't know how you're going to feel about this, because I'm going to reference the legislature on this. And as much as frustration sometimes we have with them, the one thing that I have learned while being up there is these ridiculous funnel deadlines, right? Everybody talks about them and they're frustrating, right? Jamie, I know you track them. But deadlines provoke action. And so, it's funny, sometimes I'll be working on something and, if the deadline's out in a week or 2 or 3, then, okay, I can wait another day, or I'll take a little bit more time here or there. They really do provoke, action and results. And sometimes action results we don't like, and sometimes action results we do like. So, I'm not saying we incorporate a hard deadline here for this, but I think having, if June 1 or July 1 or whatever the time frame is for residential, then at least we can all know it and work towards it, and hopefully it gets us down the path so we don't just, because inevitably other things are going to come up, and it'll be a reason to, okay, let's put this aside because, Valley West Mall is going to be out there and we really need to get this done. And then after Valley West Mall is going to be something else. And before we know it, it's going to be December. We're still working on residential. So that's my only feedback. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, comments for Lynn? Thank you so much, Lynn. A break.
We're going to break, or we're going to go straight to Parks and Rec?
What do you guys want to do? Gonna break? All right, bring them on up. Parks and Rec, let's go.
All right. Good morning. Ryan Penning, Parks and Recreation Director. I'll begin with our mission statement because it truly drives everything you'll hear in this presentation. Our mission is simple but powerful. It is to provide our community everyday enjoyment through people, parks, and programs. At its core, our department exists to enhance the quality of life and support the health and well-being of West Des Moines residents, employees, and visitors, especially in today's environment where physical health, mental wellness, and social connection are more important than ever. What we do as a Parks and Recreation department is not just recreational. It is preventative health. It is community building. It is economic support. It is quality of life infrastructure. And the numbers demonstrate that impact. Last year alone, we recorded nearly 792,000 trips across 5 trail counters throughout our community. That tells us residents are walking, running, biking, and choosing active lifestyles in our parks every single day. At the Mid-American Energy Recplex, we programmed over 52,500 hours of scheduled space, meaning courts, fields, and ice were actively being used for leagues, practices, tournaments, and community activities. We welcomed 40,000 drop-in users at the Recplex, individuals who came not because they had to, but because they wanted to move, connect, and engage. Our aquatic centers welcomed 118,000 visitors this past year, serving as both recreational destinations and a safe summer gathering spaces for families and youth. In addition, we provided more than 1,200 swim lessons, equipping participants with a critical life-saving skill. We supported 979 adult sports teams, creating structured opportunities for social interaction, teamwork, and lifelong fitness. And our parks remain gathering places with 782 shelter rentals, showing that families and community groups continue to choose our parks for celebrations, reunions, and events. When you look at those numbers collectively, they represent more than participation. They represent preventative health outcomes, community connection, and a department that is heavily utilized and valued. While we don't measure quality of life solely by revenue generation, the reality is the numbers I just shared represent the highest revenue performance for our department. Revenue is only one piece of our overall strategy, but strong performance gives us flexibility, stability, and the ability to reinvest in our facilities, programs, and community spaces. Moving forward, we must remain disciplined. That means continuing to control expenses, identifying efficiencies in our operations, and being thoughtful stewards of every dollar. Record-setting revenue combined with responsible cost management positions us well, but it cannot be our only strategy. To sustain the momentum, we are always pursuing alternative funding sources. Alternative funding has been and will continue to be a major priority for our department. Nearly $2 million was secured last year through grants, sponsorships, and project-specific donations. With continued fundraising efforts supporting the Legacy Woods project and the Recplex expansion, we anticipate next year being one of our strongest yet. Over the past several years, we have increased recreation programming and overall service delivery without adding staff. That has required intentional scheduling, cross-training, technology improvements, and careful resource management. Our goal remains clear: to provide programming for residents from 3 months old to active older adults. That full life cycle approach means we are not focused on a single demographic. We are serving toddlers, youth athletes, working families, and seniors seeking wellness and social engagement. Expanding those offerings without increasing staffing levels demonstrates operational discipline. One of the most significant operational improvements we made is expanding online purchasing and registration. In 2025, it was the first year that our department offered the ability to purchase aquatic center memberships online. That number of administrative transactions decreased by 24%. However, the overall sales increased by 22.5% because of the new online capability. Today, 97% of all registrations are completed online. That dramatically reduces front desk congestion, shortens transaction times, minimizes cash handling, and improves reporting accuracy. Don't forget that summer registration begins on Tuesday at 8 a.m. I am proud of how our department has demonstrated responsible growth. We are meeting the needs of residents at every stage of life. And as you've heard from other directors about cross-department collaborations, I think what makes our department unique is that we collaborate with nearly every single city department. Those relationships strengthen our operations, improve service delivery, and ultimately create a better experience for our residents. We work closely with public services on park maintenance and infrastructure support daily, from the Legacy Woods maintenance and site improvements to Holiday Park concession renovation. These operational partnerships enhance and keep our park safe, functional, and well-maintained. We meet monthly with the police department, including the entertainment response unit. That regular communication has increased presence in our parks, facilities, including the Recplex, and along our trail system. This proactive coordination supports safety, builds relationships with park users, and ensures that our facilities remain welcoming and secure spaces for the community. Our collaboration with engineering has been essential on capital projects, including the Valley View Aquatic Center concession and pump pit improvements, and the 12th and Vine Regional Stormwater Detention Facility. And finally, we've strengthened collaboration with the library. From park board ice cream socials to Tales in the Parks, we've shifted toward partnership rather than competition. Instead of duplicating efforts, we're aligning programming and creating joint opportunities that serve families more effectively. The list goes on with IT, as you heard earlier from Jill on the esports, computers, human services, development services, EMS, legal, economic development, and waterworks. Have I forgotten anyone? I think that's about everyone. When you look at all these partnerships together, it becomes clear Parks and Recreation is woven into the fabric of city operations. This coordination ultimately leads to a stronger operations and a stronger community. A couple of strategies for the upcoming year. We plan to focus on, our first goal is to strengthen destination amenities and sports tourism by positioning the community as a premier regional hub for tournaments, large-scale events, and community experiences. Advance the Recplex Event Center, expand strategic partnerships, increase high-impact programming, and enhance facility amenities to drive visitation and economic impact. In 2025 alone, our sports complexes and the Recplex generated more than $46.5 million in economic impact. Since opening, the Recplex itself has surpassed $100 million in total economic impact for the surrounding community, establishing a powerful foundation that will only continue to grow with the addition of the new event center. Our next goal is to advance priority capital projects, deliver high-impact capital projects that strategically expand our parks, trail systems, and community assets, prioritizing trail connectivity as a top amenity identified by residents in our citizen survey. Building on the strong support expressed at the CIP workshop by the council, we will advance the Great Western Trail connection and continue progress on the Marathon Loop, alternative trail connectors to strengthen regional access, recreation, and quality of life. And finally, to enhance programming and modernize the customer experience to better meet evolving community needs while improving access and convenience. We will expand and diversify offerings, invest in upgraded registration and customer management technology, and evaluate facility operations to deliver a more seamless, efficient, and engaging experience for every user. In conclusion, it's been a banner year with our department, receiving several awards in the Des Moines Parent Family Awards and the West Des Moines Chamber's Best of the West, something that we are very proud of. I'm incredibly proud of the staff and the passion they bring each day to making this community the best place to live, work, and play. Their work creates the everyday experiences our residents enjoy, much of it happening quietly behind the scenes. They make it look easy, but it is their commitment, professionalism, and heart and truly set our department and community apart. I will close by giving a quote from another employee from another city department. And they said, this was just here in the last week, I think. Yes, the West Des Moines offerings are literally the best in the metro. Love the class teachers and the organization is top notch. We lived in Des Moines for 10 years, and now that I work here as well, I'm a little disappointed seeing what other cities are offering. Be glad to answer any
All right,
questions.
any questions for Ryan?
I guess, Ryan, I'll just say, I was having some conversations with some legislators the other day, and they were talking about our trail system and wondering, does it ever get used? And I had a slide from our bicycle commission meeting, and I took them and I showed them the hundreds of thousands of trail counts. They couldn't believe it. So I know that's a relatively new-ish, last 2-3 years. And, looking at your chart here, incredible to see 272,000 trips there at the Athene pedestrian bridge. Average daily traffic on the weekend, 2,677 trips per day. I mean, that's really great. And I think as you talked about the fabric of kind of, if I heard you say it, of how you intertwine with all the different departments, I think that's exactly right. Because what's happening is, Ryan is out trying to find ways to allow business to expand and bring new businesses here. He talked about the site selector work that he's doing. And if we don't have the quality of life amenities that you and your team work on to, make sure that when the C-suite or the executive team comes in to take a site visit and they come out to the campus and they see this, and they come down to the recplex and they see that, and they look at our trail network, that, I can actually see my family moving to this community, right? Hopefully that's what Chief Bellamy saw when he came up here. And it allows Ryan to do his work. And then, of course, that boils over into what Brian's doing on the engineering side. And so it all works together. And I just say I appreciate the work you do. And I know there's more to be done. There's always more to be done. And hopefully we can get the next project. So from Ryan's perspective, we can do some more things out here on city campus.
Right. Thank you.
I would just echo Matt's comments, and I'll be short, but I look at all the quality of life amenities. They are a huge game changer. I always call them that. It is workforce development, is economic development in and of itself. It's such a big factor on where somebody's gonna live and work. It's a big factor, I think, for businesses making considerations. It's huge. I mean, to me, it's synonymous with workforce development, economic development, retaining, recruiting the best and the brightest to our metro. I mean, we don't have the pro sports teams, we don't have the mountains, we don't have the oceans. So we can have all these other unbelievable things. And I think, you look at each one of them individually, maybe not a huge deal. You add them all together, it is a massive synergistic effect that makes a big deal in people's lives. So thanks for all you do. Any other questions? Okay, Greg.
So I had talked to Sally, it was probably like 5 years ago, about Legacy Woods, because 5 years ago it was just an idea. It was just an idea that was out there. And I had asked her the question, hey, so what do you think about putting another park there? And obviously Sally, just an enormous fan of parks. And she hesitated for a second. And do not take this as a criticism at all. She hesitated and she said, we have a lot on our plate right now. And 5 years ago, we were in the midst of some very big things, but we're always in the midst of some very big things. And that leads me to my thought now. Here we are 5 years later. Certainly a third rink is coming, a new event center that's coming. Marathon Loop is still underway, and Legacy Woods is being involved as well. All of this stuff. So I guess my question is, how is your team doing? I asked Brian because every year the city expands. We have more roads, we have more sewers, we have more stormwater. It happens every year. And every year we have more residents, we have more parks, we have more trails. how is your team doing? Because it's a lot. So her hesitancy 5 years ago brings me to that question.
I don't know. I think we're doing good. We're short a couple staff right now that have left. We're backfilling. We're in that process right now. So, some workloads are on overdrive right now, but we're looking to get those backfilled. But it's a tribute to the team that we have. And I think if you look at the org chart in our department, it makes a lot of sense and it works. And we impact in all different areas. We have basically 3 different divisions with the Recplex, the parks, and then the recreation side. And we work very well together. And if there's collaboration, we're doing that. I would say right now it's just a heavy lift with 2 major fundraising projects happening at the same time in Legacy Woods and the Recplex expansion. So hopefully both of those are coming to an end here in the next couple months is kind of our goal. And then we'll continue to do, look at the next big project, because that's the last thing that as a director and staff is that we want is to become stagnant, because this community doesn't deserve that. The residents won't put up for it, and I won't be very happy either. And so we just want to continue to progress. And as long as we're being supported by the council and city administration, which we have ever since I've been here, which we greatly appreciate, we're going to continue to move that needle.
Well, that's good to hear, because you are one of our more forward-facing departments. Obviously, community compliance, they're also forward-facing, but they have a more negative side, so God bless them. I know Gary's gone by now, but that's also a thankless job, so I didn't get to thank him for that. But I will also thank you, because the numbers you get, the one that struck me was just the 50,000 hours of programming at the Recplex. That's just bonkers. That's just 12 hours a day. Every single day, 12 hours, and some days more than that, like 5 a.m. Or Shane, are people on the ice at 5 a.m. on a couple days, or is it really 6? Okay. Seems like we probably need to open at 5 a.m. though, because everybody wants ice time.
My son has lacrosse practice out there at 6 a.m. I mean, there's just so much demand out there. People are willing to go at 6 a.m. if they have to.
They're also running until late at night, isn't that correct?
Yeah, midnight.
Oh, yeah.
So it's more than a 12-hour day. I got to believe it's probably closer to about 16 to 18-hour day.
Yeah, you guys understand it, but this weekend is a great example of it being multi-purpose. The state hockey tournament is out there. That started on Thursday. So you have state hockey and all their fans. Yesterday there was how many nurses?
800.
800 nurses out there for a one-day convention. But then we also have a softball and volleyball tournament going on this weekend as well. So you drove by there yesterday and the parking lot is completely full. And so again, we know that those people are coming, and then what are they doing while they're here? They're putting money back into our economy and community.
Right. You think about yourself, your family going on these trips where your son is playing whatever, AAU baseball or basketball, and you go somewhere for a weekend, you stay in the hotel, you got to eat a couple meals a day each day that you're there. Maybe you're going to their mall, walking around. I mean, it's a real economic impact when you think about the reality of what these families are doing. I'm really excited about the event center project that's going to be going on. One thing that we didn't think about when we built this Recplex was, like giving parents something to do when they drop their kid off for practice. And I think Tom and I looked at it and figured that there isn't going to be a track necessarily around the outside, but there is a path and there is a way that people can walk a full loop around that thing. And I think that's going to be, people are going to love that. They're absolutely going to love that. It's going to be such an incredible expansion. But you think about all these projects, you go back, I don't know how many years, 5, 6, 7 years, how long it's been, and we didn't have any of these things. We didn't have the Recplex, we didn't have the Jamie Hurd Amphitheater, we didn't have the boathouse, we didn't have the Athene pedestrian bridge, Legacy. I mean, now we've got all these things like that. It's just been amazing to see.
It's super fun, and I think about, I'm really glad we pushed hard for things like the Recplex and the expansion and Legacy Woods. And I think, the poor mayor gets to hear my complaints sometimes behind the scenes, because there was a major media group this week that said Des Moines hosts major hockey tournament. And I was super annoyed by that, that it didn't say West Des Moines. But I think the biggest thing, I'll say this, I love paying taxes for Parks and Rec, personally. And it adds so much value to our community. I sit on my deck and every 20 seconds somebody's going by on that trail. I think of Legacy Woods and what it was before. It was a derelict church camp, and now it's going to be the most awesome place, and it's going to pay homage to our heritage, homage to people in the cemetery who came long before us. And I think the biggest compliment I can give you guys is you're not just relying on taxpayer dollars to do this. You're going out and seeking money from other places. That is unusual for a government agency, the way you're partnering with the private sector. So congratulations, great job.
Yeah, I know you have folks on your team like Eric Dahl, among others, who are just finding money. And it's an enormous difference maker. And Doug is absolutely right. It makes our community awesome, and our residents appreciate it. And thank you for the report, Brian. Thank you.
And Tom Haddon, our city manager, has done a great job raising a ton of money for these things as well. He's been out there in front. And I know Shane and Ryan and everybody has been working on that. We figured this out years ago, and I don't think other communities got it, that it has to be public-private partnerships to do these quality of life amenities. The game has totally changed on this, and you got to have participation from the private sector. And the private sector has responded in a big way. A lot of unbelievable, generous citizens and businesses that, I can't even tell you how grateful I am for all of them. So, all right. Well, thank you, Ryan. And now we will move on to the next one, or are we gonna, what do you guys want to do?
I don't think we're ready for lunch, so we keep.
Okay, let's move on. Let's bring up Human Services. Got Audrey from Human Services, and then we're going to do Tracy and Craig, bring them up here next, so.
Yeah, is it possible? Pull up the video. I have mine, I have it here on my laptop. Okay, sorry. Just plug it in.
Yeah.
That's the question. Oh, no, no. Support for it. Okay, there it is. I'll find it. Okay, perfect. It's in. I can't see it, but.
It's the greatest thing ever. I was laughing my head off.
Okay.
You ready, Audrey?
I'm ready. Are we ready? We're
All right,
missing Greg. Should I
let's
get
do
started?
it. We're going to do this, and then we're going to grab lunch, and we'll do like a working lunch.
Yeah.
Perfect.
All right, go ahead, Audrey.
Okay, well, good morning, Mayor and Council, and Tom, and to those who are watching online. My name is Audrey Kinnis, Director of Human Services. I'm going to briefly highlight, one, our mission statement. I think it's important always to highlight that. For over the past 45 years, we've been providing opportunity for community residents to achieve healthy, stable, and the key word is productive lives. And productive is where we really will be focusing as we continue to move forward. I'm going to highlight some of our accomplishments. We've achieved some significant accomplishments over the past fiscal year. We've maintained a high standard of service for our clients while experiencing a record-breaking use in services. We've seen a 26% increase in use in services and logged over 18,550 total interactions. That's in light of the federal shutdown and SNAP suspension. We reconfigured the building to increase the footprint for food and allow more storage as we experienced, again, a spike in donations and just general demand. We added shelving. I moved some of our staff offices, and we added refrigeration space to be able to accommodate the needs. We restructured several of our programs to be more efficient, such as our back to school giveaway, Adopt a Family, our coat distribution program, and our emergency financial assistance program to try to minimize really some of the staff burnout and meet the growing needs of our community. We rescued over 123,000 pounds of food from local retailers, which is equivalent to about 62 tons of food, and redirected that back to families while reducing waste. We converted one FTE position to a temp position. We had over 160 volunteers, giving over 14,000 hours to our department, which is equivalent to about 7 full-time staff. We relaunched our annual fundraiser, going from Sunday Supper, which many of you remember, to Harvest to Care, with our net proceeds doubling, going from about $15,000 to $30,000 in fiscal year 25. We broke our giving record, increasing our total donations by 51%, from $277,000 to $450,000 this past year. We moved our Friends Foundation account from a non-interest-bearing account to a high-yield savings account, and we've already made about $4,000 on those funds in 6 months. We partnered with Microsoft and DMAC to provide a short-term pantry, what I call pantry to employment partnership, to support upward mobility for more than 15 of our residents. And to close it out, I'm going to play a video really quick. Can you all see it? I don't know if they can.
I'm playing from my computer.
Okay.
I don't know if the sound's going to work.
So you want to play it?
I'll play it. We'll see if the sound.
We'll see. Hey.
There's supposed to be sound?
There should be, so it's not working. Let me see. This is the fun part. Is that you or me?
That's me.
Okay, so pause it. That was close. Whoever's beatboxing over there. Oh, okay, that's. Oh, should I do it just for mine, you think? Should I do it for mine?
We weren't getting that to display, so I'm wondering if we try here.
Oh, I'll forget it. It's fine. If you can get it working, that would be great. I'll keep going. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. So I'm going to just focus briefly on our goals for 2026. So I'm really not looking to recreate or create new goals, but really hone in the goals that we've already established for this year and really finalize some of these large projects we have going on. We will continue to explore opportunities to enhance service and provide efficiency through automation. We are currently working with a local software development company called We Write Code to develop a new intake system that will allow a self-check-in kiosk. I think that's very important. As we see the continued increase, we got to be nimble and flexible. Spatial reconfiguration will continue to be an area of focus. We have to explore creative ways to increase our footprint or reconfigure the space to allow for more storage. We will continue to focus on our upward mobility. That is a big deal for us. So like I had said, that partnership with Microsoft and DMAC, that was the first pilot, which was extremely successful. Of those 15 students, 14 completed. That's about a 92% completion rate. Anyone who works in education knows that's almost unheard of. But more importantly, of those 14 students, 11 of them have received jobs as data center technicians. That's a big deal, and 3 just got their sign-on yesterday, so that's huge for us. But being able to retrofit that and apply that in other industries or other ways, I think will be huge. So we can ensure that our residents are breaking the cycle of poverty. That's what we're here to do. We will also strengthen our communication strategy to continue to raise awareness of the needs around food insecurity and just even the services we provide. That's one thing I'm always surprised when people have never heard of us. Again, we've been here almost 50 years, and we've been doing the best job in the state for over 50 years, and I can say that confidently. We're the only city that does this. So I take great pride in being able to work and serve in this capacity, but really work alongside you all in helping support our most under-resourced residents. Okay, with that said, oh, you're still working. Okay, he'll keep working, but with that said, I'm going to turn it over to you. What questions do you all have or concerns?
I don't have a question. I got a comment, though. A couple of weeks ago, I stopped down and met with Audrey over this whole building reconfiguration, I guess, for space, just to get a feel for it. It had been a long time since I'd been through the building. I've been down there into the, main, the front office area, and then, dropping off clothing donations and stuff. But as far as taking a tour of the building, it had been quite a while. And I was shocked with the number of clothing items and food items they've got down there. So when we moved Human Services down there, what's it been now? 10 years ago?
2014.
2013. Okay.
2014.
They had plenty of space.
That's right.
They did.
We were
They
trying to
don't
figure
now.
out what to do with some of the space.
So we need to look at a second story. I mean, it's just, it's amazing, you know, the amount of donations that they get and also the clients that they get. So it's, they're doing a great job down there. And I don't know exactly how you do it, but they do it.
Team. It's
So-
an incredible team.
Hats off to you and your staff.
Well, thank you, Councilman Trujillo.
I would say, you know, small but mighty, that's you and your staff. You guys are absolutely amazing at what you do. And I absolutely love the focus on getting people to be self-sufficient and upward mobility. I've been talking about this for years. That's a huge deal. And this data technician program was just absolutely amazing. And to be able to see, you know, these folks go through the program and get jobs that are going to help to sustain themselves, their family, improve their lives. This is what it's all about, is to break that cycle of poverty, get people up and out, you know, rather than just keep serving people. We need to do that too, but we need to serve them, and we need to, I mean, in an ultimate, utopian society, you get all these people up and out and self-sufficient, and we have no clients, you know, but.
That would be ideal.
Yeah.
That's what we want to
Yeah,
work ourselves
it'd be
up,
amazing.
but
But I love the focus on that, and you're doing an incredible job on that, so.
thank you.
I'll echo everything the mayor said. I did not know that 11 of the 14 ended up with a job.
Big deal.
That sort of statistic is, that to me, it's off the charts. I wouldn't have expected that, frankly, if you would have come in here and said 2 of them.
Right,
I'd have
right,
been like, well, okay, at least that's a start. But 11?
right. And the other
Congratulations.
three-
That's huge.
And I'll say the other 3, one is pursuing her baccalaureate degree, so she's gone on, so it's still a success. And the other 2 one got a job at Athene, the other one is working somewhere else. So the other 2 didn't go in as data center technicians. But again, they're all but one I've been able to track has landed, so.
Well, and this is part of the partnership that you had with Microsoft too,
That
right?
is
Like
it.
it was amazing that Microsoft wanted to help in this way.
Right.
And then I believe it's like essentially partners of Microsoft that extended these job offers to these individuals,
Yep,
right?
Yep,
So
yep.
Microsoft is a
vendors.
great partner of ours, and they just don't toot their own horn. They don't get enough kudos, you know?
So true.
Well, we're gonna toot their horn for them. Shut it, okay.
What matters most is we are creating opportunity for upward mobility to transform people's lives. Tonight's program would not have been possible without the support and partnership of Des Moines Area Community College and Microsoft.
This pilot program is what it is all about. The public and the private sector working together to train Iowans for the jobs of tomorrow.
The Microsoft Data Center Academy was created with a clear purpose: to bridge the gap between talent and opportunity.
This is one of the most successful pilot programs we've ever run. This is the first time we've done this program. It won't be the last.
We didn't know what we were getting into. For the definitive, we saw Microsoft, you know, an opportunity, something that I never thought would happen in my life.
Every single one of us is here by choice. We saw the opportunity and we chased it.
You will learn, and if you haven't already, that hard work gets you everywhere. A lot of hardworking people also have a lot of good luck.
I'm thrilled to announce today that every student in this inaugural cohort is being gifted their program laptop. You've reached a milestone that is a testament to your dedication, your resilience, and unwavering effort that you've shown over the past 15 weeks.
And this tonight, you all, is exactly that. So good job to you graduates.
Thank you, folks. I appreciate you all being nimble, and thank you, Ryan. And I do want to just say real quick, thank you to the other departments. Again, we could not have gotten through this year without public services. I got to give a special shout out to Gary and his team. They stepped up when we were struggling and couldn't meet the demand. Thank you to Park and Rec. Thank you to engineering. Thank you to the police department. I mean, fire, all of them. So this year has really forced us to have to work stronger together, I think, in a lot of ways, but they always show up. And so I'm so grateful. But even our community, we can't do this work. This is truly a public-private partnership every day.
Well, and I was going to say, the number of volunteer hours that you have, people
Why?
giving their time and energy into this, the number of, residents and businesses that have contributed, to our department, it's just amazing, all the people that pitch in and help out. We couldn't do it without all those individuals and all the people that serve on your Human Services Advisory Board.
That's
and
right.
The Friends Group, just unbelievable people.
It's truly a community lift. Thank you, you all.
All right, thank you.
Whoa.
So, yeah,
Okay,
I
okay,
figured,
yeah,
I didn't figure we were going to get away with that.
we
You
have a
said
couple
so.
more.
Go on.
I was ready to.
You're not getting away without me.
Love it.
I've been involved in human services for 10 years or so. And Althea was wonderful. She took it a long way.
Phenomenal.
Incredible. But I just want to say you have evolved this in a way that I would have never imagined. We've talked about a lot of things. You're executing on those things.
Yeah.
I know it's hard sometimes, especially when it gets busy. I know how acute the problem is with the room. The rooms that we used to have meetings in, we can't have meetings now because there's stuff in them.
Right.
And I just want to tell you, like the fundraiser this year, incredible change. Like I'm really proud of the work you do for all of these people. And I hope you feel rewarded when you lay your head on the pillow at night, exhausted. So
Yes. Oh, I'm going to get emotional. Thank you.
thank you, Audrey.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate you all.
All right, let's go out and grab, go ahead, Greg.
Oh, yeah,
Grab
before,
lunch.
just one quick comment. I had a question earlier, but you just actually answered it on how cross-departmental communication's been going, and you kind of answered it. So I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad other departments are sharing their talents with you, whether it be public works, as you said, or public services, whether it be volunteer hours that are being given by other departments. So that's just great to hear. So
It's huge.
appreciate it.
Oh, Ryan's gone, but he got to ride and do food rescue this year. So that was probably fun for him. He was out in the road. Ryan Penning from Park and Rec. So, it was kind of fun. It's fun, though. If you ever want an opportunity to kind of see what it looks like, we'll take you. So,
Well, that's the other thing. I mean, kudos to everybody here that we were one of the only food pantries that were able to work things out between the food bank and DMARC. And we got it done. Everybody up here got that done. And I'm really proud of that. So,
thank you.
all right, thank you. Let's grab our lunch out in the hallway and maybe a 5-minute break and then
We got 5 whole minutes.
5 minutes.
Thanks,
That's what
Mr.
you
Mayor.
got. Hurry up, be quick.
That's up from 3.
And then we'll bring Tracy and Craig up.
And then
All right, Tracy and Craig, you guys ready to go?
I just,
All right.
I don't know what it is about a podium that makes me more anxious, but
No, it's great. It's to
anxiety
make you
is
more
up here with
comfortable.
the
You got,
podium now.
you can put all your stuff there and,
Oh, I got
that's the
stuff to
whole.
look at. I know the camera's on me. Yes, okay. Hello, thanks everybody. I'm so excited to be here. I'll first say our mission because I love our mission. It's so important to me. So the library's mission, in case you don't know, I'm Tracy Glass, the library director for the West Des Moines Public Library. Our library's mission is to enrich lives by igniting curiosity, engaging community, and expanding perspectives. And I think we do that daily. I just want to say thank you to our wonderful staff. Our staff work so hard to connect with our community, provide programming and materials that represent them. They can see themselves in our library, so I love them. I'd also like to say thank you to Craig Long, our past president for the library board. I will say our library board is incredibly generous, supportive. They are always there for us, and I love it. Yes, so thank you so much. We have had a ton of wins this past year. It's exciting. I listed them all, and they're all starting with increase. So we had an increase in visits, 36% increase in visits. We had an increase in circulated items, 7% increase in circulated items. We had an increase in room bookings. We had an increase in patron questions, and we had an increase in program attendance across all ages. That is extraordinary, I would say, for a public library. I've not seen that a lot in my career, so seeing all of those things continue to grow is what makes me very happy. Some highlights this year, we had our New Year's Eve. So we dropped, we inflated and dropped over 800 balloons in our building from our top floor, so that was very exciting. We had over 200 children and their caregivers come to our New Year's Eve program. Summer reading registration for all ages is up 13%. That was super exciting too. As you all know, summer reading it stops that summer slump, it stops that drop off in the middle when kiddos want to have fun and go outside, which is great, but we want them to come to the library to keep up those reading skills. And it's always such a nice thing to have adults come in and say, oh, summer reading's just for kids and teens, and it's not. Summer reading is for adults too, so we love that. This year we had a big project, which I'm sure you saw on our social media and a few of our closed days. So we migrated our integrated library system into a new system that's better for our staff, better for patrons. When I was explaining it, it's always like, you know, when you go to Amazon and it tries to guess what you want to buy, well, that's what our catalog is now. It tries to guess what you want to read, which is great. We were closed for a day and we checked in and shelved over 7,000 items as a team in one day. It was unbelievable. We had carts everywhere. We've also been working on our master plan update. So one thing we've heard continuously from our community is that we are at capacity. We love our building, but we're looking at how we could maybe expand that or just serve our patrons well, while also keeping in mind that we do a ton of programs that take up the space in our rooms. We're also working on an update of our youth services playscape. So our youth services area are all of our playscape play equipment. And I use that term hesitantly a little bit because it is play equipment. It is not playground equipment. And it does work into the simple steps, the ways we're getting kiddos to learn how to read and to encourage them in that reading growth. And part of that is play, talking, singing, listening, all of those go into that. But that's an update with support from our board, and our Friends Foundation will be updating all of that equipment. My assistant Susan did a kind of a rough estimate of how many times our play equipment over there has been touched since we've had it, and it's over 1 million times touched by kiddos and their families, very happily engaging, being in a community with each other over there. We love it. And it was my first full year as a director, and I love our staff, I love our library, I love our community, and I thank you and the library board for the support on that. We have seen some cost savings this year. So what I have done since I came in was look holistically at our staffing and see where we could make adjustments, and we've done that. We've not lost positions or staff, but I have moved things around just to make sure that all staff felt supported, all departments felt supported, and that the work was being done appropriately and accurately. We have, let's see, continually assessed our spending across our budget and in all of our departments, which has been a good look at what we're doing for the community and making sure that we're representing our public well and spending public funds correctly. Part of that ILS migration was a consolidation of all of the different softwares. So libraries use a lot of different softwares, not only our catalog, staff side, patron side, but we have room booking software. We have software that lets us count the patron questions. That's how we get all the good statistics that we put out in our library board reports each month, and we're so accurate on those. We have many pieces of software that help us do that, but consolidating those has helped us save money. And also, another little thing in libraries is you don't want patron data to be spread out across all these different companies kind of going in to one central place. It's better, nicer if you kind of route it through one company just to protect that patron data and make sure that you are keeping all of that separate. Cross-department collaborations, we do a lot. One thing that I came in and I wanted to do was to make sure we are collaborating well with our city departments. I've always loved doing that in other cities that I've worked in, and we have worked hard to increase and really solidify those. We work, much like Ryan said with parks, we work with most every single city department. Public services, we work heavily with them in terms of our building facility maintenance, plowing, doing all the different great things they do in our parking lot. Human services, Parks and Rec, we do a lot with them. And what we've done this past year is start having meetings where we can look at, like Ryan said, where we can look at, we don't want to duplicate that work, and we want to make sure we have the right person doing the right job. So we work with them on nature story times in the park. We do traveling tales. We've been at the Jamie Hurd Amphitheater with our adult services department doing Fall in Love with a Good Book Club, Life Around the Pond, Earth Day, IllumaFest, Ice Cream Socials, Park Palooza, Heritage Jubilee. We're so excited to be a part of all of those. We also partner with the West Des Moines Community Schools, so we bring our bookmobile to school events. Family nights are my favorite thing to go to, but we also have our youth services staff go to classrooms to talk about summer reading and to get kiddos excited for summer reading to come into our libraries. So we do a lot of collaboration, and we love it. Strategies for the coming year, we are going to continue our master plan update, youth services playscape update. I will say one thing, excuse me, I'd like all of you to be aware of is just pending library legislation. That's usually a thing every year. The big one is the omnibus bill, which is 2622, which would remove local control from library boards and put that on to city councils, just so you're aware of that. There's also House File 2324, which would regulate school library partnerships, which it would affect our work in our ability to take our Words on Wheels vehicles to schools. We would not be able to do that anymore. But we're always going to work within what we're given and what legislation is passed. We will always work within that, which is what makes my job as library director so wonderful, in that I have such a great staff. We're willing to work. We always are working together to just make sure we're serving our community well. We also, one other thing I'll mention is we do partner with the City of Cummings. So as part of the open access program under our great state library, we have a partnership with them where we provide them library services. One great thing that I'm doing this year is I was able to get the Cumming contract back on the trajectory this way. Cumming residents use our e-materials so much. E-materials just, I know, are very popular, and our Cumming residents love our e-materials. They get access, just like West Des Moines residents do, as our contracted city. And so getting their payments back on that ladder trajectory is going to be great for us. It just helps us make sure we're supplying the materials to our residents in an equitable way. Does anybody have any questions for me? That was abrupt. Sorry, I just stopped talking and then that was it.
But I'll start, you might see a drop off and a few residents from Cumming visiting. We had a controversial development down there.
Oh, yes.
I kid. No, I thank you for the update. Great to see continued interest, continued support, and everything's in the right direction in terms of everything, the circulation and the number of folks that are visiting the library and utilizing all the different spaces. So great work.
Yes.
Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
So I know Councilwoman Hardman, now State Senator Hardman, she was always on the library board for the longest time. And so, but this past year, or maybe 2 years ago, I can't remember, it would have been 2 years ago, I joined on as liaison. And I just want to say thank you to Craig. Jean is the current chair. I want to thank her as well. I know she's not available to be here, but I think all 7 members of the library board are incredibly thoughtful. And they take their job as being the authority behind the library very, very seriously.
Yes.
And I'm grateful for their service. They don't get paid much. Craig, you don't get paid much, do you?
Not much.
Yeah, not much for being on the library board. So very grateful for that. Tracy, congratulations on your first full year.
Thank you.
As this fiscal year ends. Every month that we meet, it's nice to kind of get some statistics. And this past month, we got some statistics from, from Tracy that kind of shared about how we're doing compared to all of the other communities of similar size. And so I'm just looking some of those right now. I'm looking at some of those. And the one that really stands out to me is we had 47,237 total attendance at library programs. So that's 47,000. Ankeny had 31,000. That's very similar sized communities. Ames, which is similarly sized, had only 43,000. It's close.
Yes.
But Ames also has a very, very good library and certainly a very solid community as well, and they were really close to us. Cedar Rapids is much larger than us. They had 49,000, which means we are punching well above our weight, and that means you and your staff are doing a tremendous job, and I appreciate that. With regard to the legislation, I just wanted to share one quick thing. It comes up every year. And either it doesn't make it through funnel or a second funnel, whatever it is. And I don't know what's going to happen this year, but whenever we want to point to models of libraries that work, I would gladly show the West Des Moines library as one, because it's the more times a library is on the news, in my opinion, that actually gets more votes in favor of maybe doing something like this. And I quite frankly like it when the library is not on the news, because it just makes it so much less controversial and makes it a place where everybody's going to go, everybody's going to have a great time, everybody's going to get what they need. We're going to have 47,000 just record attendance for programs because everybody's going to go, and no one's going to see this giant news story, and it's like, that's going to get more votes perhaps in favor of doing something like this by taking away control from the board and giving to us. I've said it many times. I really don't want to be in charge of the library. That's my personal opinion. But I just want to thank you for just running a really efficient library that welcomes everybody, that is devoted to doing the most important thing, which I think your mission statement does exactly: to enrich lives by igniting curiosity, engaging community, and expanding perspectives, all members of the community, and igniting curiosity in all ways, because that's the most important thing. So thank you, Tracy.
Thank you. I forgot, there was one big one I wanted to say, which is we received a 93% approval rating in our 2024 citizen survey. So that is what points to me as we're doing it right. Everybody feels represented. Everybody knows they have a place at our library, and that's what makes me really proud to work at this.
93% is bonkers.
That's unbelievable.
Level approval.
I have not, that is not what I see a lot. So
and that's so good.
That's good to know.
I love it.
Yes.
Thank you.
I just say thank you, Tracy, for all that you do. You've been an amazing addition to our West Des Moines team, and congratulations on your success and everything that's going on in the library. Craig, thank you so much for all that you do, and your fellow board members. I trust you guys wholeheartedly to do the job that you're doing. I think you guys do an amazing job. And I would be remiss if I didn't say something about our Friends group, because our Friends group is amazing as well.
Yes.
They have allowed us to do so many things that we otherwise probably wouldn't have been able to do. And they're so powerful when they put their money forward and then ask us for something that we try to match that's a lot easier to fulfill some of the requests when you have a friends group that's like
That
that.
is true.
So,
Our Friends Foundation is extraordinary.
Yeah.
Yes.
absolutely. All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And a shout out to the Friends of the Parks and Rec Board as well, because that Friends
Yes,
group also
for
does
sure.
tremendous things. Let's hear it for the Friends of City Departments.
Absolutely.
Tim, we're still waiting on Friends of Finance to come around. All right.
All right. So let's, if the police are ready, and I see, okay, Assistant Captain Hayes and Chief Bellamy, come on up.
Assistant Chief Hayes.
What'd I say?
Assistant Captain.
Oh, Assistant Chief. I meant Assistant Chief.
We
We don't have Assistant Captains. Assistant Chief. Yeah, I
Not yet.
misspoke. Thank you.
Hi, so Craig Bellamy, Chief of Police, and as you said, I have Assistant Chief Jody Hayes with me here. And I just want to first start off by saying I have a unique perspective as I'm new to the community, right? So I've come in to experience a lot of the things that we're talking about, and I just want to say, Councilman, Mayor, Tom, and all the directors, it's been extremely welcoming. This has been a great experience for my family to come here to start joining this community. So everybody has done a really, really good job with what you do up to this point. For the police department, I'll start out with some of the achievements. We also had a very good result from the survey. I think it was at 92% satisfaction, which is, for my profession, extremely good, which is very good to see that we've already got that base built up. We are actually on course for later this year, or I guess early into next year, being fully staffed for the first time in a long time. So again, that's a pretty good milestone that we're working towards. I know there's been some talk about the LPRs and technology. Our LPR usage and drone usage has been extremely successful. The LPR system this year was used to locate a 14-year-old girl that was groomed and taken out of state to Tennessee. So we were able to get her and rescue her and get her home. And yeah, that was through that system. The drone usage is a multiplier in our ability to be effective. I mean, we've used it to locate missing persons, been highly successful in locating suspects and stuff out in the field, which when we're able to do that quickly, we then prevent further harm to community members, right? If we got somebody out there dangerous, moving around the community, having the tools to quickly get them apprehended is essential. And I will say on the LPRs, I know there's been some talk about some of the bills that are being in funnel that are going through. And I think that highlights an opportunity that we can be a little bit more involved in providing information and education to our community and what they are and how they're used, because they're extremely beneficial. I mean, it changes everything we do in our investigations, makes us way more effective, and it's not intrusive in any manner. So most of these things are built on fears or concerns that are not factual. So we just need to do a better job of sharing that. And when you look at all the ways that they benefit the department and our community, like if we have those systems, we can, cut off chases a little sooner so we don't have, fatalities related to police chases, because we have information and ways to, further that investigation without having to chase a vehicle down to do that, things along those lines. We also added a fourth school officer this year, school resource officer, which I'm, again, very excited about our school resource program. I mean, our kids are our number one resource, right? We've got to do everything we can to keep them safe, and having an officer in the school, in my opinion, is the best way that we can do that. So I was excited to see that. Talking about parks and our collaboration with other directors, we have done a pretty good job of being proactive and working with the Parks Department and addressing crime in the parks, and have done some pretty good things there to start to limit that. Department remodel over the past year, so they added space, some office space. We made a space within our police headquarters for the Youth Justice Initiative, which is a good collaboration there. I was excited to see that. Added some garage space for specialty vehicles and evidence processing of vehicles, so that was good. We did have an active shooter alert at one of the schools at Southwoods. It was a false event. But talking with everybody, looking at the after-action review of how we performed very well. And I think that goes to highlight the effectiveness of the ongoing training that we put a focus on. Okay. Talk about cost savings and streamlining. Again, I mentioned we're moving closer to full staffing, which will help in the overtime department on backfills. That's one of the things I'm looking forward to there. We will keep looking at how we can be a little bit more efficient in using and cross-training our personnel to do more functions instead of just being a little bit specialized. And, you know, in that, looking at more grants and ways to fund our training and some of the things that are big budget items without having to use departmental city funds to do so. We've already lined up about $50,000 worth of training that's coming in that's paid for through outside foundations and groups. So that alone will help, you know, make the money that we do have that we put forth to training more efficient. There is already a really good model in place for cooperation with the adjoining agencies and groups. I've met with many chiefs from the area and the region already this month, and we'll continue building on those relationships to further our shared capabilities to address issues, because none of us are large enough to do everything on our own. So when we can get together and work as a group, we're a little bit more effective, and especially bringing in the federal partners that have a little bit deeper pocketbooks than we do to help with that. For the coming year, my areas of focus again will be, you know, high-level training, you know, improving on the model that we already have. You know, and I just want to highlight too that, you know, about 70% of our training budget goes to certifications and things that we have to do anyway. So being really strategic in using that other additional resources to build up our capabilities as much as we can. And then I'd say the main overall picture for me is just to capitalize on the fact that I'm new. I'm new to the department, I'm new to this area, so I can come in and ask why. I can look at everything we do, every system we do, and see if that is the most efficient and best way that we are doing business. And I won't waste that opportunity. I will really dig into most of everything that we do and try to find ways to just be a little bit more efficient with it. And that's pretty much it. All I have for the highlights. So any questions?
All right, any questions?
I guess it is great to have you here, Craig. Congratulations on your, well, I know you've been here for a month, but as Chief Scott's last day was yesterday, conveniently the day before the all-Saturday workshop, but anyway, leaving aside that for a second, I'm giving him a hard time. I'm curious about when you come in and you look at our facilities, for example. That's what I'm thinking about first and foremost. What do you think of our public safety facilities as an outsider? I'm sorry to call it an outsider, you know what I mean. Coming in, what is your kind of 30,000-foot view of our public safety infrastructure in terms of like buildings, like the police station?
So that was one of the things early on, Tom, we had a discussion with, he wanted me to look at and evaluate, and which I've done, and we've had that talk. So
here's where we're at. I think there's definitely, I believe strongly, and the chief agrees that we have room to expand on existing, but you know, on where we're at. And so, I mean, there's always people interested in the staff that says we want the new thing and then go way out west. This is a really good location. We have room to expand. We've done millions of dollars of work since I've been here. There is a pressing need on the we need to move forward with a facility plan, I assume, right away. And Craig, I forget, it's for the
evidence
storage and some other things. We're in danger right now of being breached because of water sprinkler system and other things, and we need it isolated for other reasons. So we're going to take a facility plan approach and look at it. We'll still evaluate. We'll come back and say we'll still evaluate new versus expansion. I just say with what's happening, I think expansion is the most cost-effective way to go, and we're coming back with you, and we'll work with we want to start that sooner rather than later, so because we have to address the needs they have. So that's the approach I was thinking we should be taking.
And Greg, I would just add that I've looked at it pretty hard in this month. I know it's only been a month, but I really dug into what we have, where we're at, and what would it look like to expand or move to a different location. And yes, expanding where we're at is financially way more advantageous. But to me, I'm not going to look at, I have to consider the budget, but I'm trying to look at what's the best for our performance and service to the community. And I feel like our current location, where we're located, offers that. So I think we have the ability, like Tom said, to expand there, get the facilities that we need, and still be in the best position to serve the community as best as we could.
And along lines, I noticed your future opportunities, the completion of the real-time crime center. What's a timeline on that?
So again, looking into where we're at, and I'm still trying to see what technology we have and how that can interface. We always face the problem of the shiny penny in law enforcement. Like, there are systems out there that you can, like some of our area partners have gone to, where you're paying $600,000 a year for the back-end software to run those. So it can get very expensive. But there are ways to get to the same place and capability with a little bit more work on the back end, meaning it's not as plug and play, but we can get there. So I'm going to look more towards that, trying to be efficient in what we get, and because it's not only cheaper for us, but again, if we go out and get something very expensive, it puts us on an island. So I have something here that our adjoining agencies do not have. And if we have a large-scale event, it's just not going to be us. Now it's going to be all of our partners coming in, and now we've set ourselves up with a system that doesn't interface with theirs.
Sure.
So looking at systems, and there are things out there that were developed for the military and the federal government that they make available to law enforcement for free. They can do a lot of the same tasks without any of the cost. I mean, the cost may be to be running a server, but we can have that run through DPS, can run the server for the state. So there's things that we can implement that gets everybody on the same page without the much normal required expense to get there. As far as functionality, they're amazing. Again, the technology is the way that we're going to get ahead of things. Because as things grow, crime grows, if we can expand our ability to be more efficient in how we address it, it's better for everybody.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. I mean, I was just looking at your future opportunities and your upcoming challenges. There's some really important bullet points in those two lists of future opportunities and upcoming challenges, but just want to say to both you and Jody, appreciate all the work that you're doing, and we are here to help however we can. Obviously, finances is always a top concern, but even more of a top concern is to, as you say, to unite with the community to preserve the safety in West Des Moines and all of its residents, visitors. And we get a lot of visitors. We have a lot of businesses, and if our residents don't feel safe, then what the heck are we even doing up here? So appreciate the work, and I look forward to hearing more from you as you bring this new kind of viewpoint into the city. I know we've done a great job, Jody. We have done a great job. I think we've done a phenomenal job, and there's always things we can celebrate, and there's always ways that we can improve too. So appreciate you both.
Thank you. I echo that, Councilman Hudson. And Chief, thanks for bringing the perspective you shared. You said, this is your opportunity and you're not going to squander it away in terms of, identifying opportunities and different ways in which we can maybe approach things better or differently or maybe the same. You never know. But I'm glad you come to the meeting sharing that perspective because I think you're coming from somewhere that maybe did things differently, had different tools, had different approaches, and not to say we're doing things wrong, but it doesn't matter what industry or business or nonprofit you're in. I believe in continuous improvement, and I think to the extent we can continue to go down the path of improving, I'm all for it. And look forward to hearing what your thoughts are on that. On this LPR, license plate reader thing, it is important. And it is something that, the folks up here did support and have supported since, I think it was 2021, 2022, when Jody came up and said, hey, this is something we'd like to get done. And I remember sitting at the police department, walking through it with both Chris Scott and Jody Hayes talking about what this is going to do for the city of West Des Moines. And part of my comments earlier today related to, telling our residents and the visitors of how we care about their safety and their security and their privacy, because I don't, like Microsoft hasn't done a very good job talking about what they do in the community. Maybe we haven't done as good of a job talking about how we value safety, security, and privacy. And I was talking to Tom, and I pulled up here. I said, I'm in the kind of tech space for a lot of different reasons, and I pulled up Apple's website. They talk about a lot of great things that they sell, but one of the things they try to sell is peace of mind and privacy. And they've got a statement on here that says privacy is a fundamental human right. It's also one of our core values, which is why we design our products and services to protect it. That's the kind of innovation we believe in. And I think, I don't speak for everybody, but I got to believe everybody up here would value those same sort of principles as it relates to how we conduct our business at the city.
Absolutely.
And while I know the police department has very good policies and procedures in place to ensure folks are not inappropriately using things like LPRs, you have those probably written down in an internal document somewhere that is, known by the folks at the department. But it's not known, and not that we have to have policies and procedures out there publicly available, but we can tell our residents we do value their security, we do value their privacy, and we've adopted practices and protocols to ensure that when we use these features and these tools to protect you, we're doing it in a way that's also going to protect your privacy. And I think that's a really good opportunity for us, whether it's on the community compliance tool that Gary Rankin talked about earlier, whether it's LPRs or something that comes down the road, better communicating to our residents. And this is not a police department thing, this is a city thing that I think maybe we can do, because there are a lot of folks, my work is a lot of conversations at the Capitol about things like the LPR. And we had some conversations a month ago with some legislators up there talking to them about the importance of LPRs, and all the questions related around, well, are you scanning people's faces? Are you capturing video and watching where people are going? No, we're not capturing faces, and no, we're not capturing videos. It's a still image of just the license plate, but people don't get that. And when they don't get that, then they start, these thoughts of well, then they must be doing these other things, and we're just not. And I think, we can better tell that. If you and the whole team take a look at the legislation, and I know Jamie's watching it closely, it's important to me that you continue to have this tool. Of course, we want to have all the privacy and protections in place. I believe they are. I know Greta's taking a look at some things that we have been asked. But, knowing that those privacy and security protections are in place, I'm happy to do whatever I can to, continue to have conversations on the Hill to ensure that those tools exist for your team to help more efficiently solve crimes, conduct investigations, and make sure that if people are going to come into this community and commit a crime, they're going to be caught. And then last thing I'd say is, I started earlier today talking about Westcom. And I know I think we got Westcom later on here. I'd love to hear your feedback. I know I would love to hear Chief Lou's feedback on this and others. The reality is our residents are paying double for dispatch services. And that's not a knock on Westcom. It's not a knock on Polk County. It's just a reality. And if we can eliminate that duplication, I understand there's a memo, Tom, and I've skimmed through that. And Jamie, I appreciate you sending it, and I look forward to this workshop. But if there's a way we can eliminate the duplication of the taxation for dispatch services and then reallocate some of that funding to some of the challenges you have, both at the police department and the fire department, I'd much rather have one tax for dispatch than a double tax and be able to provide you all with the services and tools that you need to do your job. So that's, I look forward to that conversation. We're at a budget workshop, so I wanted to bring it up here and let you know why that conversation is coming up. It has nothing to do with something not happening at Westcom or not happening at Polk County or Dallas County. It is the reality of making sure that the dollar is best used. So I look forward to working with you, and thank you for the discussion.
Yes, sir.
Chief, welcome to West Des Moines. Look forward to working with you. Look forward to swearing you in on Monday night. appreciate everything you guys do. Like Councilman Hudson said, if people aren't safe, none of the other stuff matters. The economic development, the quality of life amenities, none of that matters, because if people don't feel safe in the community, they don't want to live here. And I think we do a phenomenal job of making sure we keep people safe. I think these, the LPRs, every tool that we have is all part of that. And I agree with you, Councilman, that we need to, make sure people understand how we're using this, that they have their privacy and all these things. But I'll tell you what, these flock cameras are absolutely unbelievable. And I will defend them till the cows come home, because I think that they really do help us solve crimes, and not only solve crimes, but they help deter crime.
Yes.
Because this is for hard and fast criminals. It's not for people that are speeding. It's for people that have warrants for their arrest and that have committed a crime. And we're gonna capture those people. We're gonna put them in jail. And for the people that think about committing a crime, think twice, because you want to come out to one of our entertainment districts and shoplift or hold somebody at gunpoint or whatever. We're gonna get you. We are going to make sure that we are enforcing law and order in this community to the greatest extent that we can. At the same time, I think it's also important that we work really hard to have great community relations. I think that's what we've done over the last several years under Chief Scott, and I look forward to continuing to do that so that the community knows us, they trust us, they know that we're doing everything by the book and doing our job. But they also know that if you commit a crime, we will get you and you will go to jail. So thank you for everything, and we'll see you on Monday night for the swearing in.
Do have one more question.
All right,
You did bring it up, and so now I do give you the hard question. Okay. So I was looking at the expenses and division and function administration budget. All right. The second line item is community outreach. And maybe you said it before, and maybe I missed it. If I did, I apologize. But last year's budget was $560, and this year's budget's $430. So that dropped a little bit. So I didn't know if what happened there, I guess, is the question. If community outreach dropped by quite a bit compared to last year.
I can answer. I can answer that.
Thank you, Chris.
It was mostly a shift between divisions. They just moved an officer out of that division to one of the other ones.
Perfect. Thank you for sharing.
I do know that came from an internal review on the amount of work that was being done out of that. So we were able to cross-train and move that position back over to patrol, but still keep up with the service that officer was applying in that area.
Sure.
So
and with another
an efficiency change. Basically.
And with another SRO too, that's obviously in community outreach, even if it's not under community outreach. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Chief and Assistant Chief, not Assistant Captain. We don't have Assistant Captain. Assistant Chief Hayes. Appreciate you guys being here.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all.
All right. All right, bringing on the next one. Fire. We've got Chief Lou, the Chief of Fire, Chief of EMS, Chief of Westcom, Chief of the World. The Chief of the World.
Happy to be
America's Chief. America's Chief.
Happy to be a player.
Quite frankly, America's Chief is a great guy.
Got my 5-star old school here. How's everybody doing? You guys are moving right along today.
We are. We're not messing around.
All right, we'll start with, I'm just gonna do fire and EMS at the same time. We're gonna, come on up. We're gonna speed this up even more. So 2025, West Des Moines Fire and EMS demonstrated exceptional operational performance. Fire department ran about 5,200 calls. EMS handled about 7,600 calls. All calls handled up to our standards, which, we would expect. But one of the things I wanted to point out was our survival to discharge rate with cardiac arrest was 35%. That's higher than the national average of 25%. It's a very good number to have. All in all, crews did well. The call volume for itself was manageable. One of the things I worry about with my people is burnout. We get too many calls, we don't have enough people to handle it. That's what we keep an eye on. We're doing all right. We're doing fine, in my opinion. Other than that, this budget that I lay before you on both sides, and I'm going to jump back and forth if that's okay. You good? All right. So fire replaced, if I had to sum these up easily, it would be fire as replacement, training, and planning. And I'll talk a little bit about that. EMS is just replacement and training. From the fire side, we're replacing a lot of stuff that we have currently with either newer equipment because we've wore out the equipment or it's time to change. We're adding some training this year. You all right, Matt? Everything okay over there? We're adding some training this year, some good training. Of course, we build a training tower, so we want to bring some training in, do some stuff we haven't been able to do for decades, actually, around here. And then planning, we are continuing our long-term slosh. I believe I would call it slosh. I think Matt would call it slosh through our records management system overhaul that we've been working on for many years. The last part of it is to get some intelligence packages that I've wanted for a long time, and he's going to put them in play, and I'm going to have at my fingertips some real interesting stuff that I've always wanted. And that the citizens need and will help us make good decisions. I probably should back that up with that. And cut down on time of poor Matt having to dig it out in an Excel worksheet. EMS, on the other hand, replacement. Once again, we're just replacing equipment that we've wore out or needs replaced due to timelines and training. And really, those are what the big ticket items in all of those are. I assumed you would have some questions about Station 13. Station 13 is moving along pretty good. We're under our set budget, our estimate budget at this point. We're right now around roughly 10 million. I expect that to go up. I think everybody does. 12.6 was our projected, so we're still below that. That's 580 to 600 a square foot. That's in pretty good shape. I just went over and looked at Des Moines' new number 4 the other day. Comparable. It's going to be very comparable price-wise as well. Our staffing plan will come next budget. It's going to be a multi-departmental phased-in plan to cover the people down there and to do it as economically as we can come up with. Any questions on that?
You might want to mention we're going to be workshopping with them.
Yes, we are going to be workshopping on
the staffing of Station 13.
Do we have a date set, though?
Not yet,
Okay.
but we're working on a plan, concept of a plan. It'll be late spring, summertime. We'll
Yes.
probably have a workshop.
A plan for a plan.
Yes. We have a plan. Well, we have about 5 plans. It's really going to come down to the speed of which we staff the station with the risk that we assume. We always assume risk. That's your guys' job. It's my job to describe to you the risk you're assuming. Right now, we don't have a lot of risk down there, not a lot of call volume. So we can get by slowly putting that station together. And we have a plan for that. In fact, I think next council meeting, I'll be bringing a truck that I might want to buy for down there to you. Because one of the things, you always ask me what my concerns are. So I just beat you to the punch. I'll just tell you. Vehicles are high on my list, both departments. I just looked it up while I was sitting here earlier. 10 years ago, we bought what is currently engine 180, which sets down at 50th and Grand. It was $613,989, and it was a 9-month delivery. Okay? I just got a bid last week for some custom trucks, which I'll get into that here in a second. 1.3 million a piece, 47 to 50 months to build it. 47 to 50 months to get the truck. It's a big deal in the profession. They've just started, there's company or cities and municipalities that have started suing fire truck manufacturers for collusion, monopoly, blah, blah, blah. I really don't care. I need fire trucks, so they can deal with that. We usually buy Pierce. We buy Pierce for a couple reasons. One is our mechanics are trained to work on them. We have a service center up on the north side of Des Moines. It's the only service center for fire trucks in Des Moines that carries parts and everything. It works out well for us. It's kind of the old Southwest Airlines type. They only bought 737s, I think it was, because they just wanted to work on 737s and parts were interchangeable. That's kind of the route we went. They have a program now that for 28 to 31 months, which I'm supposed to feel really good about, I can get a certain truck, but I only have so many choices. So I've stuck members of my truck committee on that to see if we can make that work. I think we can. I have bids on that. Me and Tim are going to be bringing that forward here pretty soon as well. The end result is ambulances were 250 about 10 years ago. They're over 500 now. Everything's doubled. They're 24 months. They used to be about 4 months, 5 months to get an ambulance.
90 days.
Yeah. So it's layered in a new level of planning that all fire chiefs are struggling with. Luckily for us, our fleet's in pretty good shape. It's getting long in the tooth on some of them, but we have great mechanics. Ryan Rasmussen and his people have done a great job keeping our stuff going. And we have enough of them that, a lot of people don't think of. We have 3 reserve engines, 3 engines that have no place, but they're on the road a lot because all the other ones need oil changes and they have this and they have that and something problem and it has to go out of service. It's not like your personal car. You can't just, Uber around. We got to have a fire truck when one goes down. So we're in good shape. It's just, there's a little layer of complexity in there. I also worry about my responders, their mental well-being and their physical well-being. We try to take care of them as much as we can. We give them a lot of avenues. It's a rough job. It's always been a rough job. It's rough on your head and it's rough on your health. So we worry about that. We try to address it where we can and make an environment that helps. Local control on code enforcement, something I worry about. One of the cheapest things this board can do is have strong codes and not have to pay firemen salaries. Just being honest with you. If you want to lower your level of risk, have strong codes. Multifamily dwelling comes in on fire, that way of 50th, I really don't worry, or I worry a lot. That way of 50th, I don't worry about it too much. I look it up and see if it's sprinklered. If it's sprinklered, I think we're going to be all right. If it's not, could be there a long time. So these are the things we think about and the things I worry about. One of the things on fire codes I will tell you is what Gary said is exactly right. You can see it in our own surveys. You all know Mike. You all know the job he does. He's good at his job. And that's why our fire education and fire prevention is listed as terrible every year, I think, is because if you ask enough people, you're going to find somebody that's had a run-in with the fire code. That's just the way it is. And the fire code is really the last act of defense for the city. Make it through the building code, you're going to get to the fire code, and the fire code is going to be the problem you run into. Is it a problem? No, it lowers the risk of the buildings. And I would say, conversation you guys were having about Valley Junction is a good example of that. Because if those buildings aren't sprinklered, and somebody wants to come in and do whatever they want to do, they got to sprinkler it. There ain't no getting around that. That's a huge cost. So if we'd help them get them sprinkled through the years, which is what we've done, that'll help quite a bit. It's an economic development story that I think we don't sell enough, is how safe we are. And then emergency communications. They have moved up to the top of my list of worries this year.
Especially down in Grand.
Yeah, so, and I feel like, I see how you're framing it. I do. It worries me a bit, and I'll tell you why. I gotta go explain this to my people Monday. And if they think their job's leaving, they might look for jobs elsewhere, and it wouldn't take long for us to collapse as a system. You've heard me say that before. EMS was the same way. If you remember when the Alliance was winding down, we had 17 people looking for jobs. Dave Edgar walks into my office and says, if they get jobs, we can't operate. I went to all of you, I think some of you remember, and I said, we got to get out of this right now. And we did. We acted fast. And now we have a very healthy, I would say as healthy as it's ever been, EMS system. Because of that, because of you guys making that kind of judgment. I don't see this as a Westcom problem. This is a Polk County and a Dallas and a Warren or Madison problem. I'm giving you the money back that you need. I think the thought to me that just sticks in my mind is Adams County in Iowa. I don't know my Iowa geography because I didn't go to middle school in Iowa. Ask me a Kansas one, I can get you there. Adams County, Iowa, 3,700 people, right? Do you think it needs the same amount of PSAPs as Polk County of 500,000 people? No, it doesn't. And do you think the lines drawn on a map in 1870 matter to where we put those PSAPs? No, it doesn't. So what I would tell you is there needs to be a voucher program, similar to what the schools do. Westcom's a private school. If somebody wants to go to the private school, get Westcom services, they're more than welcome. They should get a voucher back from the county they're paying. So I would say that's what we need to see. We need to move that forward and take care of our people, because what's very important is Westcom employees are our people. They are West Des Moines employees, and they deserve our respect. And if they think their job's going away, just like any of us, they would go look for jobs elsewhere. Any question?
Questions for Chief?
Hey, Chief, I appreciate all of the update. Maybe I'll start on the latter part first.
Sure.
And that is, with respect to Westcom, my understanding is it is a excellent, well-functioning organization. No issues, no concerns, no complaints. There never have been as far as I've been on the council.
That's what I was told the other morning too, so I'm going to go with it.
All right. And so this conversation, I'm hopeful that, and we can sit down and talk about it, whenever. And I would love to do that. But we have to figure something, and I totally respect your comments about the employees, their morale, and their livelihood.
Yep.
Not looking to disrupt that. And I'm hopeful that there is a way to figure out, and maybe with your leadership and your influence across the metro, that we can figure out a path to ensure that we can continue to have the services that Westcom offers, whether it's through Westcom or Polk County or something else I'm not thinking of.
Sure.
I'm not worried about, the structure so much as I'm making sure, I want to make sure that we have the services offered in our community, that folks are safe, you get the response times and everything that everybody needs, and we're not paying twice for it.
I couldn't agree with you more.
Yeah.
I really couldn't. And there's all sorts of other things that I would also like to, there's a Dallas County EMS.
Yeah.
All right. We pay for parts of that.
That is exactly the conversation I think we should have, because I think that, and my hope is that, in a perfect world, I don't know if we can have a perfect world, but I hope we can get to a more perfect world, that we can save the maybe nearly $2 million that we pay, that our residents pay, free that up, and then, take a look at how do we get you the fire trucks that you need?
Sure.
How do we get you the $500,000 ambulances that you need as compared to the $250,000 ambulance? How do we make sure that we can fully staff the new fire station? And those are obviously their own challenges. But I do see an opportunity here where we can do a lot of those things, hopefully keep Westcom in place, and still free up the money to do some other things.
That's what I'm on board.
Yeah. So and I've talked to Tom about this. I know others have. And you've got my full support in trying to figure out a solution. I think we can and should find a win-win. And I look forward to this workshop. I look forward to hearing what you and others may bring to the workshop to figure out what the solution is. And this has been a conversation, at least that I've been a part of for a better part of a year or more. And it's kind of gotten to the point where it's like, okay, we can't just kind of quietly have this conversation. Apparently, we need to talk about it more publicly in order to get something to get done. And so I'm not saying that's a you thing. I'm just saying that's a us thing. And I look forward to figuring that out.
Yeah, I think the problem is a win for us is probably a loss for 4 others. I don't see it any other way. I mean,
Well,
they're gonna
it might
have
be
to-
a loss of a windfall. It
I
could-
think the four
yeah.
counties are gonna have to pay us.
Well, they're getting a windfall now because they're getting paid for something they're not providing. And
No,
so,
Well,
Yeah.
you don't have to, I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you know, if I've got used to that windfall, I'm probably not gonna
It's
get
kind of like
used-
local option sales tax too. I mean,
Yeah,
we give way too much, give millions of dollars to Dallas County, and it seems like there's no solution. And we went look for a solution for years. I'm still looking for one. So.
but I think if you look through Jamie's research, you'll find that really Westcom was created out of a need to provide service, and we provide that service, as you said. And what I'm tasked with is through these turbulent times, making sure these employees understand we value them, we value the service we provide, and my EMS chief and my fire assistant chiefs, it's inside baseball at this point, but we understand that our service fundamentally changes if we go to another PSAP. We are one of the only fire department and EMS combos that does tiered response. And we only do that because we're able to through Westcom. Now, I'm not saying the other ones couldn't do it, but they just don't do it now. You call for a fire truck in Des Moines, or you have a fall in Des Moines, you get a fire truck and an ambulance. If you have a fall in West Des Moines, you'll probably get an ambulance. Fire truck stays put to cover the district. We do that through the CAT. We do that through Westcom. That's all takes place behind the scenes. Not everybody does that. So that fundamentally changes if we aren't able to do that. It changes our way we staff, the way we do things. I'm on board, and really it doesn't matter. I'll be told to be on board or what, you know, I'm an employee here. But I will tell you, the employees need to understand that the city of West Des Moines is behind them and we value their service. And I mean, it goes for all the departments, but really Westcom's probably the one most under fire from the state right now, I would say, from the legislation. They're worried about it. They talked about it. It hasn't ran through there like wildfire yet. And I think if we can point back to this conversation right now, we'll be just fine.
Thank you
Well,
for
and
sharing.
I will say, I mean, I think I've told you this before, but I have been in conversations up at the state capitol, where, you know, people are praising Westcom, where people at the state level are saying, how do we figure this out? Let's go talk to Westcom. You know, it's rare when you have a city, you know, organization that the state is calling on. It usually goes the other way, right? And so I'm very proud of the work that we do. We've got incredible people. We've got the best system. When they went to build out the statewide backbone, they built it off of us.
Sure.
Right? That says a lot. The thing that kills me, though, is you look at, you know, I think we pay 2.1 million. The city of Ankeny, same size, pays 300,000. So the difference there is $1.8 million. At about $100,000 apiece, we need about 15 firefighters to be able to staff the station down south once it's built.
Yep.
There it is right there. There it is right there. In that savings, if we could figure out how to get these counties to pay up what they otherwise would owe if they had to provide this service to us. I don't know how we continue to go on when we're paying 1.8 million more a year than one of our biggest competitors, same size city, a little bit bigger than us. Of course, they don't have nearly enough firefighters, police officers. I think that's their issue. They would probably have to pay a little bit more if they staffed up like they need to be staffed up. But nonetheless, there's a huge discrepancy there. And that savings right there would pay for staffing our entire station.
Yep.
So we got to figure something out. And I'm more than willing to sit down and have a conversation with the four counties, because literally, if they call our bluff, we're going to have to say, all right, you guys then provide the service. They can't do that. They don't want to do that.
No.
So, and nobody's going to provide the service better than our people. So.
I agree. Yeah, and we're talking about Polk County. We're the largest dispatch center in Dallas County.
By far.
By far. Keep that in mind. I mean, we dispatch for 25% of Warren County, correct? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how we get around that. Needless to say, I personally don't find this as a Westcom problem. I find this as the county's problems to figure out how to reimburse the members of Westcom. And really I don't know if that's what that legislation says, but that's what I would rather it say. But
Well, and not only that, but when they built out the statewide backbone, all of these other, counties, cities received funding from the state or the 911 surcharge to be able to build out and to be able to fund radios and all these things. We did this on our own. I mean, we spent the money on our own to build the communication systems and all the CAD and everything. And so they got a break, like $30 million break there, if not more than that at this point.
Yep.
So they should consider themselves lucky, but anyway.
Yeah, maybe I'll just, sorry to talk a second time here, Mayor, but, when this conversation originally started roughly a year ago, that was the whole goal. The whole goal was to get these counties to contribute back in a pro rata share or whatever the best way to describe it is. And basically, like you said, a voucher.
Yeah.
Hey, our residents are paying for this service. They're not leaning on you, Polk County, or you, Dallas County. They're leaning on West Cobb. So for that dollar that they've given you for purposes of dispatch, give it back. Yep. Give it back to the city. And I, for the life of me, I can't figure out why that can't get done. I know, Tom, you've done a lot of work in that space, and it's not for lack of trying. I'll put it that way, and I know that we're going to continue to go down that pace. But that's exactly where we started, and frankly, I hope that's where we can end. I don't, in terms of getting them to do that, right? I think that would be the best outcome. But I don't know what conversations need to happen in order for that outcome to occur, and that's why I think we got to have a broader conversation of where this goes to ensure we can get to the end point I think we all want to get to.
I think the workshop is very important because it's very complicated. Our level of service, we're not going to get $1 per $1. We're not going to get $2 million back. What we pay in the Polk County is $300 and some thousand, and we pay in Dallas County for their dispatch, and $800 and some thousand for Dallas County. So we could get 1.1 million is about the best we could do if we just said, just pay us for what you're paying. I know that doesn't sound right, but it is.
Well, it's a heck of a lot better situation we're currently in now.
And I agree. I'll tell you, the rest of the group in Westcom's been very reluctant. Remember, we're part of, 4 or 5 cities? 6 cities. So we kind of got to, we could go it alone, but we want to try to get them along. They've been more reluctant to just make a leave. So I think what we want to get on the same page in this session we'll have real soon. Read the document that Jamie wrote, because there's all different levels of equipment. Polk County hasn't invested in equipment like we have. So and they're probably going to have to invest in a lot of equipment to get on these different things. So I would just like to send a bill to those counties and just say, this is what you owe us, and payable now or whenever. I would even like, maybe that's too bold, but I'm almost like to start it that way.
And if they can't get it done, like I say we talk to the folks that represent us on the Hill and say, listen, the state wants to have this conversation about shared services. The state wants to have this conversation about not taxing twice for the same service. Put your money where your mouth is. Here's some language that will require these counties to pay back their proportionate share to the city that is actually providing the service. Yep. And call them at their bluff. Because if they're serious about eliminating the double taxation, if they're serious about shared service, they'll adopt that amendment in a heartbeat and we won't have a problem.
I would agree. Go ahead. No.
There are a couple of examples that I was able to research. State of Maryland offers municipal tax differentials, or offsets is what they are. You can apply. If one level of government is handling a service that the other one otherwise normally would or doesn't have to handle as a result of, just like this scenario. And then the other example that I think I shared with you was in Salt Lake City, where there are carve-outs for, actually I think specifically their Emergency Services Center or PSAP in Salt Lake City. So we'll look closer into those examples and see how those states are able to make that happen. And then I'd need a lawyer to help us determine whether or not current state law would allow us to basically just send an invoice, you know, if that's possible. And if not, like you said, then how do we move that forward?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you for this conversation, and I don't have anything to add. I'm very supportive of all these efforts. Chief, you mentioned what kind of keeps you up. It's like if there's an apartment fire east of 50th versus west because of sprinkler systems and code between like 2000 or after or before 2000. And you mentioned, manning the new station south of the bypass. Is there anything else that's keeping you up?
I keep him up about Westcom.
Besides Tom Haddon and Westcom.
Brother-in-law, he moved next door.
All right.
You know, I think when you have a 24-hour operation, you worry about everybody all the time. That's just the way it is. We have seen an uptick in the last, 5 to 7 years of employee mental health being affected by much more than it was prior, or at least they're much more willing to talk about it. And I think that leads me to think about what can we do about it. I have three varying examples of departments. They're three very different departments that I run. And so I get to see different responses to it. And I don't know if we've quite narrowed down exactly how this is, what works, what doesn't. And I've kind of come to the conclusion that it's very individual, and we have to be able to meet those people with peers of their own to get a feel for what's going on, which is what we've done, basically. And we built off PD's model. They had peer support, and we just kind of build off that, and it seems to work. But I still worry that we're messing some people. I think some people that may be struggling with some of the things they see at work are doing what I was taught to do, which was bury it deep down inside. We'll worry about it after you retire. And that worries me a bit. But I don't know how we fix it. And it's something that a lot of chiefs struggle with.
I think I mentioned the last couple of times you've been up here, maybe 2 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, but just the quality of fire prevention education. We've been like flat at 76, 76, 76. You mentioned education a little bit earlier. Is there any hope to increase that a little bit?
So when I look at the question that's asked, I think it's people stop at fire prevention and think, it goes back to what Gary was saying. Our fire prevention office is a person that says no to a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
That's Mike and his people.
Yep.
And I think sometimes we're getting lumped in our fire prevention education, which is a totally different deal, but it starts with fire prevention. We might change the wording on that sometime soon, just to see if we get a different result.
Yeah, it'd be great. Because if 10% of the people are people who are getting said no to all the time, then maybe it's like 86% for the general population who's not asking Mike Witzel, can we do something? No. All right.
And I don't, because we hit every first grade class in this city for Fire Prevention Week, which is Fire Prevention Month now, because it takes a while to get to every class. So I don't know what else more we could do. We could try. We can try to hit more classes. I don't know. I feel like we have a pretty good handle on what we're doing. We put up a lot of hours of fire prevention education for a department our size. I wonder if rewording the question, we may see a difference.
Maybe.
Well, and let me give an example of some of the things that Fire Marshal Witzel is requiring people to do that people are getting upset about. I had a guy years ago started a restaurant, and he was told that he basically needed the more expensive range hood. He said, look, this is a salad shop. It's going to be, how many breadsticks I'm going to have to sell to be able to pay for that. And it was tough. He was really upset, not happy at all that he had to abide by that. And he cited a number of situations where other franchisees and other cities across the state and across the country have not had to have this kind of a range hood, right? But the issue that I found out is number one, it's all the International Fire Code. All those other cities are supposed to be requiring that, and they're not. But here's the issue. Had Fire Marshal Witzel allowed them to do the other range hood, the lesser one, and there was a fire there and it burned the business down, insurance wouldn't have covered it. And that situation, I think, happened at Des Moines Golf and Country Club. And so people get upset up front. I totally get it, but it's like in the long run, it's a smarter investment. Unfortunately, you have to do this. It's going to, take care of your safety and also make sure that you are able to get reimbursed in the long run. If some of these other people that aren't having these same things put in place are going to, God forbid something happens, they're going to learn a really difficult lesson.
Chief, maybe this year you should really invest in a TikTok fire safety like stardom. Maybe this should be you. I get a text from Kelsey this morning. She's like, we need to talk to our boys because apparently the latest TikTok trend is putting those Nebo like squishy cubes in the microwave.
Oh, no.
And then they go up, and then like when you open the door, like the pressure makes it explode, causing you 3rd or 3rd degree burns. And she's like, we need to tell our sons about this because that's totally going to be something they want to do. Maybe there should be a counter Chief Lou fire safety TikTok trend. No, but beyond that, I know you're in the schools and I know you're doing a great job. So I don't know maybe it's the word in the question, but.
First of all, we get somebody with better hair. That's why we got Mike, is just as good hair.
You save tons of money on hair care products. Well, I think you're very efficient.
And Chief, is it prevention and education all in one thing, right? So that's where some of these things, some of these requirements are taking that down. And then the other thing I would say is years and years ago, we hired somebody to do more of the education piece of it.
Denise, yes.
And Denise does that. But there's so much of the prevention that needs to be done. There's so many different businesses that are popping up that Mike and Kurt are having to go to. So much time and effort that they're having to spend on those. And I don't know if Denise is able to go and do some of those things with them or not. But
We got 60-40 now.
okay, so it takes away from that too, the education piece of it. It's just the reality of
It's tough.
having a successful community.
It's tough for us because we're asking, you're asking adults what their kids told them from 1st grade. Well, my kid never said anything about a fire truck. Well, yeah, that was early in the morning. He had 100 things happen between the time he got home.
All right, what other questions do we have for Chief? And we're going to move on.
No, just the last thing I'll note, I mean, we're a couple years out of the Unity Point Agreement, and it's really nice to see that your folks have been stressed out less, I assume, over the last couple of years because of the ending of that partnership. And we're, of course, glad to support that because EMS folks are incredibly important. And the fact that we have, what's the number we have? 58.78 full-time equivalent for when it comes to EMS staffing. We want those 58 people to stay with us. 58.78 people to stay with us.
Yeah, I would say it's changed, it's flipped the department.
That's awesome.
We can do training again, we can take a breath. It's a nice to see them in a little better mood. Awesome. You bet.
Okay, moving on to Westcom.
We're not doing Westcom.
That's all one. Okay, I thought we were doing fire EMS. We did talk a little about Westcom, but.
Separately.
Well, their budget has already been
Is
approved by.
enterprise fund and, okay.
I mean,
So we're going to skip
it's
that.
not part of our general fund.
Okay. Yep, all right. So now we're on to finance.
Those friends of finance.
You guys good? You want a break? You want to keep rolling?
All right, let's take a
Either way.
5-minute break for Jamie.
No, she was kidding. We're moving.
No? Oh, all right, all
going.
right. Go ahead, Tim, go ahead.
I took my break like 10 minutes ago, just so I could keep moving here.
You walked out?
I did. I'll start. Hi, Tim Stiles, Finance Director. Wanted to start, I guess, with a few changes that we've made in finance recently. One, I'm not immune to stealing ideas. Joe Menke, when he was up here early this morning, mentioned they meet with departments on a quarterly basis, meet with all the departments, talk through issues. We started doing that about a year ago. It's been very helpful for us in finance. We also started in 2025 doing semi-annual staff retreats. Right now, the first couple times we went down to the upstairs of the historic Valley Junction building. They have that little conference room up there. We've met there and hammered out a lot of things. One of the things we spent some time with that might not seem important, but it has been important to keep us focused, is we spent some time reworking our department mission statement. And you can say, well, big deal. I like what we came up with, and it's just manage the city's resources with integrity, efficiency, and transparency. It's about as simple as you can get, but it really speaks to what we're trying to do in the finance department. The 3 words are, well, 4 words. 1, resources. That's primarily money, but also equipment, buildings, streets, infrastructure. All of those are our resources. So we're trying to do what we can in all of those areas. But integrity, as accountants, as finance professionals, that's really all we have is our integrity. That, you know, there aren't that many professions that are trusted these days. Hopefully accounting, while it's taken some hits from how high profile things, you know, most people feel like they can trust accountants, at least most of them, more so than that trust the government. I can say that much. So, and then efficiency, we're always looking, several of the departments talked about taking things online, you know, processing payments, all of that. IT's heavily involved. We're heavily involved in all of that too. I've got a list of some things that we've done that I'll get to in that area. And then transparency, you know, I'd like to say that I'm not smart enough to keep secrets, like everything's out there, because that way I know that's all I can, you know, this is all I know right here is in front of you. So trying to be as transparent as possible with all of our transactions and everything that goes on. You know, being a public facing department, that's kind of the par for the course. I will just say that we in finance, our message is we're very respectful of where the money comes from, that we have the tools across the city to do our job, and it's our job to be good stewards of those resources. I'm going to list kind of some things that have been our, you know, front-facing initiatives. Some of these came from Tom, who just stepped out, but it seems like Tom's priorities become my priorities, and then they become our staff's priorities. It starts with you guys a lot of times. We really focused on, I've got a few, but I'll start with the online payments. That's been something that starts with the mayor on down through the whole organization, and you've heard examples of it. You know, we've helped on the back end of a lot of these things. We've helped on the front end of a few of them, but yard waste stickers, permits, Ryan talked about all of that's available online now. Public safety, parking tickets, animal licensing, animal impounds, ambulance billing, all of that can be taken care of online now. The parking tickets, we put a QR code on the ticket and then on any reminder letters where they can just go to our website to make their payment. Parks, a number of things related to parks, registrations, all of that. The Recplex is another big one where we've gotten involved. You know, the Recplex, their budget for revenue is about $4.8 million. A normal McDonald's restaurant does about $4 million in a year. So we're doing more revenue out there than a McDonald's. And it's a whole new challenge for us because the city's not normally a retail type operation, but we've become that. And you get into all the safeguarding credit cards, cash transactions, you know, end of shift, cash register, all of that's something that we've kind of had to work with Parks and the Recplex staff on and kind of build strong internal controls and all those things. And it's only going to get bigger, right? They're greatly expanding their presence out there. So those are some of the things in terms of online. That was one of our initiatives. Another one is management reporting, internal reporting. You saw the last council meeting was kind of the first time we've put a packet together. Again, I'm not above stealing good ideas. I kind of patterned what we're doing after Ankeny and Urbandale, the way they report out. That was something that was important to Tom. We have a little second layer of reports that finance provides to the CMO that's a little deeper dive than what you guys see. But that was a priority to get that moving, and we've done that. The next priority for us is timely reporting of year-end information. You can recall there's been some years where we haven't gotten the audit information to you guys till March, April. We set a goal that everything needs to be wrapped up by December 31. And this year we got it on the council agenda for the 15th of December, that's the best we've done since I've been here, 15 years. So hopefully that stays that way. The next thing we've done, tried to save money on some of our contracted services. You can look at our budget. We did have a little bit of a decrease in outside services for the year. Primarily that was because one of our bigger contracted services is the audit. We did an RFP in 2025 and found a firm, Mulden and Jenkins, that did an awesome job, and they were about $20,000 a year cheaper than anybody else that bid. So good savings on that. We do have several major contracts that we administer in finance. I won't list them all, but I've tried to kind of rotate RFPs for the ones that are causing us trouble the most, or that aren't maybe the best pricing. I've got on my radar to at least RFP banking services for 2026. We've been with West Bank 10 years now. They do a great job. I'm not diminishing, and they provide us great service for relatively no cost. But it's probably time to look at, especially on the credit card side. They do have our merchant processing, some of that. There could be some advantageous things there. We did contract a small contract with a firm that specializes in helping us negotiate the best rates for credit card processing. And that was important to me. We pay about $25,000 a month in credit card fees. Those are merchant processing charges. And so if we can even cut that by 10, 15, 20%, that would be a pretty good savings over the course of a year. They've been engaged. We've had good success so far. There's a lot more negotiating, to be done with those. It's a very complicated world, credit card processing. They try and intentionally make it tough. And then the last thing, it was mentioned in terms of initiatives, was getting more vendors signed up for our bidding and requests for proposals, and have all that be on electronic. Ryan's done a great job with IonWave. Kelvin Uniman, our procurement coordinator, is constantly asking people to sign up for that service, and that provides them with direct knowledge anytime we put out bids or anytime we put out an RFP, and it's worldwide, right? It used to be, who do we know in Polk County, who do we know in Central Iowa? Now it's anybody can pretty much bid on anything. It's changed a lot of that. And so those are kind of our, I guess, initiatives, accomplishments, things that we've done over the last bit. I'll move on a little bit to some of the concerns, challenges, and thoughts. One, I would say we're developing, and it's not one thing, but last year we had overall taxable growth of 8% going into this budget, which is fantastic. However, the taxable growth, the non-TIF taxable growth that hits the general fund was only 3.2%. So why is that different? Say that one more time. Yep, our overall taxable valuation in the city grew 8%. But then or not taxable, overall assessed valuation, I should say, that's the right term. But then the taxable non-TIF part that hits the general fund's revenues was 3.2%. So why is that different? Well, the rollback is one reason, but also we're capturing a good deal of our growth in TIF right now. We're using it to pay for infrastructure. We're using it to pay rebates. We're doing this and that and the other. The LMI, housing, all of that is pushing money away from the general fund, so to speak. So That's what one concern I have is there's a gap there. So when we use TIF, when we use, all these other things, we kind of need to be mindful of that. Also, there's just a number of smaller reasons, but that's one of them. The 3.2 still in non-valuation years, revaluation years, pretty good. I mean, we over 2.75, which made us reduce the levy rate. So,
And that reminded me, does it go down to 1.2?
we had to, because we were over 2.75, we had to reduce the general fund, the consolidated general fund levy by 1%. So we went from 797 down 8 cents. We'll be at 789 for FY27. Other concerns, obviously legislation is front of everybody's mind, right? That's got to be a concern. I'm not alone in finance at cities, school, wherever. That's just a concern. The state, that's why they're in the chairs they're in, and they're making decisions that affect all of us. So I mentioned the Recplex, that it's a fun concern to have in that it's new challenges for finance, but it's still a concern when we're trying to manage an operation of that size, just from a financial risk and all of those sorts of things. And then also there's, I'll go back to legislation maybe, but some of the concerns about ability to bond for improvements, that's been talked about. Nothing's been changed yet, but if we had to take a new police station, for example, or even a significant addition to a police station to a referendum, I don't know whether that would pass, right? 60% is a tough number to get to. So hopefully cooler heads prevail with all of that. But that is one of the potential challenges, I guess. I guess with regards to our budget, it's pretty much flat other than personnel increases. I will say in terms of our staff, we have 9 full-time folks in finance. I feel like that's the exact right number for what we're doing. When we have a person out on any sort of extended leave, it stretches others to where they're doing, everybody has their job in our department. There's 9 of us. We all do what we do very well. We don't have much turnover. Everybody's an expert in their specific area. I mentioned all the credit card activity, for example, that we're doing. Brian Ladd, his title's accountant, but what he's become is somewhat of a credit card software, agreements, PCI compliance, all of those things, kind of a guru in that area. Obviously Chris carries a very heavy workload. I would challenge that not many cities our size can get by with one person doing the budget. I think Dubuque has 4, for example, that are considered budget staff. So what we have, we do well, and I feel like, we're at the right number of staff right now. With that, I guess that's all I had.
It should be said that Chris is very tall. So I think that
he's always been tall. Even when he was short, he was tall. Right.
So here's what keeps me up at night with regards to your department. You and Chris do a phenomenal job. Everybody in your department does a phenomenal job. What happens when you and Chris leave someday? Do we have people that are being trained underneath you guys to be able to do the budget, to be able to be the finance director?
I feel like we do. There's opportunities there probably at some point in the future for folks. It's tough to do a lot of transition and succession planning because of the city being what it is, and we're such a small department, and there's no guarantees, like we can't hand pick people and all of that like some places do. I would just go back to, I'm sure people said we could never replace Jody Smith either, right? Jody was one of a kind.
That was nerve-wracking, no doubt about it.
Somehow we survived. So
we did. you guys just do such a phenomenal job. You keep us on the straight and narrow. You let us know what we can afford, what we can't afford. You know, I can't even tell you how much I personally appreciate all that you guys do to make sure that we're staying on that straight and narrow and not doing something that we shouldn't, so.
I don't like being the department of no to folks. I will if I have to be. I'd rather be the department of let's work on this and come up with something.
Yep.
I think that's a better approach.
But I feel good that when you guys sign off on something that we can do it, you know what I mean? That means a lot.
It also demonstrates that, as I said like 5 hours ago, we talk about like silos. Some organizations have silos, and we just don't appear to have those silos as much in this institution known as the City of West Des Moines, and I think that's marvelous. And I keep saying this for department after department, everybody's got to talk to each other. And it appears that, and Tom, I give credit to you for having and training and working with and leading department heads that are willing to talk to one another. And they see the importance in that. They see the value in that. They see the efficiency in that. And you say, you don't like to say no. Well, that's because you have relationships with all the other department heads. So you can walk them through your thoughts and they can walk you through their thoughts. And that just makes sense. That's how institutions are run. And I think your hardware in terms of awards, like 27 years in a row, 32 years in a row for this and that, and I couldn't remember what they're called off the top of my head, but that is meaningful, and that should be meaningful for our citizens. And I tell my students this because when they ask, hey, what do you actually do on city council? I was like, well, I have a lot of folks on city council, folks in the city who do tremendous work, which means here's a budget. It's been proofread in the sense of like financially proofread to make sure it's appropriate. And the people who are in charge in all of these departments are serious people. They're not in it for themselves. They don't have an axe to grind when it comes to their budget or this is what I want to do, their pet project. And by pet project, I mean something that's personally important to them because it favors and helps them personally. Everyone seems to have a 30,000-foot view. They're good at the granular, but they're also good at the big picture. And I think it all comes back to finance because what is in the art of the possible? What is the art of the possible? So I know you don't like to say no. Sometimes you do, but you give all of the other departments, here are some guidelines, here are some guardrails. Where do we go from here? And your hardware shows it, Chris. You do tremendous work in the granular. Apparently, you're doing the work of 4 people in Dubuque.
They must have more budget challenges.
Maybe, I don't know, but we don't have those budget challenges. We have stuff always coming from the state that we're thinking about, and that is concerning. But we're going to roll with the punches, and I have every confidence in the finance department. Like everybody who works for your department is just tremendous, and it's small but mighty. Thank you.
Right.
You know, there is something about that, those perpetual tips. I don't know.
One thing I was going to mention when we worked on our mission statement, one of the ones that got serious consideration and ultimately, we were this close to, was finance relentlessly striving to be the least of your worries. Too long. I know.
Obsessively, relentlessly trying.
That's like good Americans do.
Obsessively.
That's right.
Tim?
That's right. Tim,
And I don't usually, I'm sorry.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I don't usually sense this from you, but I'm sensing it today. I sense trepidation and that maybe there's some storm clouds on the horizon. Is that my perception? Is it due to something at the State House, or am I just totally reading this wrong?
My trepidation is with the legislation. I mean, I think things will not be the same if this goes through. It just won't be. And I think the governor from on down has been clear that their message is the cities are going to have to work on either reducing your services or reducing something to get used to the new normal. I'll use that phrase, but it's going to be different. I mean, we haven't had that much oversight over what the decisions that are made in this room. Now we have a whole nother room wherever the State House is, making decisions for us, because that's just a change.
And that, I guess, is what...
Doug, did I answer what?
Yeah, I answered what I thought.
I think the result of that is, for good or for worse, part of this conversation on the Westcom piece. part of the conversation I brought up on the school thing, how we can find efficiencies and make sure, and I know we all are. I'm not saying we aren't, but it is that sort of pressure, oversight, threat, whatever you want to call it, that I think has got people opening their eyes, trying to figure out a solution. Hopefully it is a solution we can figure out from a win-win. And who knows what the heck they're going to do. And whether they do anything or not, we should still look at some of these things. I mean, I think that'll be important regardless of the outcome up there. I'll just say, I'll echo the comments up here, Tim. I mean, you know, for me, knowing that we are a AAA city, you know, is outside objective evidence of what's going on. We don't need that to know that we've got a really tight team and a really great process here, and something that you know, I think any other city is to use your, did you say envious earlier of, and they should be. So I'm thankful for your approach. It is methodical. It's thoughtful. When I call you up on different things, hey, I'm a little nervous. No, don't be nervous on this, or, you know, hey, this is maybe look at it this way. And that objective perspective is helpful for me. Making sure we're going to maintain that AAA bond rating. I know you can't control it, but you can help give us the insight and perspective you have. So if there's something that comes up that gets within a country mile of us compromising it, I know you'll tell us, and that's what I trust in that. So thank you.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. We just had a bond rating call on Wednesday. Tom, Chris, and I were on, and at the end of the call, it was a new analyst from Moody's. She hadn't rated our credit before, and she said that, you know, there's not going to be a change right now, at least. That we did talk through a lot of things, you know, institutional framework and state, you know, governance and those types of things, but you know, she is pretty solid. And the truth of it all is, as long as we have good demographics in the city, which we obviously do, income and all of those things, property valuation, as long as we keep sufficient cash reserves and all of those things, we will maintain that rating. There would have to be some eroding of that.
If they put a limitation on your reserves, there goes the rating.
Then we're done. Then we're done.
Because so we're within a country mile, I'm telling you.
Yes.
Yeah,
by
we
far.
are.
Well, and I'll say this. I mean, I obviously have to be very careful because I have a conflict of interest due to my day job. But, you know, we are a well-run city. We've got an incredible finance department. We are always looking for efficiencies. You know, I'm a little bit biased, obviously, we all are, but I'm so proud of all the things that we do to try to save money and operate more efficiently, more effectively. We're constantly looking at doing that every single day. We've also been responsible. We've cut back the tax levy every chance that we've gotten in a responsible manner. You know, it's discouraging to see what's going on. We want to make sure that people have lower taxes. We understand that there are seniors on fixed incomes and young families trying to make ends meet, and we're sensitive to those things, and we're paying attention, and we're doing all the right things. And then here comes this up at the legislature. But I will say, because we are so well run, whatever they do, we're going to fare better than any other city in this state by far. Unfortunately, maybe that's going to mean that all cities are going to have to cut something. And we're going to have to make some very difficult decisions if that comes to that. And I don't think that any of us are going to love any of the decisions that are on the table if it does come to that. But at the end of the day, we're not going to have a choice if they are going to pass something that's going to do that to us. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not going to be a jerk about it. That's just not my personality, not who I am. But at the same time, and I've said this before, and probably the first thing that ends up getting cut is going to be more of the quality of life type stuff, right? Because public safety and public works, it's the bread and butter of what we do. Those are going to be the last two things that get cut. So all of a sudden, we start making decisions about cutting the parks, you know, every 2 weeks instead of every week or whatever. And I have a dad come, and this happened once when we did that for a cost-saving measure, said, I'm out trying to practice baseball with my son at the park, and I can't throw him grounders. You guys have not cut the grass short enough that I can throw my son grounders. The ball stops dead before it even gets to him.
Easier to field.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not afraid of the ball, I guess. But
If you can find it.
if you can find it, but if I get that
I
kind
thought
of.
you were gonna say they couldn't find the ball with.
No, but if I get that kind of thing, I am going to say to that dad, sir, with all due respect, I apologize for this, but at the same time, the legislature passed a bill that had us do X, Y, Z. We had to cut back on our expenditures and save money, and we had to prioritize. And public safety, police, fire, EMS, plowing the streets, repairing the streets, that took precedent over cutting this park.
And it sucks because that stuff is usually more visible. Same thing happens in college campuses. What's the first thing to go? Lawn maintenance. And then all of a sudden you kind of look around a beautiful campus and you look around and be like, seems like this needs some upkeep, needs a fresh coat of paint. All of a sudden there's worn paths in the middle of the quad or whatever. Same thing happens there. And even though it's a very, very small percentage of the budget and it's non-essential, it's noticeable.
Totally. But we're going to have no choice if something like that comes down.
Of course.
But we're going to do everything we can. We're going to be better than any other city in this state by far to be able to handle this going forward. And we're just going to do what we can and prioritize, and we'll make it work. But it is what it is.
I thought you were gonna say, with the money you save on your property taxes, you can go buy a lawnmower.
Hey, there you go. We can have citizens cutting the lawns at the parks. True meaning of public-private partnerships. So, okay, anything else for Tim before we move on to city manager? Anything? All right. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Tim.
Tom.
Thank you, Chris.
You want me here or up there?
No, you're fine there. You're fine there.
So kind of to wrap it up, we, first of all, we take what your input seriously all the time because and you bring up the subcommittees. That's an excellent way for us to get input on a very regular basis. And so I think hopefully you feel more connected to what we're doing and we're just not coming out and here you go, guys. So that's very important. We've got notes from today that we're going to move forward with. As far as I was very proud of our directors, just doing, I won't repeat out, but we're doing what you just said all the time. And I think it's good to have specific goals and dates put in place too. And that's what a budget does for us. It says, okay, you got to get this done. So our budget season is all year round now because things change and we agree, and that's what we adjust to, and that's fine. That's what we'll do. City manager's office, proud of our office. We're handling a lot of things. We got, Jamie's pretty much on the communications, kind of taking that over since Lucinda's left and working with Janet in the short term as we're getting a new position. And we were getting really good cooperation throughout the city. And when Audrey was up here saying, well, this department helped me, this department, that's how it should be for all the time. I wish we were we're not quite up to where we should be, Greg, on the barriers, but we're getting there because our department should just seamlessly, hey, you need help? We're here. So that's what we're working on to get it even better. And Laura's been doing a great job in the 2040 plan. That's why we're still looking forward in the vision, the future. I like that. We're still working forward on that. The census, got that done. We're still, this session is, we've been trying to, in general, in the legislative session, we've been trying to just keep cool because we know, they threw 2,000 things up, but Jamie's got a significant amount of her time is still consumed with that. It's okay. It's just how the world. Maybe someday in the future, it'll be like we're kind of good and where we should need to be. We're kind of on our. I think Mayor, you actually started this position review team thing in your day, and
It actually started before me, but we used to do it quite often. And
well, it's really we're taking our job seriously, the budget committee, and I know when you ask, how are things going, in times they're going to say they're a little pressed because that's kind of the nature of the beast right now. And so we're when we see a position, we can maybe do some things differently. And I also, just from the day, I'm thinking we're going to have to change the dynamics of some things and how we're doing. We may have to restructure some departments. We may have to blend some. I don't know, but that's the way we have to be open to those possibilities. And change is hard, and staff doesn't like to hear it, but that's the reality of what we live in. but our people are willing to do so. Megan Thole has been a great addition to our staff as far as bringing her professionalism and helping us go through these different issues. So if I start, I'm like an award show, naming people. We got great people. My fire chief, triple fire chief, or triple chief, cubed.
Chief of the world.
Chief cubed. So anyway, I think the budget's a good, came in well. It's a learning piece for all of us. We'll continue to change as long as we work with you and your respective subcommittees and individually. I like doing that. I like hearing your ideas, and we do implement them. I think you'll see them as you've seen it regularly. So we appreciate working with you as an elected official, elected body that is open-minded. You want to be progressive. You want to push the envelope. That's where we want to be as any of our directors are working here, and folks, they accept that and they want that, or they wouldn't be here. So that's where we're at.
You guys do such a phenomenal job, Tom. I mean, we come up with some idea. You take that idea and you make it work. You make the rubber meet the road. All your department directors and everybody that worked for them makes it happen. I mean, the perfect example is how far we are down the road on this technology thing.
Right.
I'm just so impressed at how you guys have all, taken that on, absorbed it, and taken it to heart and put it into play in every case that you could. And it's just amazing that how you guys operate and get the will of the council done.
Yeah,
Thank you for
you
all
bet.
of that. Any questions for Tom?
I don't have questions. Tom, I think that the thing I value most is your willingness to engage in a meaningful and thoughtful way. We'll sit down at least once a month for lunch and talk about what's on your mind, what's on my mind, and it doesn't just kind of disappear after that. We see continued activity around it, and I'm thankful for that. So I think the most important thing we can all do is communicate, and I feel like we have a really excellent level of communication, and you're out there executing. That's all we can ask for, so I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I agree. Well said, Matt. So this coming fiscal year, and we've talked about it earlier, Tom, I think what I'd really, really like to see, and I'll be blunt about it, I think we should fight for the funding that we deserve, so to speak. And when we talk about like the lost revenue, which is lost in the 1980s, apparently Westcom is lost in the 1980s. I like the 80s. Me and you were born in the 80s. It was a great decade. Yeah, millennials. Boom. Anyway.
I tell you what, I hated being Generation X. I thought, gosh, this is just a lazy, apathetic generation until the millennials came along. Now I feel great about myself.
Sure you do, Mr. Mayor. As it were, and I don't know if those are the only two that come to mind. Maybe there's some other code that's lost in the 80s, but I just think back upon the student who studies hard for the test, they get an A. And I think the city that works hard to develop and that works hard to spend its money wisely to have AAA bond rating gets the lowest interest rates. And that's why whenever Suzanne comes to talk to us from PFM, she gives us great news. Hey, you're the lowest rating in the country. Oh, that's great. The lowest interest rate. It's like, how about that? We're setting the standard for the United States. And it's because we sit on the shoulders of giants who stood on the shoulders of giants who did amazing things so that we're in a place where we are. And then when we do get struck by challenges from the state, we are in this position right now where we're being treated very inequitably. And I mean that in the sense that Ankeny's population in 1982, whatever, was what? 10,000 people or something like that, and we were quite a bit longer, maybe 5,000 back then, who knows? And yet it's so imbalanced, and I don't know what that looks like. I don't know what it looks like when demanding payment from Westcom. I don't know what it looks like when we demand a change to a law that's so far out of date. I don't know what that looks like, but this year, let's fight. Let's fight for it. and I don't like using the phrase rightfully ours. That has a really, really tough tone to it, but that's a serious tone. Let's fight for what's rightfully ours, because my impression is it's millions of dollars. And if we're approaching budgetary challenges where we're going to feel some pain, then we should have the rightful money that is rightfully ours. So, Tom, you've done a great job. Thank you for leading an exceptional city that I'm proud to be a city council member of. So, but this year, let's fight.
All right, anybody else?
Guess I'm the only one left.
All right.
It's late in the day and I value brevity. Tom, thank you for your leadership.
All right.
Thanks, Doug.
All right, anything else for the good of the order that anybody has at this point in time? We don't have much in our parking lot there. We've got multifamily repairs, single-family repair. The poor parking lot is empty, but that's it's a good thing.
They just quit writing on that board. They just took them.
Oh, okay.
We
All
got
right.
Westcom, we got,
I don't parking lot anyway.
No.
All righty dighty.
All
With
right, thanks.
that, we are done. Thanks, everybody. Mark this down. This is a record. We're done early, 1:40.
this is a new record. isn't it?
1:40.
I don't think I've ever remembered being out of here at 1:40.
You haven't experienced council, though.